sitting at the table together, that's how we best serve our children. So for that, I am so very thankful for having you all sitting at the table here and keeping in mind that we're all serving children. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Dooley. We also have, I'm not going to ask her to say anything, but I just want to say NSF is in the house. We've got Monia Ruffy here. Monia was very excited to be here. She was pleased to see a big turnout. So thank you so much for joining us, Monia. I really appreciate that. And if anybody has NSF includes questions, she can help you understand what the whole effort is about broadening participation in STEM and computer science. One last thing, there's a question of the day on both days. Today's question is here, and I've got Post-its. Y'all hear me? Just put in fresh batteries. I don't know what happened. Take a hand off the bottom. Does that help? Does that help? Okay. Well, I'll just talk loudly. So here we have a question of the day. What aspect of the collective impact model is most challenging for you to understand or apply to your initiative? So as you go through the day or you came with a question, we've got Post-its here, and you can put them up right here, and we'll take a look at them. I'll put little pins here in case it's hard for it to stick. You can put them in here. That'll let us know, Jeff and I know which is top of mind for you. And by the end of the day, we'll check in and see if we answered all those questions. In your folder, last thing, and Jeff, please come on up. In the folder left side, you have a lot of logistics, agenda, participants, trainers, information. On the right side is a lot of Jeff's handouts. So that's how it's divided. With that, Jeff, please come on up.
Great, thanks a lot. Good. How's everybody doing? Great. All right, we're going to try this mic for a minute. And I'm going to be honest, it's driving us bonkers. I'm thinking about because for me, the training is about who's in the room, because you all are the ones that are going to achieve the result. So we'll see how long this works, but it is so great to be here. I hope you all are ready for a very interactive day. You're going to be moving around a lot. You're going to be working at your tables a lot. Let me get a quick show of hands. I know we have one team over here. How many other people are here with a partner or with somebody that they are working with? Can you raise your hand? Okay, so that's great. So a lot of the activities today are going to be team-based activities. If you're by yourself, that is absolutely fine. How many of you are by yourself? Can you raise your hands? Okay, I will say that it might not be a bad idea at some point for you all to locate with other folks that are by themselves, because you'll end up learning from each other throughout the day, okay? So once again, can you raise your hand if you're by yourself for the training? Okay, do you see each other? All right, because you're probably gonna get sick of the person that's just right next to you if they're not your team member, so you may wanna relocate at some point, all right? So that's the story. All right, so our result for today, and I'm gonna warn you right now, by the end of today, your sticky note about what challenges you most about this probably will be, I'm sick of the word result. Okay, that's probably what you're gonna be sick of, and that's fine. I'll actually feel like I was successful if that's the case, right? But the bottom line about collective impact is that most people forget that it's not about people talking to each other. It's actually about achieving a result. Okay, so in most communities across the country, I would say about 92.6% that say they're doing collective impact, they're actually just doing collaboration, right? So we're gonna talk more about that in a minute, but not many people are actually doing something that leads to a measurable result in new and different ways, okay? So in that spirit, what we try to do with Strive Together, where I work now, is in every single meeting, we try to keep the result front and center. Never forget the result. Because a lot of people will try to deviate from the result, right? Has anybody ever been in a meeting where somebody kind of throws a bomb, right? And you like think you're about to accomplish something and somebody's like, and then all of a sudden you're not accomplishing anything at all, right? One of the skills that we need is to remind people whenever that happens, hey, wait a minute, that was awesome that you said that. And that is a great point. How does that help us achieve our result, right? Let's have that conversation. So our result today is for you to leave at the end at 4:30, I think, is when we're done. At 4:30, I want you to be able to, 4 or whenever it is, don't freak out if it says something different on your agenda. 4:30. 4:30 is what it is? Okay, so we're gonna try to get you out of here at 4:26. That's my commitment to you. All right, you're gonna get 4 days back. Or 4 minutes back, I should say. 4 days would be awesome. Yeah, as a father of 4 kids, if I could get 4 days back of my life, it would be awesome. And there's 2 sets of twins, by the way. All right, so I just want to throw that out there. Yeah, so we're all about results in my family. We're going to get there as quickly as we can. All right, so what we're doing here is you are going to develop a plan for how to engage partners to achieve a population level result related to whatever it is that you want to do, right? Whatever it is that you want to do, which requires us, and this gets to the flow of our day, to first and foremost define what is our whole end program population, right? Our whole end program population result, right? Next, we're going to talk about how do you engage partners in that result. Because my assumption is that you wouldn't be here if you thought you could achieve whatever it is the result that you care about, if you thought you could do it by yourself, right? So then we have to start thinking about who are those partners and how are we going to get them engaged. Next, we have to start thinking about how are we going to manage change. Because chances are when you bring people together to actually achieve a result, they're not going to be able to do what they've always been doing exactly the same way. Right? Does that make sense? Chances are when you bring people together to actually achieve a result, what they're doing right now is probably not what they're going to be able to keep doing forever. Because if the result that you have is already at 100%, they can probably keep doing it. How many of you have a result that is already at 100%? Okay, so we have to figure out how to manage change. We have to learn about that. Then we need to think about the backbone function, right? Then we need to think about how do we actually staff something like this to achieve it. And then we need to think about how are we going to hold each other accountable for achieving it. Okay? Now, I'm betting a few of you are like, wait a minute, I thought I was here to learn about the backbone function. Why is it way down here? When you look at your agenda, it's not even until I think 2 o'clock. Why would you say that might be? Who in here has a guess as to why we might hold the backbone function stuff until later in the day? Anybody? Yeah.
Because you have to determine which type of function they're going to serve.
You have to determine which type of function they're going to serve. Yes, you absolutely do need to do that. Good. Other thoughts? Good. Come on, folks. This is going to be an interactive day. If you're not interactive, this day is going to be so long and boring. Thank you. You get 10 points. I don't know what you can use those points towards. I do that with my kids, too. I'm like, you just got 27 points. They're like, to what end, Dad? Like, what do I do with that? I don't have any idea. Okay, go.
So the mathematician in me says a function describes an outcome. Until we decide on the result, we can't write a function to achieve it.
Amen. Wow, I had never thought about it that way. Are you a math person? That's very cool. Okay, so both of these 2 answers together, right? Once again, most people think collective impact. When they read that article, how many of you read that article on collective impact that was in the Stanford Social Innovation Review in 2010? How many of you read that? Okay, good. For all of you, I apologize. All right, I apologize. That was written about our work in Cincinnati. It was what made this whole phenomenon come about. It was like, woo. It is the most sanitized version of reality that ever existed. Right? These consultants came into town. They looked at something that was going on. We didn't even know they were interviewing us, and we were like, "What are you doing?" And then they left, and 6 months later, a story comes out. Right? And we're like, "Okay, that was good. That was beautiful the way you wrote it." But what they wrote about was the function. What they wrote about was the form, right? This backbone idea, and everybody thought they could just create a backbone, and all of a sudden, collective impact would occur. So even in Cincinnati, where I was leading a collective impact partnership, I would have meetings with people, and I would leave as the leader of the partnership. I would leave with 40 things to do. And everybody who was actually doing the work with kids in the room would leave with nothing to do. Does that make sense? No. It does not make sense at all. Yeah, you have no idea what I'm talking about. So the idea, what I started to realize as we were leading this work was, oh my God. Oh my gosh. I'm doing all the work. Do you really think that 3 or 4 people doing the backbone function can all of a sudden make a curve turn at the scale we would like to see it? And when I say scale, what I mean, the most practical terms of what I mean is, I want to see a headline change. Right? I don't want to see a story or a video about 100 kids anymore. I want that to happen, but I want that to lead to a headline changing, right? And there's no way in the world that the people doing this backbone work, if some of you are in that role, there's no way in the world that the people doing the backbone work can actually achieve a headline change. It is all about the group changing their behavior to achieve a result. Right? So that's why we're organized in this way. Okay? Last thing I'm going to say before you get up and walk around is we believe that there are 5 competencies that are critical for leaders to make this work happen. There are 5 competencies that leaders that want to actually do this work, you have to have these competencies. And many of you may already have them in your being already. There may be something that you do excellent already. But we have learned over the last decade of doing this work in Cincinnati and now with a network of about 70 communities across the country, right? That there are 5 core competencies. One is data-driven decision-making and continuous improvement, right? Using data as a flashlight, not as a hammer. So how are we using data to make sure that we're not just beating people up, but we're actually identifying what works and building on it? All right, so what are the skills that you need related to that? Next is modeling change. Modeling change. So if I was to stand here all day and lecture to you until 4:26, when we're gonna get out of here, nobody's excited about that. You guys don't want your 4 minutes. Fine then, we'll leave at 4:30. What? Have I seen Atlanta traffic? Oh, so it doesn't make any difference? Is that what you're saying? It doesn't make any difference. Yeah, I'll be honest with you all. I'm just being really honest. So I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. We used to be a hub for Delta. So I hate all of you. Because we no longer are. So every day, almost every week, I mean, I am in Atlanta. But until about, 3 or 4 months ago, I don't think I'd ever been in Atlanta. I just go to the airport and then I go somewhere else because we can't get anywhere without going through Atlanta. I almost feel like Kasim Reed is my mayor. You know what I mean? I hear him and I'm like, oh my God, this guy, I love this guy. He's my mayor. All right. So, but this great thing about modeling change, the great thing about modeling change in this work is that I could sit here and lecture you all day long and you wouldn't learn a darn thing. So if I don't model all throughout today, giving the work back to you, instead of trying to do all the work myself, then nothing's going to change. Okay, so that's me trying to model for you. But you in your work have to figure out, how are you modeling results-based leadership? How are you modeling it? Are you putting a result in the front of the room? Literally, are you putting a result in front of the room? Are you being transparent with folks about the journey that they're on and the change that's going to be required? Are you actually modeling for them how you're going to change your behavior yourself? That's critical. Next, collaborative leadership, results-based facilitation. Are you facilitating groups to get them to the result rather than us? One quick trick, whenever people facilitate, they always say we, right? When I was in the role of leading a backbone team, I would say to the partners, I would say, what are we going to do? I'm not going to do it. They're going to do it. What are you going to do? Right? Little things like that, changing your language, changing what you're talking about, actually get people to start to think, oh my gosh, right? What am I going to do? I'm not going to have to give a flash talk tomorrow based on doing this stuff. I'm not going to have to do this tomorrow. Actually, I'm not even going to be here, right? I have to go to one of my kids' schools tomorrow, right? So sorry. But you are. You are. So today's work is not about me. Today's work is about you. So how are you facilitating people to get them to their result, to change their behavior, to achieve results at scale? Next, adaptive leadership. How do you get people to change? How many books have been written on this topic? Did anybody ever read the old book, Who Moved My Cheese? Yes. You remember that? Okay, that book has essentially been written 700 different ways and been on the New York Times bestseller list 700 different times. You see what I'm saying? That's how hard change is. You can just keep writing it in different ways. My favorite book is Switch. How many of you read Switch? Has anybody here ever read Switch? The Heath brothers? I tell you, go read that book. That to me is the one that gets just this, and we'll talk a little bit about it later today, but that to me is the heart of what we call adaptive leadership, which is how do you get people to change behavior? And then last, can you navigate discussions of disparities? Because naturally in the social sector, when we look at data, when we honestly look at data, and you're going to look at some in just a minute, when we look at data, there is going to be disparities. And that's going to lead to some pretty tough conversations about resource allocation, about time and energy, about how we actually focus our efforts over time. If you cannot navigate those discussions, I don't know that you're going to be able to see the headlines change. Right? If you can't have an honest discussion about disparities, it's going to be hard to see the headlines change. Because what you're going to keep doing is going with a low-hanging fruit that we like to talk about it, and not working to really address the root of the challenge, which is preventing the most vulnerable populations from actually achieving better results. All right? So what we're going to be doing today is working to achieve this result. So tomorrow morning when you give your flash talks, you crush it. And Co's going to tell me whether or not you crushed it. And he's going to be honest, actually. How many, do you guys love Co or what? Yeah. I mean, so good, right? Kendall's so great, gets everything put together. So yeah, thank you for that. And if you have any of those potatoes, they are really good. All right, they are really good. All right, so we're gonna do this. This is the flow of the day. All right, so you're gonna end up with your flash talk. This is the exact same flow as your flash talk. So if you actually do the work today, you're not gonna have any homework tonight. You're gonna be able to just use what you do today to get to your flash talk tomorrow. And then all you have to do is think about the performative aspect of it, right? Are you gonna sing? Are you gonna dance? I know there's a lot of dancers in here. Okay, I'm seeing those shoes right there. So that means you are going to be ready to go, all right? And then last but not least, I'm gonna be trying to model these competencies, and hopefully through this process, you'll start to think about how you could model these. Learning these competencies is something you have to practice. Has anybody ever read the book Mastery? Right? It's a little book. It's the one of those when you get next to the registry, right? When you're checking out of a bookstore. But it's this great idea. It's this, essentially the theme of it is, how come medicine is the only field where when they do their job, they call it practice? How cool is that thought, right? All of us are, I'm practicing right now. So we should all we shouldn't call ourselves experts. The moment you're an expert, you should probably just go live on an island somewhere and just bask in the sun the rest of your life. None of you are experts. I'm not an expert. Nobody here is an expert. We're all practicing, trying to get better in order to achieve our result, right? So these competencies are not something that just come and all of a sudden you're perfect at them, but you are working every day to try to develop them, all right? So that's what we're gonna do today. It's gonna be really exciting. I promise you that. We're gonna get to introductions in a minute, but right now, here's what I want you to do. It's gonna be a little tight. I probably should have put some of these things elsewhere, but we're gonna do what we call a data walk. So here's what you got. You got two of the exact same set of slides. So if you get up with a partner, you're gonna find a partner, somebody you don't know right now. You're gonna introduce yourself. You're gonna tell them something about yourselves that they would never know by looking at you. That's what you're gonna do when you get up, all right, good. Just something, like what would they never be able to tell about you? Like me would be, I have two sets of twins. They're 13 and 11. And I think my life is about to implode. All right, that's what I would say. All right. So I want you to find a partner and say that, and then I want you to bring sticky notes. You got sticky notes in your, you can tear them, you can break those up. I want you to bring sticky notes and a pen with you, and you have two of the exact same set of slides. These slides on this wall are the exact same as these slides on this wall. All right. So you don't need to look at both walls. Half of you can go over here, half of you can go over here. Does that make sense? And what you have here is right here, you have a sample set of data. Now I'm going to tell you all got off easy. You all got off easy, so you should feel really good right now, because we never do a training without having people bring their own data into the room. This is highly unusual for us. I'll just tell you, we never do this. Usually we say you have to bring data into the room. We don't care what data it is. It could be how fast you drove to your office every day for a month. I don't care. We want some of your data on the walls. Got off a little easy. So what we have up here is some hypothetical data, right, from a community called Camden County. Don't really know where that is. Well, it's not really South Georgia. This is fake data, folks. So is there a Camden County in Georgia? Yeah. Well, then we got to change the name. That's good. Why don't we just use Springfield for kind of sake? All right. So anyway, this is not real data. So if anybody here's from Camden, please don't worry about that. All right, this is not from there. But this is population on this is data on the whole population, program population, and then this is data actually from a couple communities, Dallas and Portland, on specific interventions that led to an improved result. What we'd like you to do, and then right here, who's the URM population and enrollment versus non-URM? Who gave us this data? Is that the team over there? All right. We did get data from one group, so thank you. Everybody give them a round of applause. All right. They have some data up here as well. There's data, this again, same data over here. This is all the same. All right. But they have some data here. What I'd like you to do is with your partner that you introduce yourself to, go up there, look at the data, and on your sticky notes, right, if you have a question right, about the data? Is there something right there that doesn't look right? That's one. Do you want more data, right? And what looks awesome to you? What looks encouraging to you, okay? So I want you to get up, do that with a partner, take 10 minutes, try to get a chance to look at that data and take it in and see what you have questions about, what you'd like more data on, and what looks really good, and then take your sticky and just put them on the wall. Put them in there so that you can put them right next to the chart, wherever your sticky is, so you can get a sense of what resonated with people, all right? Ready, set, go.
Questions?
These two as well.
Okay, there you go.
All right, 1.5 more minutes. Go back to your seats. Good job. Love it. Good. All right. So we'll get back to our chairs. I love how much people dive into this game. It's great.
Very nice talking to you.
I just need to open my mind. All right, so let's get back together. All right. Wow. So I'd invite everybody to look up at the walls. Just kind of get a sense of where there was interest and energy, questions around the data. This can tell you a lot, right? Just by looking at the wall, you could end up drawing some conclusions, right? So what you have just experienced is something that we call a data walk, right? And throughout the day, I'll be modeling and naming some of the tools that we recommend people who want to advance some collective impact beyond talk to action. One of the tools is this. We go so far as to say that Backbone staff should never hold a meeting. And I'm not saying sometimes you can't. Never hold a meeting without having some data on the wall. Because if you don't have some data on the wall, chances are you're going to digress back to the age-old conversations of whatever it is that you're talking about. How many of you have ever been in a discussion around literacy with people who want to talk about whole language versus phonics? Has anybody ever been in that situation? Caitlin has never been in that situation, right? What's hilarious about the discussion, which is very similar to discussions about charter schools versus public schools or this versus that, is that, in all honesty, I don't think we care that much, right, if it's one or the other, because it's never going to be one or the other. What we care about is what works for different kids. Does that make sense? But we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about the polls instead of the results, right? We want to talk about, and if you put data on the wall, it starts to break down some of people's historically held ideologies, right, or some of their perceptions. So we would literally say, Don't hold a meeting unless you can put some data on the wall. And as you advance, if your outcome is 8th grade math, don't just put trend lines for 8th grade math, put examples from your community of practices that are working against 8th grade math. Right? So when people walk in the room, the discussion isn't what strategies should we implement against 8th grade math. The discussion is, hey, guess what? In Martin Luther King Elementary School, the kids that come from that school are crushing it in 8th grade math. We have the data. It is on the wall. Does anybody know what's going on there? Why don't we do more of that? Instead of sitting around and debating all day long what we philosophically believe might work, what if we actually had some data on the wall about stuff that does work? Right? Does that make sense? All right. So the data walk is a tool for you to begin to think about how to start getting people past talk to real action. So at your tables right now, discuss what is one key insight that you at your table would say you would want to lift up from the group about what you saw in that data. So at your table right now, take about 3 minutes. What is one key insight? You know, you're not going to be able to do 10. So what was one key insight that really resonated you from doing this data walk? Go at your table. Get agreement on one. Have somebody who will say.
Yeah.
They're not.
Get agreement? Have somebody that'll speak your insight? All right. Awesome. Great. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We can't spend a ton of time on this. By the way, you all have an agenda, right? You have an agenda. All right. The way we think about agendas, an agenda is not an agenda unless there are results at the top. So at the top of this agenda, you have 4 results. If you ever get another agenda in your life for a meeting that does not have the result of the meeting at the top of it, I invite you to either ask for the result at the beginning or walk out. Okay? That's how militant we are about this. Because how many of you have ever been late to a basketball game or a football game, or been late to something like that, been late to some sort of event, like, right? How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you have been late to some sort of sporting event? What is the first thing you do? Never. You got one person here who's always on time.
What's the score?
What do you look at? The scoreboard. The scoreboard. So why in meetings, when we're trying to change kids' lives, Why in meetings when we're trying to change kids' lives? We're not trying to see if the Patriots, who I hate, won. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I isolated people in the room. I isolated you. I'm so sorry. But we're not trying to be, I mean, that's awesome. That's great. They get Lady Gaga. We don't get that.
Well, you're re-traumatizing all that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't stand you. Sorry, this is terrible. But my point is, I love that we all pay attention to that. But why would we take meetings any less seriously when we're trying to change kids' lives? Okay? So here is the meeting agenda. What we say is the result is the promise. I promise that we're going to get to this through these results. All right? But the agenda is the plan. And the plans can change. So I don't want you to stress out when you see that we're going past times, because I will be managing the times to make sure that we actually achieve these results. Got it? So I just want to put everybody at ease. It freaks out when they look at agendas and times. Okay, we're going to get there. I promise you that. All right, so at your table, we do need an idea of who's in the room. We don't have time for everybody to do a full check-in. So just please say your name and affiliation at the table, and then the one person that agreed to say your one insight, Co is going to capture the insight. Which table would like to go first? Okay, so could you go around and then have the person say what they're going to say? Your name and affiliation.
Everybody?
Yeah, have everybody go around and say their name and affiliation.
Sandra Johnson, Austin, Paris, Consulting.
Elsa Villa, University of Texas, El Paso.
Wonderful. So what is your insight?
Incomplete data.
Incomplete data. Say a little bit more about what you mean.
So the data didn't have enough information to show what it's about.
Awesome.
Yes, okay.
Great. Good. Okay, next table. Right here. Okay, let's just go around and have everybody introduce themselves.
Leanne Delizer, CSNYC and CS for All Consortium.
Okay, I am going to say this. Acronyms, I love them, but I don't know what they mean. So I'm going to ask everybody, sorry, just using you as an example.
That's fine.
Can we spell out what acronyms mean just so we all have an idea where we're coming from? Because this is a pretty cool group, right? All over the world. That's awesome.
So
Or
it's
maybe the
the
country.
New York City Foundation for Computer Science Education.
Awesome. Okay, great. See, how cool is that? Now that's much better than CSNYC. Right, there we go. Okay, good. Thank you. Go.
Jimmy Song, Computer Science Foundation from New York City, and the New York CS for All Consortium.
Lauren Marshallow, Georgia State University.
Jill Feldman, Westat, part of the technical assistance team for the Include Sponsor Book.
Orlando Jackson, University of Wisconsin-Madison.
And our insight was that when you see jumps in results, you want to know more. You want to know why.
You want to know more. You want to know why. Okay, great. Did you see that anywhere up there?
So I looked at Dallas and Portland.
Uh-huh.
Where I said, well, this is a result, but tell me more.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Okay, great. Good. Good. All right, over here, can you go around the table first? Go.
And Ledger, SRI International.
Blake lost in North Carolina State University.
Venkat Bethan from the University of South Florida.
Lola Brown, City College of New York.
Jennifer Isherwood, University of Maine.
Mohammed Musavi, University of Maine.
This is such a cool group.
This is such a cool
Right? Like, this table was awesome. That table was awesome. This is great. All right, go. Yeah, this one's great too. I love this. All right, go.
Our insight is that the data visualization on the data walk really intrigues you and draws you in, makes you interested, but we need more information to interpret these data in order to understand if it confirms or aligns with our hypothesis.
So I got a follow-up question on that. So the question is whether the data what is going to help us improve the hypothesis. Is the beginning of creating the hypothesis, or is it loop?
Okay, is there a feedback loop?
The feedback.
Is there a feedback
Is
loop?
there a feedback?
Okay, are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm asking the group. Is there a feedback loop? Do you sense in this that there's some sort of feedback loop?
So we have, let's put it this way, we have a hypothesis, and then we look at the data, and we realize that this doesn't match with our hypothesis. Do we go back, change our hypothesis?
What do you all think?
That's a visualization you start with.
The group says yes. I believe in the group. So I would say the answer is yes. If we always assume that our hypotheses are perfect from the start. It's not really a hypothesis. It's an assertion. So what's a funny thing is I actually majored in biology. Isn't that weird? And at the time, I left and I did all these random things. And I was like, later on, I was like, I actually get it now. This is managing an ecosystem, right? I was actually an ecology guy. I wasn't a body guy. I was an ecology guy. But this is all about an ecosystem. And if we make hypotheses without going back and revisiting them and improving them, then we're fooling ourselves. So the group, all right, that's what this work should be all about. All right, next table. Over here. Very hesitant.
No, not hesitant.
Not hesitant. Okay.
Jillian Riley. I am a school founder, educator, and an advocate for modern learning environments.
Are you based here?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Caitlin Dooley, Department of Education.
Juan Carlos Aguilar, Georgia Department of Education.
Cassandra Gall, Georgia Department of Education. Sandy Woodall, Georgia Department of Education.
All right, great.
Most of those folks are based out of Atlanta, but Jillian actually is here from Savannah. And she both works in the school system there, and she's starting a new charter school focused on STEM. So if you want to be a social entrepreneur on education, she's trying to do it in Savannah.
Okay, so insight.
I have not seen data with the strategy on there, and that goes back to your point originally of saying here's a jump, and then this is what was happening in the school at that time. So that gets back to your point of share the strategy that made the jump.
Got it.
And we have one more person.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. Erin Richmond, the University of Georgia.
Excellent. Good. Thank you very much. All right, next table here.
I am Sarah Lee from Mississippi State University, and this table represents the NSF includes Mississippi Alliance for Women in Computing.
Lamitra White, Mississippi State University.
I'm Andy Lindeman. I live in Atlanta and work at Salesforce, but I'm on the advisory board with the Mississippi State Group. And I went to criminal law.
Excellent. Good. Okay, insight?
We felt like there was some data that was missing, some variables that we would like to have seen.
So can you give an example of one?
Like gender and were these students first generation college students? You know, in addition to race and SES.
Okay, great. Good. What do you
I
want
just
this?
want to make sure that the table back here gets.
They will do that for sure. You guys ready? Yeah. Okay. You were just voluntold. Voluntold.
I just want you guys left us alone, you know.
As long as you're cool with it, I'm cool with it. All right, go ahead.
Cool with it. Jadip Chaudhary, Clark, Atlanta, but I'm part of the NSF includes stands with the University of Georgia on cultural exchange between HBCUs and primarily white institutions.
Okay.
Leslie Walden, Georgia Virtual School.
Hi, Allison Scott, K4 Center for Social Impact in Oakland, California.
Oakland? Excellent.
Danielle Rose, Level Playing Field Institute, also in Oakland, California.
We're trying to do some work in Atlanta.
We are.
Right. All right. So did you all have a chance to look at the data?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the data representation was not very well. I think it was too confusing, especially that bar graph, which has too many bars and ABCD, and I had no idea what ABCD is. So the data was captured but not represented or not expressed, which was visually appealing or had more information in it.
Excellent. Thank you. Next table, back here.
Natalie Fritz, a company called Creative Builder, and I work on the integrated computer science NSF grant at Centennial Elementary. I'm based in Savannah.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Manya Ruffin at National Science Foundation.
Where are you based?
We're in Arlington, Virginia.
Are you in Arlington?
I am in Arlington, Virginia.
All right. Good.
She's from Georgia.
Oh, she is from
yeah,
Georgia.
I am Virginia. By the way, so I am.
Okay, good.
I went to high school just down the street.
Where'd you go to high school, Brady?
Oh, I shouldn't have brought that up.
We'll go to the next person. Go ahead. All right, George. Go ahead.
I went to the same higher education institution at that high school. I'm George Strand with the Technical College System of Georgia.
Okay, excellent. Insight?
I speak all the time. What have you?
There were a variety of interventions noted, one at least that we couldn't tell what it was because it was an acronym. but there's clearly not enough data there for us to take any action based on what was listed. We couldn't match an outcome, the intervention, to the information on quality.
Okay, great. So the connection between interventions and outcomes, missing. Something. Okay, next table. Yep. Oh, okay, we'll go here, that's fine. Can you speak a little louder?
Melissa Waller, Atlanta Public School.
Wonderful, thanks. Good to have you here.
Corey Booth, Career Technical Agricultural Education Coordinator for Caddo Public Schools.
Okay, as long as it's not Camden County, I'm gonna say, we're good.
I'm Tracy Wilson, with Technology Education and Literacy Institute.
Okay, great, insight.
So one of the things to notice between looking and comparing the charts is there's kind of an arbitrary result that they want of 17%, but there's a downward trend in the minority and economic disadvantage going to college. So the result is not matching what the data trends are getting because there's only a slight upward trend for one race versus the other. So that's kind of going against the results, being a little more specific.
Okay, so this gets to the competency around managing disparities, right? This also gets to a fantasy that we have in the social sector all the time. And I use the word fantasy very intentionally. How many of you have ever been part of an initiative that said, we are going to increase XYZ for everybody in ABC? Okay, which is cool. But then when you actually start looking at the data and you start looking at your resources, you're actually only working with like 100 kids, right? So we often have this fantasy about we're going to achieve something grand, but we're actually only working with a small group, which reinforces another one of these competencies, collaborative leadership. If you can't work well with others, your grand vision may not become a reality. Yes.
Is this time to ask a question because I see how we get those numbers, like increasing graduation rate, but then the strategies that are being used to increase graduation rate, not so great. So
we're going to get there.
Okay.
Okay, good question. Actually, can you, I'll do it. Hold on again. Let's do that. All right. Let's do the next table. Why don't you guys go ahead?
Chuck Barlow Jr. with SASI, Saving Our Sons and Sisters International. I worked with the West Side Education Collaborative to introduce STEM and STEAM to create the pipeline from kindergarten all the way up through high school and college.
Okay, good.
Patrice Barlow, also with SASI, Saving Our Sons and Sisters International, as well as the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, working for education equity. And we are launching a STEAM Startup, which would be a social impact collaborative. Mary Shepherd, Department of Juvenile Justice.
Seville Bryant, Department of Juvenile Justice.
Excellent. Great insight.
Our insight, much like it was already reflected, the disparities that were shown in the data, we wanted to know a little bit more about what they were so we could better frame the solutions. And so we felt like there wasn't enough information in the data to give us a clear understanding of why or how they got there.
Awesome. Good. Okay. I mean, not good that you didn't have the data yet, but thank you for the insight. Did we get all the tables? Anybody else in the room? Did you guys have a chance to look at the data? Do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
We didn't look at the data.
Huh?
We didn't have a chance to look at the data.
Okay, but you can introduce yourself.
Brian Cox, Computer Science Specialist for the Department of Education.
I'm Kamani Reed.
Tech person. Okay.
She's actually with Brian. She's his goddaughter, and she hangs out with us. She helped set up these tables and everything yesterday with her brother.
She's
honorary
honorary Godot employee.
Good. All right, over here.
I'm Chad Womack. I'm the National STEM Director for the UNCF National College.
Excellent. And in the corner over there.
Danny and Kendall.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Kendall Rainey. Most of you have got emails from me, quite a few. I'm
Sidekick.
left hand, yes. And Danny's actually my right hand. So how that works.
These guys have started their own little company to help create a space for people to come and work. And Kendall's working on how to help young people become more efficient in their homework and their schoolwork. She's working with parents on how to help kids figure out how to use their time better, just because they're going to sleep so late at night. Awesome. Anybody else? Did we miss anybody? All right. So anybody want to take a stab at theming some of the feedback we just heard, some of the insights? Anybody want to take a stab at that? What themes do you see emerging?
Context.
Context. Say a little more.
Being able to understand sort of what's the story behind the data.
Mm-hmm. The story behind the data. Okay, so there's in results-based facilitation, which is one of the skills that I'm trying to model. There is there's a phrase called "What's turning the curve?" Right? What's turning the curve? So often data walks get people to ask the question, why? What is turning the curve? We saw something move. Why is it moving? Right? Asking the question why, that's not a bad thing. Right? That actually gives the backbone function their job. Right? Okay, other themes that you saw emerge. Yep.
I heard a lot of criticism of the data presentation.
Yep.
And for me, that backs out a step to recognize you're going to be working with lots of folks who have different approaches to looking at data. And so making sure your data is accessible to the different audiences in your meetings and your groups, both to hit the high detailed things that people want and for them to be able to look for the 10,000 and be able to say, oh, what's turning the curve? They have to understand that there is a curve and why that's important.
Absolutely. So the presentation of the data, I will say that I looked at the sticky notes. That was, for me, the #1 theme. People questioned the presentation of the data, everything from acronyms to labels to percentages versus numbers. The presentation of the data matters, right? And think about if we had in this room students, which we, in all honesty, should, or parents, right? We have one. There we go. Thank you. Feel empowered to look at the data and do whatever you want with it, okay? We love having you in this room. All right? Go ahead.
We also talked about the graphs. Like certain graphs may not show what you need to, the way you need to see the data. You need to make sure that the graph is readable so you can take it and easily process.
Okay.
If you have to take time to process the graph itself, then that takes it.
Exactly. Excellent. Okay. Any other insights? Yes.
Maybe we are losing the message between the data and how it is presented to how it is interpreted, or the receptivity.
So can you say that one more time, a little louder for everybody?
What did I say? Yeah, losing the message and the data.
Losing the message of the data, right? Okay, so the other danger of this work can be that you look at data and you make false conclusions, right? You jump to conclusions, right? So we talk about making data-informed decisions. How do we make data-driven decisions that are much more accurate based on what the data is telling us? Yeah.
I think the graph is always going to have a little bit of text behind it to explain what is the perspective you're able to look at.
Absolutely. So putting annotations, right? Annotations. So for those of you that were able to, this chart right here from Portland, and this one from Portland, all right? The intention here was that they saw a huge bump. For 2 straight years, they had the exact same number of kids completing the FAFSA, right? And they had a team focused on this in the high school, and they saw a huge bump. The question was why? So what happened here, they actually were able to go back and pinpoint it. An economics teacher, this is a high school, right? Every kid in that high school has to take economics because they're focused on financial security issues. They made FAFSA completion part of the curriculum. How crazy is that? Right? They didn't just depend on the people that showed up for the pizza dinner, which is what they've done the last 2 years, right? They actually made, and then they went a step further here, and they had the nonprofits that work on FAFSA completion, not just randomly walk into the school, but they gave them a list of the students that still hadn't completed it as part of their coursework and had them focus on it, right? At the end of the year, they ended up seeing a 20+% jump, and it didn't cost them $1 more. Not a single dollar, right? And now 5 other high schools, because they have a backbone function, because when people walk into the room, they put the data on the wall,
They didn't have somebody in the room saying, hey, everybody make this part of your economics class. They let the group decide by coming to the same determination, and now they're monitoring the data on an ongoing basis. Does that make sense?
Okay, but what happens is that you knew those teachers were doing that, but what if you were looking at data and you had no idea why there's a bump, and because there's no communication?
Yeah. So, group, who's got a response to that? Yeah.
We focus a lot in education on rigorous impact and outcome studies, but really just knowing what the result is, isn't really enough to understand how you got it or whether you can replicate it in that unique context.
Unique context, yes.
Teachers need to be a part of the backbone conversation.
They need to be part of the backbone conversation. We'll get to that in a little bit. 90% of the time, data is presented, and this chart is not with it. 90% of the time, this is shown, and everybody goes, that is awesome! And then what do? They just keep going. They just keep going. Okay? What is the role of the backbone?
Reflection.
What is the role of the backbone? Who just said?
Feedback and reflection.
Feedback and what do you mean by that?
An ability to go back and look, to pull apart and analyze what we've done and then look at how we can then take that forward.
Okay. The role of the backbone function is not to write a strategic plan for people. The role of the backbone function is to create a space where people actually dive into why this occurred, right? Or better yet, all right? Or, uh-oh, I've already offended somebody. Oh no, she's moving back. We got it. Okay. Or to your point, what was the chart you were pointing at?
So between these, yeah, actually both of those compared to the overall school results, linking those back together, you can't have the results you want based on when the minority is going down and only one race is
okay. So the role of the backbone function is to create a space where we can ask the discussion, what is going on here when we have Hispanic, Latino, multiracial, Black, African American, when all of those are going down, how do to the question that was asked earlier, how do our strategies focus on that? Let's ask that question. The role of the backbone function is to ask the group, what is going on in the data and how do we address it? Right? And then to go a step further, it's not to let the people in the room philosophize on what might be done about that. The role of the backbone function is to go find bright spots where that is actually being addressed. Okay? I meant, go ahead.
Well, and then when you find out somebody is working like the economics requirement for the concept, then you're saying that you don't suggest, well, you might not consider that, or you don't prescribe it, you just talk about it.
You don't prescribe it, but you put it back on the group to say, hey, we found something that works. What does the group say about our ability to do more of that?
Okay. So you at least publicize it or.
Let me, Caitlin's not here right now, which was well timed on her part. If she were to say tomorrow from the Department of Education, Godot? I'm now learning the lingo, so I get this throughout the day. If Godot were to mandate tomorrow, send out a memo, because that's how it happened, or an email, that said, every economics class in Georgia has to include the FAFSA. How many people would do it?
Yeah.
Everybody would do it? Are we being honest about that? Are we being honest about that? Can we be honest for a second? I'm sorry. I know that in Ohio, where I come from, they'd be like, that was a nice memo, but you're not going to follow up, number one. And number two is, I got my own curriculum. I've been teaching it for 37 years. I'm not going to change it. And that takes a lot of effort. The only way to get people to actually do stuff consistently is to give them information, allow them to come to conclusions, and figure out how to adopt it. Do you hear what I'm saying? There is no way that you can mandate from the top and get uniform application and get people to embrace it. It does not work that way.
So I agree. That's the first thing. But I guess what I'm thinking about is if you have a whole school system with thousands of teachers, you know, are you saying pull a subset of some of those? But even then, they might seem as, you know,
Big Brother or The Man or whoever trying to you know what I mean, to the people that aren't a part of that conversation.
Okay.
So how do you sort of pull out the people that will, where the teachers will listen to that group? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what I'm saying. Okay, Co, I'm going to call out Co for a second. He broke a fundamental rule of results-based leadership. He covered up the result. I love you. All right, but that's a little bit of thing, because if you guys were off talking about something that was totally off the reservation, I wouldn't be able to go, how does that connect to this? Because it would be covered up. All right, back to the topic at hand. Figuring out how to spread and scale is the complexity of this work. All right, so in about 1 hour and 37 minutes, we're going to figure that out. Okay, we're going to get to that. All right, last question, and then we're going to move on.
So you just made a statement that you can't mandate something from the top and expect everyone from the bottom to adapt, but isn't there a middle that happens between the mandate and implementation, right? So things of like local ownership doesn't only have to come with full buy-in for a singular implementation. For example, the work that we're going to talk about over lunch with CS for All in New York City, we mandated computer science education, and we show data and trying people to come to consensus. But if we're talking about a population level result, you're always going to have late adopters, naysayers, that even when you show them the data will respond in the way that you said, right? Isn't there a middle ground where you say, here is the mandate, here is your field of choice within the mandate to give you local ownership and control? And can that mitigate the naysayer, like I'll give you the chance to balance both local ownership control with the mandate. I'm not going to be able to go to all 1,700 schools in New York City and do a data walk with every single teacher, the 5,000 teachers we're going to train, right? How do we, is there a balance there? Have you seen that work as well?
Rude. Thoughts on that insight? Yeah. Go.
I think one of the things that we've found is that there always has to be champions.
Can you speak a little louder?
That's right. My voice is not great. And what we found is like there always has to be champions that take that on. So you figure out who those people are that are within specific schools that are willing to adopt this and be the ones to be the leaders. Because usually people will follow when you see other results happening somewhere else. And so, like I saw it like within our own schools, like we started in 3rd through 4th grade, and took a year and a half where it said, okay, the entire school needs to onboard to this, not just our 3rd, 4th grade pilot. Yep. Because they saw the results that were happening within the 3rd or 4th grade, and then the administration was like, oh, we actually need to do this everywhere.
Okay.
So
excellent.
Yeah, and I also think too, you have to give the proper time for implementation. Like I work within the school district that's very close to here, and a lot of times the things that are coming down, computer science and everything, it doesn't reach the closest community to the city, right? And so a lot of times when they roll out new curriculum or new strategy that teachers have to implement, that the time for training and professional development does not come with it. And then 2 years later, they change it again. And so there has to be advocacy on each level and participation in the background conversation, or a lot of the companies left out.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add that you got to have buy-in and value. Like the buy-in has to be from the people that are going to actually be doing that work, and then the value has to be seen at building level leadership. If we don't have a principal on board with rolling out computer science, it's not going in their school. It's just not. So you got to have buy-in and you got to have value at the baseline.
All right, so what you all are getting at is this work of adaptive leadership or change management. Okay? We don't often think about that. We assume that in the social sector you can mandate change. So I mentioned the book Switch. Has anybody in here read that book? Anybody read Switch? Again, they have this concept in it. I think it's page 187. So when you go to the bookstore, I think you can flip through to page 187, and they have a summary of the book, and it is awesome. You don't even need to read the book. They have this concept. It's called the elephant, the rider, and the path. All right, the elephant, the rider, and the path. All right, the elephant represents emotion. People are married to what they've always been doing. They love what they've always been doing, right? And in the end, that's the biggest thing with change. Like if you don't deal with how much they love what they've always been doing, right? Then you're going to be dead on arrival. The writer is the cerebral part of it. Like the writer can get it, the writer can look at the data and come to a conclusion and be like, it'd probably be better if I do that, but I'm so connected to what I've always been doing, I'm going to just keep going the same way. The path, right, is when you actually point to the champions. Somebody talked about champions. You actually point to making sure they have a teacher that could do that, right? You make it easy so that with the emotions of all of this, you know, even though it's a huge elephant, they're just going to go down the path. You've created an opportunity by giving them the tools they need, the professional development, the staffing, and the champions to make the path obvious. So the elephant, even though they're very emotional about doing what they've always done, they're going to go like this. They're going to go down the path because the path is pointing them in a new direction. Does that make sense? What's the writer doing there? The writer is very small in it. We always think the writer is the biggest thing, right? The intellect. We always think the writer is the best. The writer is the one that then actually, once they're on the path with the elephant, they're like, okay, I can go down that road. Right? Intellectually, I can embrace that because I've got the tools I need. I've got what it is that I could actually change my behavior and do it. Right? I can actually get the job done. So you're the one that's delivering it, but you're only a very small piece of this. It's more about whether you have the tools, the resources, the picture of where you need to go, and you have, you know, the ability to do it. You're emotionally able to say, yeah, I'll change. I'll change what I do. Even though I've been doing it for 32 years this way, I'll go that way. Right? Does that make sense? Okay, switching gears a little bit. I just handed out something, this beautiful piece of paper. It's going to change your life. I'm really good at managing expectations. All right? So very quickly, I want you to take a look at this. And at your table, I want you with your, with a person sitting next to you, just 2 people. If it has to be 3, that's fine. If it's 3 right here and 2 and whatever it is, just talk about this. What in this little slide jumps out at you about collective impact, and what challenges your assumptions about collective impact, if anything? Take 3 minutes to do that. 3 minutes to talk with your partner about what you see in that slide.
It's coming up with a plan together. Someone put together a plan, all of this week, and then bringing all these people and saying, go down these paths.
I can step back to this, you know, thinking about changes coming around. Just saying that people are really stated that
Another minute. Alright, let's get back together. Alright, let's what are some of your insights from that little diagram about the difference between collaboration and collective impact? Any insights that emerge for you from that? Yes. Hold on, I need everybody's attention. Go ahead. Yeah?
So the collaboration was like more communication, collective was more active communication.
So collaboration equals communication.
The collective impact was active communication. So communication is active.
Impact equals communication with action. Interesting. All right? Others, insights on this?
So we felt that both together to move outcomes in collective impact is actually the key.
What does that mean? Say again.
So working together to move outcomes in collective impact, because you know, as you were talking about it in our team, you know, people, the senior leadership is the one who works in isolation. They don't want to work together. That message has to be very clear, that this all starts from the top, working together, to bring people together, to move things together. I think that is the key to this.
Okay. Working together to move outcomes. All right? We'll come back to that in a second. Yes?
Yeah, I would add to that, and say, I think for one of the major differences between collaboration and collective impact would be the measurability of the impact. So a lot of what happens in collective impact includes collaboration. As you know, the working together, the partnerships, common purpose, mission, goal, all of those things. But with collective impact, there's the full intention from the beginning to think about how a group is going to measure the impact they are having individually, collectively, if that makes sense. So it's kind of a combination of both, and not just an overall impact that the project has had.
Let me ask you, traditional strategic planning, when do you talk about measurement in traditional strategic planning? You don't. What'd you say?
Evaluation.
After the fact, the evaluation. Okay? So if I could ask you all to leave with one thing today, one thing that you would actually take out and change your behavior around, is to flip that model. Measurement is not the last thing you may not even talk about, or maybe you talk about in the evaluation. Measurement is the first thing you talk about. Okay, that is a huge flip for people. And quite frankly, it scares the heck out of them. Why? What?
Accountability.
Accountability. Exposes potential weaknesses. Does that feel good?
Jeff, one of the things, my business partner and I do a lot of strategic planning, and one of the challenges we run into is it's been sold incorrectly by folks who have hired us. So a lot of the folks that are trying to get people there, they try to tell them, we're going to do something. And so when people show up, they're ready to make decisions. And it takes them a minute for frustration, sometimes an hour of frustration, because we open with data. We want to know where you're at with the kids you're serving, the substance abuse issues, the homelessness data. We do data dive versions of it, and people don't want to reflect, they don't want to look at what's going on, they want to do something. It's frustrating for them to do strategic planning when they are not doing something. They're, from their perspective, they're just talking about something.
So what is a way to avoid that perception, just to the group, what is a way to avoid that perception of people coming in? Start with what?
The result.
Wait a minute, what did you just say?
Start with the result.
Start with the result. And what would your result be?
Data.
The first meeting could be, we are going to agree on how to measure our impact. You put that at the top of the agenda. You don't let anybody that's coming to that meeting think that they're coming to talk about developing another laundry list of 20 strategies. Do you hear what I'm saying? So this is why, be clear with people, be transparent with people. The reason that they may be there that day is not to brainstorm new things. The reason they're going to be there, the result for the day, is to get agreement on how we're going to fill up those walls, right? And maybe what you do to get there is you put on the wall all the ways that people are apparently measuring stuff now to force them to wrestle with what could they measure going forward. Does that make sense? So this gets to why having a result matters. And being clear. There's one of our favorite lines from the world of continuous improvement. There is a science of continuous improvement, is the idea that you have to make the implicit explicit. You have to make the implicit explicit. And one of my favorite quotes, I had a boss a couple of, well, this is a while ago now. I'm getting old. I need to talk about that with somebody. Yeah. But I had a boss that said, Jeff, an unstated expectation will always go unmet. So I can go in and have an expectation of what I want to see happen, right? And if I'm not explicit in naming my result, so that the people that walk in the room know where they're going, they know the destination, they know that that day, yeah, we may be developing a strategy over the long term, but that day our only thing that we may be trying to accomplish is getting agreement on measurement. That's, all right? Okay, any other insights on the paper there? Yep.
I think getting agreement for shared measurement systems, getting agreement for shared measurement systems is really important. But I just want to ask, how does having the funders requirements for data collection, they want to play into that level of agreement?
Everybody hear that question? How does having the funders, who here is a funder? Okay? So I'm going to ask you guys, I'm putting you on the spot, all right? How does having funders who have their ideas of measurement impact a group working to achieve a result? Yes?
I can tell you that in our work with the HBCUs that we directly impact with funding. The UNCF raises about $35 to $50 million a year donation. And we incorporate the nature of that. And we support the 37 schools in the foundations, sometimes supporting larger education inclusive of Rochester University, my alma mater, and we use that as leverage. And I have absolutely no problems as a funder holding both the carrot and the stick.
Okay, let me give you a hypothetical situation. The group comes together. They think their charge is to define the result. And they look at the data, they look at it all, they come up with a result that's different than what you think the result should be.
Well, let's first acknowledge that most of the time they don't even come to data.
Okay, but I'm just saying, what if? Because this is a huge change, man, and I'm putting you on the spot. Like, this is just a game to play. But this happens all the time in communities, right? The community members see one result, right? The practitioners, the investors see a different result. How do we negotiate that? How do we negotiate that? Like, can you think?
It has to be shared vision.
Shared vision.
And that's part of the problem is that, you have institutions that are ossified in their positions. They don't want to
Okay.
Take the risk of reaching out to talk to each other in the community, see what they're actually trying to accomplish.
Okay. So shared vision. So I'm going to ask you to put a pin in that one. I put it on the parking lot. We're going to do an exercise, and then we're going to do an exercise called results at the center. And I want you to see if it addresses your concern. Okay, and then you bring it back up if it doesn't. Other insights on this one pager? Yeah.
I just wanted to respond to the
Okay,
question
go ahead,
about
please.
funders.
Yeah.
So I would say that from the perspective of the National Science Foundation, you know, you'll notice in our language, we are typically fairly open. We're looking for the field from the projects to propose how they're going to measure and come up with that accountability piece that's really important for the includes work. So for us, and to be even more frank with you, these are grants and not, you know, these aren't contracts. So with contracts, we're like, yeah, this is what we want. But with grants, we have the flexibility to be a little bit more open. So part of our role is to pay attention to the work that's being proposed and who's involved in that process. But really, it's very different for each group. You know, each collaboration or collaborative, I hate to say collaboration, but I hate to even just say collective effort, because everybody does not have to do collective impact. There are other models that can be used to achieve what we're looking for and includes. But I'll just say that we are generally pretty open.
So how does this idea of making the implicit explicit connect to this discussion about the role of investors? It can't be vague. Go ahead.
I'm challenged by this, just because I'm glad you brought up this point, because, and I'm just gonna be really transparent, I'm not, as, really involved with NSF. I'm just getting into it. But, I have been involved in, Catalyst, IT Catalyst, work. And, I mean, I know for, having been involved in it, they were, NSF was, at least from my recollection, really clear about what the data they wanted.
Okay.
And the data that they, I mean, they're kind of like additional data if you had it, but I think being able to give the funder what they need is priority, but also being able to have the impact that we feel like we can have in our ecosystem is equally as important. But so we have that, like, it ends up being like two pseudo stakeholders. And I think that creates a lot of challenge.
Okay. So I said a little while ago, one of the roles of the backbone function was to do what? Anybody remember what I said a little while ago about the role of the backbone function?
Not write strategic plan.
Not write the strategic plan. What? Find the bright spots.
Create a space where people can come up with their own.
Create a space where people can draw conclusions from the data and actually connect actions to outcomes. Another role from the backbone could be to negotiate roles and responsibilities. Does that make sense? So in this, you may have a funder that says, here's what I want. The role of the backbone can be, that's awesome that that's what you want. How flexible are you on that?
But what if the backbone is the funding agency?
What if the backbone is the funding agency?
And they have to play both roles. They have to be able to negotiate as well as provide the income.
Okay. That adds a layer of complexity though, right?
Yes.
Huge amount of complexity.
Absolutely.
Okay? So we're going to get to something we call later called the boundary of authority, role, and task. The boundary of authority, role, and task. And one of the challenges with collective impact is people don't understand their roles and their tasks. And if you are both the funder and the convener, right? Have you ever heard, let me just say, Annie, you guys know Annie, right? Daddy Warbucks? Mm-hmm. What I hear from investors when we do this work is they say they walk in the room wanting to be Annie, and be the one that tries to get everybody to work together and play, and achieve a goal, and they end up looking like Daddy Warbucks. You know what I'm saying? Okay, last comment.
I just thought about the fact that this collective impact model is really about the outcome and output, meaning that we wouldn't be in here today talking about computer science if there was not a major opportunity for computer science jobs and careers. right? And so I think we have to look at the output, not just being the success of the programs, but are we really preparing a workforce to fill the gaps that are really existing and the reason why we're really in the room.
Okay. I'll give you $10 later for that perfect transition.
I have one.
Oh, you got one more question?
I have one question to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
So are the results going to be different from a collaborative model versus a collective impact model? Are we looking at different results, different outcomes?
What is the what?
Are we looking at different results or different outcomes from a collaborative versus collective impact model?
Are you looking at different results? What do people think? Are you looking, when you do collaboration versus when you do collective impact, could there be different results? Yeah.
Yes, and what we talked about at our table is that collaboration, it might just be I'm doing what I'm doing and I'll share that with you, as opposed to when you have this shared common goal, everybody might have to change what it is that you're doing. So in that regard, it should be different. We're all
That's what I expect, but I was just looking at the magnitude of how far away.
So we have a visual that we often use for the difference between these two. And collaboration can look like this. Different partners, right? Yeah. Collective impact. Should look more like this. Does that make sense?
Jim, I don't think folks can see it on this side.
This is a common game plan, right? This is, we use sports metaphors. Are people okay with using sports metaphors? Okay? This is good, right? If your goal is to have every individual do their role related to this. This is good, is if you want to understand people's role to achieve the same thing. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. It's different. Yeah. Okay, so there would be different, yes.
One of the things we've been struggling with is how this fits when you're trying to innovate. So the results of what has been established in the field, which people would usually look to. Let's say, for example, all students reading on grade level at grade 3.
Yeah.
If we are trying to look at a new model and that's the norm, then we're looking at a totally different type of result. And that's the hard part that we've been having a hard, maybe you can help us with that when you're trying to innovate something. The results aren't, there's no strategies, there's no research-based strategies to look at because that hasn't been done before.
Is the result different or is the implementation different?
There's just no data to pull from because it hasn't been done, but I agree the results.
Yes, that's the result. Okay, so the health sector, anybody here ever worked in the health sector? You did? Good. Anybody else? Yeah, sort of? Yeah. You look like you were traumatized by it. Okay, they're about 20 years ahead of us on how to use data. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story from my experience in Cincinnati. I led the Cradle to Career Partnership in Cincinnati for 6 years, and now lead this national network. So I have the benefit of kind of being on the balcony and observing stuff. But when I was leading the partnership in Cincinnati, we formed 23 work groups. You all should be like, what? Okay? They were on things like arts education, after-school programming, college access programming. We created 23 work groups around strategies, right? And they all got together. They had no data on the wall, and they brainstormed a bunch of strategies. Most of them new and innovative, right? And then what we did was we said, let's try to do those across the entire school district. And then we tried to get the superintendent or the president of the university to mandate those things down. How do you think that went? So then a guy comes up to me, I'll never forget him, and he says, you realize you're doing this bass backwards, right? And I said, what do you mean? He said, you want to test any of these new things with one classroom. Better yet, you want to test them with one child. And then you want to go to the next child. And he said the thing that we learned, I asked the guy that Cincinnati Children's Hospital happens to be one of the top 10 in the world and everything. And the reason is because Robert Wood Johnson Foundation paid for them to build continuous improvement infrastructure. And I asked him, what was the one thing that you guys did to become a leader in the world in all these specialties? And he said, what we learned was if we wanted to cure a disease, we didn't bring all the doctors and nurses in their room to try to agree on a strategy. What we did was we started with one doctor, one nurse, one tech, one patient, one family. That's what we did. And then we iterated, and we iterated, and we iterated, and we iterated, and we iterated based on success. We started with success, right? So when you're innovating in this space, the result is typically the same. We want to cure a disease. We want to improve early grade literacy. We want kids to have grit. I'm making this up, right? If you can measure grit, which is a hard thing to measure, or we want kids to be ready in math, whatever it is. And then the question is, how do you innovate intentionally to get to that result and create the space for that? So it shouldn't be you're only doing everything you've always done and looking at the data there. There is space for innovation, but you're doing it much more intentionally. So that's just a lesson from the healthcare sector, and to make sure it's clear that innovation is not lost in this work. All right, last question, then we're going to move to you all defining your results.
This issue is a bit different what we do when it comes and the education. Because we're talking about one disease, one specific disease, have different issues causing the problem.
Yes.
It's not just one specific disease, because there's so many other factors.
So is education more complex than health? What do you guys think on that? Maybe. Different. It could be different. I think it's probably a little bit more complex, right? I'll be honest. I've been in education now most of my life. I would say that it's probably more complex, but I would say I'd rather start somewhere, even within that complexity, right, and wrestle with it and recognize the different drivers. Has anybody ever heard of key driver diagram? Okay, we don't have time for this today, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. All right, key driver diagram. You put your result here. You put your vision here. They call it a global aim. So your vision could be every kid is on target by 8th grade in algebra. At proficiency, you got to define it very clearly, right? Every kid, that could be your vision. Your result could be we want kids in the 7 lowest performing high schools to be on target in proficiency. Or we want 70% of the kids to be on target in proficiency. There's 56% now by June of 2019. Okay? And the question is, what are the influencing factors on that? Right? What are the factors? And there could be parental education level, quality of teachers, access to enrichment, right? All these different factors play. And then the last thing you do is say, what are my interventions against that? Okay? And then you start to line up your interventions to the factors back to the result. And then when you're testing, you're iterating on something here that may connect to this, but down here, you may be looking for an existing bright spot. But you're doing it very intentionally, right? You're not just randomly out there doing random acts of innovation. You're actually connecting your interventions to drivers, to results. Okay, so you can't do a key driver diagram without what? Please. You're my new results person. You just got to say, every time I point to you, just yell results.
Results.
Awesome. Okay, you can't do a key driver diagram if you don't have this, right? Okay, so everybody in your packet, you have this. Pull out in your packet, you'll find this. Okay, you also have this. It says glossary of terms. This and this. It's on the right side. Right side. Okay. So back to our data wall. All right. Whole population. Whole population is right here. Lots of sticky notes here. Right. They looked at every kid in Camden. Right. They said a whole population result, increased college enrollment by 17% by June of 2018. Who here knows what a SMART goal is? You want to tell? Do you remember what SMART stands for?
Smart, and your goal to act your time bound, helping people.
All right, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time bound. Okay? Okay, so a SMART goal, I'll write what that is up there. They set a SMART goal, increase college enrollment by 17% by June of 2018. Right? They said that's time bound. It's very specific. It's measurable. And they did an analysis. It was reasonable and achievable. Or realistic and achievable. All right? That's whole population. Program population was over here. Number of students served in 11 schools. 11 schools. The whole population is 6,856. The program or performance population is 11 schools with exactly 1,000 kids. Does that make sense? All right? So what we are asking you to do here is for your work back home. This is not hypothetical anymore. For your work back home, what is the whole population that you are trying to impact with your work? Right? And break that down back to the program population. Who are you actually trying to serve? And try to be as realistic as you can. All right? So would it be helpful for me to give a full example of one of these? Is that good? Okay. Whole population. Whole population for Cincinnati is every child age 0 to 8 that we are working to improve, to get to achieve literacy standards. That's whole population. All right? The next circle could be every child in Cincinnati Public Schools, because that's only one district in Cincinnati. There's like 18 of them. All right? So the whole population is every kid age 0 to 8. The green layer could be every 0 to 8 kid in Cincinnati Public Schools. The blue circle could be every kid in the 12 lowest performing schools in Cincinnati Public Schools, right? And the work that I'm doing is work in 3 of those schools with second graders, right? Does that make sense? Okay, so try to walk it back. So what I'm asking you to do is think about your work back home. What is the whole population? What is the next subgroup that you're talking about? The next subgroup beyond that, and then work it back to your program population. Okay, and this program population is what you're going to use to focus the rest of your work for the day. So getting to this is really critical. All right. So I am going to be walking around, but I'm asking you with your group, if you have one, to try to fill this in. Right? If you don't have a group, try to fill it in for your work and then talk with a person next to you who's all by themselves. Who here is all by themselves again? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you guys can work together here. You two can work together. Okay, can he work with you as well? Is that all right? Get on in there? Okay, great. Take about 20 minutes to try to walk this back. Okay? And if you can actually find data and numbers online, more power to you.
Yeah, we're actually working on like
Yeah.
So late-breaking directions. Late-breaking directions. You guys, can you give me your attention for 1 second? What I want you to do is grab a piece of this chart paper and draw your visual on here. And try to get as specific as you can with your numbers. So everybody grab your team for one page per team or a page per individual. Draw yours and then put it up on the wall. We're going to have people walk around a little bit and put sticky notes on them with questions they have. All right? Draw your visual. Draw your circle diagram. So draw this on a piece of paper. Sorry, one more thing. One more thing. Try to draw only on the top half of the paper. Only on the top half of it. Okay, top half, we're gonna use the bottom half for something else. Oh, I'm sorry, we got markers. Where's the marker? Where's the marker? Here we go, sorry. Different colors.
They did. But I know specifically a lot of
Well, are these meant to be like a hallway? Work this thinking about being more innovative.
I think it's because it's kind of now you're directly working with leaders. Great facilitator.
eighth grade, and then snowball is ninth grade.
I have an Empire State since I was so jacked up. I was so excited, man. Have you all wired and excited. Opportunity, but it's good to get to just like here. Martha James is all about the facts. And she's very blown away. I was leaving and I said,
You said 5 years, right?
So I think we're gonna get into the problems that
that's right. I think that would be would be our sometimes you should
We're supposed to put things up. I think just anywhere. Can I put it right behind you guys?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Sometimes ask you to say something back. I knew I could put Caitlin on the side. I want to do that to you, she's one of the background.
There's two very large projects.
Take about 5 more minutes, get your charts done.
I'll be talking not just in money wise.
So if you figure out, are you figure out like?
But I just wanted to check some of the questions.
So I was
My answer is
And then we're looking at, we're looking at, we're looking at like this.
Those are the things that folks. Whatever time you want.
Very specific population. It's the result you're looking for.
So really, that's not what we're So you and I had a conversation this morning. You and I had a
That's right.
Right, it's letting the community come up with some actually they say, I've got this and whatever it is, we want to do like a craft one weekend where we bring the challenge for the community and everybody.
That's what you invest in.
Yes, right. So, because there are really two things.
Yes, right.
Also, school.
We got it. And they want to just want to make sure he's contextualizing, but it's all the same page. And then he wants everybody else. And then all ours are things. How do we take what you're imagining? Putting it back design it. That's what I do. So that's targeted region. And then specifically launch pilots. Some of us kind of get into about here are foods. The other half don't. They just know what it is. They don't know this is some.
Yeah, so
expanding.
that's where they
when we start talking about clusters, we have websites, so if you want to pull up, put up foods page so that you know you can share.
Okay, take about 3 more minutes and try to put your chart up on the wall somewhere. Find a space. All right. 3 more minutes.
All right.
Find a space up on the wall. Make that your own. We love that spot on the wall.
I really think that we task and I think that
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Put your charts up. Everybody label them at the top, by the way, so we know who you are that put it up. Put your charts up. Go look at other people's charts and put sticky notes on them. Put sticky notes on them, give them feedback, and then be back at 11:10. Go to the bathroom if you need to go to the bathroom, or do stuff like that. Whatever label would help other people understand who you are. All right, 11:10. We're coming back at 11:10. We'll put sticky notes on the population charts. Okay, we need everybody's attention for 1 second. Go ahead. We got an announcement.
Just one quick announcement. Important one. It's a money question. It's a money announcement. This is our buddy Randy Lee, and Randy answers all your questions about money, aka reimbursements.
Thank you, Coach. I will be here this afternoon after lunch, or when you get back. I have forms for you. If you got reimbursement for your mileage or for your hotel rooms and all the stuff that you're going over, then I can go over with them, with you individually, and ask questions. How many people do we have that are commuting both days or one day? If you're commuting now, remember, you only get to claim your mileage and your parking. If the rest of you are spending the night, of course, you get to claim your meals and your hotel and things of that nature, and I'll go over that with you, and we have the forms. Is there anybody that's not going to be back tomorrow, if this is their only day? If it's your only day, please make sure you see me so that we can get your forms complete and you sign them before you leave, so we can start the process to get your money back to you quicker. And some of you who may not have forms, you can always call me or email me. We can scan them, and I'll work with you individually. The one key thing, if you are spending the night in a hotel and you're going to check out tomorrow morning, which is your last night or 2 nights, please make sure that your receipt has a 0 balance. Make sure that your hotel receipt has a 0 balance.
Okay, are we about done?
Yes.
Okay, we got to finish because I'm sorry, we need to achieve the result, all right? If you have, bottom line is, if you have questions about reimbursements, that's where to get them. Randy's got them, all right? But let's remember to put your signage up and put the sticky notes on them. Thanks. Go around.
After, take a look at everybody's data. And we'll be back at 11:10.
Anybody that did one day only, I thought someone said that.
So what do you want to say?
All of the above.
Your mind or your mind? I'm looking
No, not just stakeholders.
Yeah, enjoy.
Like education policy and delivery?
I think
Okay, what's the next level?
I think it's a target region.
I wonder if these are making China.
Yes. Then we're looking, just be a cluster within
Within a region.
So within those two regions, no specific
Are you from there? You said you were from Georgia. I am, but I'm from
What's your question?
we can say maybe not to the school, maybe but is there like a
Are we talking about downtown? Are we talking about? Mostly about.
I don't know.
We're not finished. We're not finished.
To try something, you have to have
We're talking about mostly downtown, right? That's the population. The population. We're not looking at Vancouver. We're not looking at. We're looking at downtown. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the
necessarily the whole just trying to figure it out. And it may not be as specifically saying it may just be a group of schools.
Yeah, so like, so you look at mostly students. So I'm looking at
it may be 3 schools.
right, but we can make it
Savannah community. So that's what we're trying to get to is what, communities that are surrounding that.
And then what are we looking at very specific? So are we looking at like two specific schools? One would be like a school and
There's parts of the part I talked to you about is like really year 2. So you're in year 2, they're still trying to figure out, not figure out how to work. But that's what we together, right? Because one of the things that we want to do is we have to start having conversations with because as long as we're talking about it's always be looking at others. And so until we have awareness about looking at others, really this would be like this connection.
One is
Got 5 minutes. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom.
do we have a specific kind of school? Or are we talking about traditional?
I would do one, okay, so you could say one pattern and one tradition.
And do we want to pick a specific grade for those, or do we like this a little bit more administrative?
I think it's more for
I think that's right. I mean, that's what's important. That's the stakeholders.
I think it's a stakeholder. Are truly focused on basically all the poverty measures that exist.
And that's really your work, right? You're really looking at bringing prototypes of what would network schools that would support content-based learning more accurately. Okay, I know you're pulling it off, but what would be something that would put in that revision cycle, the credit, the failure, because we're not really designed to support that right now. So if you, like, for example, one of the things that you can do in the future, like what if we came up with an alternative national, right? And they said, what it might look like in the future, what we as an educator are measuring. And then we can say, hey, DOE legislature, this is what we want to do there. Right.
Yeah. I don't think necessarily, those because then you're going to say, you know, here it's going to our condition. But we're not doing family design. I think I had identified these are where we want to we make models for that. I was approaching the learner. Making a motivate in that. Or help to drive the conversation around.
Okay, so wrapping up your ideas, we'll start up in a minute. Start putting your comments and questions on the data charts. All right, let's go, everybody. Back to your seats. We're rolling. Very excited. Lots of good stuff up here. So I see sticky notes. Think of these as love notes, by the way. All right, that's what these are. These are love notes to try to help you push your thinking. This is a safe space. So nobody here is, the people from Maine are not going to have really any impact on the work in Georgia in the long term. So this is a space where you can give each other feedback and hopefully test assumptions. All right. So for those of you who went around and were able to kind of take in some of the other charts, Co is going to capture what we saw and experienced. What were some insights from looking at the egg charts, as we affectionately call them sometimes? Insights. Who's got one? Yeah.
There were a lot of acronyms.
There were a lot of acronyms. All right. Again, making it hard to understand, I'm guessing, right? Okay.
Maybe a little bit scripture.
Okay. So a little bit more description inside. Or outside. Yeah, what is it about? So put some context around it. So I think a theme that I'm hearing from the day is you can do a lot of work, but if you're not super explicit with people about what you're doing and why, certainly your result, it's difficult. Other insights from looking at this? Yes?
I kept finding that I was looking for the question. What were you trying to tell me or explain, or what do you want to achieve?
What are you trying to achieve? So it triggered you to want more information. Is that?
Yes, or some type of question.
Some type of question. All right. Other insights from the egg charts? Yep.
You can have actually different egg charts for the same target.
Aha. You could have multiple egg charts for a given project. That kind of takes us back to the key driver diagram. Okay, I can't talk this loud. It's too loud. All right. So you could have multiple egg chart diagrams based on what you're trying to accomplish. That kind of goes back to the key driver diagram. There could be different bodies of work related to your result. Okay.
I found it really interesting that as people were going from the broad population to the small one, the thing that I saw most often occur in local iteration was location-based separation, right? Rather than thinking about a broad population of all students or everyone, and I see some of these, and then we distinguish by student characteristics as we center in with maybe location being one jump. We chose location as multiple jumps with that and calling all the changes we make to students in one fell swoop.
Okay.
And I thought that was really interesting, the way people were thinking through the location shrink with student characteristics being a major jump from one bubble to the next versus student characteristics being the slow shrink and location just being one jump.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Any other insights you want to share? Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do right now, we're going to do 2 minutes of journaling. And my challenge to you is, now that you've tried to define a result, tried to define a program population, could you write down a SMART goal? Could you actually write down, and I'm asking everybody to do this just yourself, even though you've got a team here, for just this minute, take a minute, think about your program population. What would be a specific, measurable, achievable, or agreed upon, realistic and time-bound goal related to that? I'll say for Strive Together, we want 5 proof point communities by June of 2018. Those are communities that have 4 of our 6 core outcomes trending in the right direction: kindergarten readiness through college completion, and demonstrable evidence that dollars are flowing differently based on the understanding of what works for kids. It's our definition. We've got a metric for it. But we have 5 proof point communities by June, I would say June 30th at 5 p.m. of 2018. All right? So could you write that down for yours? Somebody take a couple minutes, catch your breath, and try to write down a SMART goal.
Can you talk a little bit more about what a proof point community is?
Well, that was for us. For us, a proof point is 2 things. We have 6 outcomes: kindergarten readiness, early grade reading, middle grade math, high school graduation, college entrance, degree completion. 4 of those 6 in the communities we work in have to be trending in the right direction. There has to be demonstrable evidence that data is being used by the partners to funnel dollars towards what works. That's the criteria for what a proof point would be. We have a whole measurement system around that, right? We want 5 of those communities by June 2018, June 30th. Okay, that's our goal. That's our SMART goal. So I'm asking you, what is yours? What is yours? So if you could write down for yourself what that is.
Yeah, well, see, that's part of the job. Well, we're also, that's part of the job. So one of the things that I came up
Okay, take another minute. Try to write down your SMART goal.
We also recognize
All right, I'm taking the talk as a sign that people are there. Okay. All right, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. So tomorrow, when you give your flash talk and do interpretive dance along with it, the first thing you got to do is say what your result is. Okay, that's your first thing. So who would like to share? Again, this is a safe space. Nobody is going to grade you or judge you. Who would like to give us what they believe their SMART goal is? for their program population? Anybody? We need to get at least 3 out on the table. Go ahead. All right, we got one here.
Yes. Have 10 computing outreach programs for K through 8 girls in Mississippi by August 1st, 2017.
So can you say that one more time loud?
Okay.
Everybody?
Have 10 computing outreach programs for K-8 girls in Mississippi by August 1st, 2017.
Got it. Okay. Everybody hear that? All right.
Increase the number of what we call Latinx, which is Hispanic, Latino, Latina, but it's Latinx, gender neutral, who transfer from 2-year to 4-year institutions, increased by 10%.
Who transfer from 2 to 4-year institutions increased by
10%.
By
in 5 years.
in 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, got it? Others who would want to share their SMART goal? No, go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
By 2020, 100% of consortium school district members will have CS education implementation plans and be offering rigorous CS content to students in multiple, possibly not all.
Got it. Everybody hear that? Yes. By, did you say by?
2020.
2020, thank you. Good. Okay. All right. So one of the most famous people in the continuous improvement world is a guy named Don Berwick. Has anybody ever heard of Don? He started something called the Institute for Healthcare Improvement, where if you ever want to geek out on data, go to their website. Crazy stuff going on there. And Don stood up on a stage, unintentionally, he says, and said, with his consortium that he had, he said, we will cure, I think I'm getting this a little wrong, but he did something like this. We will cure 10 diseases among all the hospitals that have no cure. We will cure 10 more by 3:27 p.m. on June 21st of 2017 or something like that. And everybody in the room was like, oh. And he said, we will. That's what we're going to do. And everybody got fired up. And they cured like 20. Did you see what? But he caught everybody's attention by getting really specific. Second thing I want to just flag for people. I think we sent out some materials prior to this meeting, a few readings. Yeah. Okay. One of them was what we call the data flow chart. All right. And the data flow chart looks something like this. And you can use the terms that you want. But ultimate outcome, contributing indicator, and contextual indicator. All right. The way some people talk about this is inputs, outputs, and outcomes or result. All right. In education, the most common example that we see people think about is they try to say that attendance, school attendance, is their ultimate outcome. What do you think about that?
It leaves out. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to accomplish it.
You could show up at school and actually become less better self, right? So the question that we always really push people on is, to what end? To what end? To what end? You've heard of the 5 whys? Could be why.
Or so what?
Or so what? Great, right? So what? So you get kids to school, right? So the key for us is, how do we actually start defining what we're ultimately working towards? Okay? So I'm gonna put you on the spot because we had such a great discussion. This was getting kids to getting the delivery of high quality computer science programming, right? So what we're having a fun little conversation about now is, to what end? So what? And the question we need to be asking ourselves all the time is, are we contributing to a larger result, which is fine, but have we pushed ourselves to hold accountability for something that is the so what, to use Ko's great term, right?
I would say, Jeff, to be fair to Leanne and everybody else involved in CS, this is something that everybody trying to introduce. You're trying to introduce computer science, in some cases STEM, but especially computer science, into existing education systems. And so all of us are struggling. What is the ultimate outcome? So it can't be just CSA, because you can look at different things, but it leaves out so many other things.
So that's a great point. There's a similar dynamic going on in the world of social emotional learning. Anybody work in that space?
Yes.
All right. What they're trying to do is get social emotional learning into the system. And the question they're wrestling with is it social emotional learning to contribute to high school graduation, or is it social emotional learning for social emotional learning's sake because we know it's really valuable? So there's a national group that's focused on the national measurement of that, right? While a lot of the individual partners are focused on just getting it integrated into the curriculum. But eventually they're trying to get to a measurement of key social emotional competencies like grit, like, that's why I brought that up before, like whatever, right? So it could be that in your space right now, you don't have a way to measure to what end. What that calls for is national leadership to help develop the measurement that could then be adopted, right, and embraced across the country. All right, so that's just to put that out there. Okay, you guys are heading towards lunch. I just saw a half yawn and it broke my heart. Did you just yawn? Be honest with me. You did. So because you didn't have enough coffee or because you're bored? Neither. Neither? Okay, you're just tired. All right, she got in at 1 a.m. because of the tornadoes. All right. At least we got in. Okay, here. Everybody pull out this worksheet. It's in your packet. All right, we call this the results at the center diagram. The results at the center diagram. All right.
A sample in the corner.
Yep. So on one side is a blank one. On the other side is an example. All right.
All of Jeff's handouts on the right-hand side of the folder.
That's right. Okay. Everybody got it? Yeah. This one's going to change your life.
You keep saying that.
I'm just trying to manage expectations. All right. So what I want you to do is take your result that you're trying to achieve and put it in the middle. What is the result that you're trying to achieve and put it in the middle of this diagram, this little diagram? And then think about all the different sectors that you need to have engaged in order to achieve that result. Could be K-12, could be higher ed, it could be investors. Somebody brought up investors. They're almost always in there somewhere. It could be data analysts. It could be whatever you think those are. And the closer somebody is to the center, the actual result, you write them in closest to the result versus people who are further away. So the example that you have here is safety traveling to and from school. And you see that parents are much, much closer than the sheriff, right? Because the sheriff is in charge, it's like he or she is thinking about it every day and managing people, but not interacting with kids every day, right? Parents are. For example, superintendents are thinking about big education goals, but they're not working with kids. So teachers, for example, could be closer to the result. All right, does that make sense? So what I want you to try to do is take the next 10 minutes, and then what you're going to do, for those of you who are able to do your egg chart on the top half, like this one over here, and if you weren't, you can just do another piece of paper and stick it at the bottom. So you didn't. But what I would love for you to do is cut this in half, right? Write your results statement, the one that you just wrote down. Write your results statement underneath your egg chart, whatever it may be. Okay? Whatever it is, nobody's going to judge. You're just fine. I'm serious. We're not judging. Right? No judging. And then I want you to draw this beneath that. Okay? Draw this beneath here. Who are the players that you're going to need to help you achieve that result? By the various sectors. Does that make sense? Got it? Okay. So we're going to do that for the next 13 minutes. So at 11:42, we will come back. And I want you again to be writing it up here and then walking around looking at others. If you have thoughts, put them on there. And then we're going to come back and debrief, and then you're going to go to lunch. Okay? So you got about 13 minutes. Try to write down who these players are that you need to look at.
It's just how you frame it.
That's harder. That's even harder.
This is our. Putting this document together. Next 2 years.
That exact
Yeah, that is the exact question. So as long as it's the one size fits all,
No, but we're looking for free. Is that what we're looking for? The number like in Savannah, I mean, somewhere around and drop down.
The health of students is much deeper than that.
So right here we've got. So our result is having 3 Facebook personalities. CBCL, right?
And then what's the result of that? From that result, we want to be able to have better student
Yeah, it's flexible pathways to graduation.
Now, so maybe the focus is not on the
to college and career readiness.
Yeah, it's structured pathways. So,
I like personalized.
It's flexible, traditional.
But I like to do that.
It's a person-centered. I think you need to stop thinking just about speaking and to think about sitting down.
But even if it's still place, there are community partners.
Right.
Well, yeah, but,
Like what's relevant to your space.
Right. What easy. We're talking, who are the factors in that? Big category.
So that's education, policy.
So what are the things you want me to write around that little things? Are they necessarily these are?
So we need local government.
These are examples. Those are just examples. Those are just examples. Yeah, we can do it. Who do we think is going to help us solve this problem? A big framework.
I do think local government. I mean, so we could say local and state government, or do we want to separate?
Because we get state dollars. So I'd say DOE. So DOE would be one of the ones that brings in, because this is like this. The DOE be one of those.
Yeah, so DOE,
and then the district policy.
And they have principles.
Principal or community.
So we have college like that.
Teacher education. Colleges. Then we have what, individual teachers or like.
It is going to be.
Who's going to do this? Like, who's the closest teacher? So teacher be a mentor.
Teacher orientation, whoever's the director. Right.
We can actually say,
Like, we are oriented.
So we have like a structural approach. What I find is peer teachers is like the most, that's where teachers learn a lot of peers before you enter like the professional areas. And you have like organization. We're just figuring people are and who's closest to this problem. That's all we're doing right now. So who else is closest to this problem? So community members, right? So who would be the closest community members?
About 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Who would be the closest community member to this problem? Parents. And then who else? And then do you want businesses as a thing or your own organization?
I think the process are separate because one person with them
and what, who would be like the closest businesses?
Start a conversation with like 5 or 6 manufacturers that want to help develop curriculum. So they're not designers, but they have skills. Right. They're part of the house to develop curriculum.
So local trades.
What we're doing is better. Okay. They're really prepared.
So local business owners. And then for community members, are we also talking about like delivering on education? In there, because there's a lot of us there. Will that become a community? You might have like United Way provides like United Way.
And also like commitments to change. It's really going to find those community members.
Those are like kind of so kind of like okay.
Maybe that's like
so I put like advocates. And so those could be
there's our issue.
these could be like these could be like large nonprofits.
Yeah, so those could be
foundations.
Foundations, large nonprofits.
Who would be the closest people that you could see so it would be like a community, like specific readers.
Well, it's actually
No, I think that's where they fall into. They are serious about that issue. And they were seeing yeah, so like your accident people on the ground, yeah, volunteers. Yeah, yeah.
But volunteers can like.
I think they would fit more of those changes because they're advocating very specific things.
Advocates and volunteers. Who else? Who's another group?
forget about them.
What? That's going to the change agents?
Okay.
We have very specific people in our community who do that. How are you specific?
We could do that. I just wondered what we have talked about all outside of school, which is school counselors,
right?
So those two can actually be close together, but I think we can, for these purposes, we can create something that's specifically things.
Yeah, but some of
So school cleaning, the actual, yeah. Look at your
So you have teachers
This whole lecture went through just like we were kind of school.
Students don't follow together.
No, I'm saying the school board's a really, school board and also our city council superintendent in here.
I think the city council go above the district, like right in that space.
I think, while they're not legislators who introduce individual pieces of legislation, like yesterday, because they're already, you can also introduce flexibility. They have the potential, really close. But structurally, they're way back.
Yeah, like school, how about like individual, like.
Really take one piece of legislation and turn it on.
Yeah, that's true.
I would say your organization.
So we're full from.
No.
That's our goal. Like, have packets ready and then we are.
Good. How about parent teachers? PTA? You know what?
So your parent and student
All right, here we go. Let's go. Come back together.
Yeah.
You all don't have to.
All right. So what, just give me some reactions to that exercise. What were some of the challenges? Did it uncover anything for you that was unexpected? What are just some general reactions to that body of work? Looking around the room, you can see how people have done it. All right, any thoughts or reactions to that piece of work?
We forgot to put ours up there.
You forgot to put yours up there? So you get 17 demerit points. Yeah. It's a very sad, it's a sad day, yes. Oh, hold on. You gotta, okay.
It really made me think deeply about what we were trying to do, and not just think about it from a microscopic perspective, but thinking about it macro initially, but then thinking back to macro, like who are the particular groups and entities that would support our goal.
Okay.
I think that going from sort of that going between macro and micro was really helpful. Maybe help solidify what we're trying to do there.
Okay, great. So get thinking about the macro and the micro to achieve your result. Other thoughts, other reactions to that exercise? Was it easy?
No.
Why was it not easy? Takes you outside your box, all right?
It gets you to thinking of all of the parts.
All the parts.
Yes, the intricate parts, not just the big parts, but the intricate parts that play a role or have an effect on achieving those results.
Okay, so it gets you to think about all those different component pieces that add up to what you're actually trying to accomplish. Got it. Okay, any other thoughts? Anybody have somebody on there that they never would have thought of?
It just surprised them?
What if you go to one of those categories and you have two that are touching the results at the same time? What do you do?
What if you have two people in the same category, the same sector, hitting the result? What do you do in that case? What? Use them both? Use them both? They're both important. They're both important. So maybe use them both. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. So we're going to talk later about something called an accountability structure. How do you structure your work that the backbone fits into so that you kind of begin to get your arms around this ecosystem? Any other last thoughts? Yeah.
I don't know if it was mentioned, I'm sorry, I was finishing.
That's okay. I could tell you all were hard at work, which is a good thing. Yes.
I thought it was really interesting. I personally have never broken down the potential partners based on the funders or funding source, which I think is very, very important now that I'm looking back, which is why we actually had round two, because I think we had to go back and kind of restructure when we realized the vastness of the partners and how they were so different.
Absolutely. So, yeah.
I think one of the things that took place in our group was as we tried to dive into the pieces and the parts that people play, we started to restructure or rethink our questions a little bit.
Okay.
And I know that we had an initial question or the results, but I think we started to streamline it or tailor it a little more.
Okay. Okay. Great. Good. Other thoughts? If we see a lot of folks when they do this work, they actually create, just to the point over here, and even to the point of getting to some specificity, we find that they end up creating investor tables. Back to a discussion that was raised a while ago of how do you get investors into this work effectively. They actually create a table with investors so that they can negotiate with the investors the amount of flexibility that they're willing to give towards achieving the result. So for example, we found in Cincinnati early on a bright spot around college enrollment where one-on-one advising was critical for first-generation college kids. First-generation college kids, not one-on-10 advising. One-on-one advising and college visits, which they did for entire schools, actually only benefited first-generation college kids. Because kids whose parents had been to college were much more exposed to it, were much more, right? Okay, but one of the key partners was talent development, which is a big federal program. And a lot of the people in our community had already written grants to talent development and said, we're going to do campus visits for every kid in the school, right? So they said, we're not able to get our grant changed. And so the Backbone team, the staff said, are you sure? Right? They said, well, we've never done it before. And they said, but are you sure? Right? They said, well, I guess we're not sure. Right? So they wrote a letter to the Department of Education, their program officer, with the data that showed, like the breakdown, the first generation college kids that got one-on-one advising and a college visit, their enrollment compared to other kids that weren't. They sent it and they said, we want to reallocate money to focus on these kids. And they wrote back within a week and said, sure. Right? They wouldn't have even thought to do that if they didn't have a funder table, right? An investor table, a table where the people that in the community were investing, they wouldn't have even come to their mind. They would have given up, right? They would have said, it's too late. We're already doing this way. All right. So what I'm hearing from you all is that when you do this exercise, it forces you to think a little bit differently about who needs to be engaged in order to achieve your result. Okay? So you're going to have lunch, and then we're going to do 3 things in the afternoon. 1, we're going to think about how you engage people and help define their role. Okay? Because the superintendent has a different role than the principal, has a different role than the teacher, right? But negotiating that is often very difficult, okay?
So first thing we're going to do is talk about how do you engage people and define roles. The next thing we're going to talk about is, I'm flipping something in the agenda, is the overall accountability structure for how to organize partners related to the result. And then the last thing we're going to talk about is the backbone function specifically that needs to be played within that broader structure. Does that make sense? So that's your 3-step process for the rest of the day. I'm going after lunch, but I'm going to leave you with one more thought. And this is just an insight that I've had that I like to share with folks. So this results-based facilitation, these competencies that are under here, right? There's a woman that kind of piloted this. She's been leading it for the last 20 years. And the first time I was in a meeting with her, she had her results up here, right? She had her results up here. She had the whole room set up with our data. She had us all bring stuff. And she had an agenda. And throughout the whole morning, we would be doing exercises, and she was down like this. And then she'd walk over here when we were talking at this table, and she'd look at, and she'd go, and she'd get in, and then she'd pat us on the back. You know, she'd be like, "That's good job, you're doing great." She'd come over here, and then somebody would say something, and she'd be like, "Oh my God," right? And she would just do that. She did that all morning. We were like, "What is this person? Like, she's crazy." That is literally what we thought, right? And it took me about 4 times working with her to realize what she was doing. What do you think she was doing?
She wanted you to watch.
What?
She wanted you to watch.
She wanted you to watch her? Sort of. I think she did kind of. She's kind of a, you know, she's a showmanship type person, showwomanship type person. Validating. There was a lot of validating. The backpacking. There was all that. I was like, yeah, good job. There was a lot of that. What else was she? She was listening to what people were saying. The way I view it is this. I'm going to stay away from football. Tyronn Lue. Does anybody know who that is? He's the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. All right? He's the coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Sorry. I cannot win. Who do I get? Give me a coach. Give me an Atlanta coach. Come on, bring it. Who's the Atlanta coach? The Hawks?
Buttonholzer.
Huh?
Buttonholzer.
Okay, Buttonholzer. Fine. That's great. There we go, right? So he goes to the game. Do you think when he goes to the game, he just kind of shows up, the game starts at 7, he shows up at about 6:45 and says, "Guys, go out there and crush it today. Let's go." Do you think that's how he rolls? No. Do you think he shows up at 6:45 and looks at the room and says, "Oh God, who's the best player on the Hawks?" Huh? Sapp? Paul Millsap. Millsap. Do you think he shows up in the locker room and if Paul Millsap's not there, he's just like, "All right, let's go, guys"? Do you think if Tyronn Lue with the Cavaliers walks in and LeBron decided not to show up that day, he's like, "All right, that's cool, let's go. Let's go back. Let's go out there and fight. Come on." You think he does that? What I think Jolie is her name, Jolie Bain Pillsbury was trying to say to us was a meeting is more important than any athletic event that's ever been coached on the history of the planet. A meeting with a result that's about improving the lives of children is more important than any athletic event that's ever taken place on the planet, right? So what she was trying to say to us is, it matters who shows up, and it matters what their experience is. And if they don't feel like you are treating them with the same level of expectation that any good coach would have for his or her players, then you're probably not going to achieve your result, right? So I just want to tell you that when I was leading the Cradle to Career Partnership in Cincinnati, I was happy with whoever showed up. I would literally say to people, "Please just show up." That would come out of my mouth. I would call them the day before and be like, "I'm just asking you to show up. You don't even have to do anything. Just show up."
I was begging all these people. That's why they're here.
Is that why they're here? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? So, and then people would be like, "I can come, but I can only come for the first 30 minutes. Fine, go ahead. That's great. I just need you there. I just need you there, right?
Jolie wouldn't have it. She was like, you're my players. I'm trying to achieve this result. If you're going to leave early, don't bother coming. Don't bother coming. I don't want you in the room because I need you here to achieve the result, right? And I'm going to make sure that you have that experience to get to the result. But I need you to fully be there and play and put on your jersey, and I need you to make it happen. So don't shortchange me, right? So part of what I'm trying to, we just had a great experience. Randy came in, that was awesome. But imagine if in the middle of the Cavaliers-Hawks game, somebody walked in and said, hey, time out, time out. Does anybody here want to buy a t-shirt? How would that go over? Okay, so what I really want to convey is that as you're thinking about all these partners and players that you need, who are the partners and players that are really going to play? Think about the partners that are really going to play, not the ones that are going to show up and be on their cell phone the whole time. Or not the ones that are going to come to the first meeting and then send their designee the next 37 times. Do you get what I'm saying? So think about that, and then think about that against your program population again. Can you actually win with the team you have to achieve that program or to achieve the result that you want to achieve in the long term? Does that make sense? That's how important this is. That's how important this is. So just keep that in mind, because in the afternoon when we're thinking about who you can enlist and who you can engage, you need to be thinking about who are the players. Who are the players? Not the fakers, right? Or not the players with a sort of a pejorative sense. We're talking about who's really in there to achieve that result with you. That's what we're about in this work. Okay? All right, so we're going to pass it over to Lynn. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. We planned that with Randy, so he can set that up. But we all want Randy in this. So, quick, yeah, great, thank you. That's for our raffle prizes. That's our random number generator. Let's see who wins what.
Is that the number, the winner?
The number will be the winner. No, not yet, not yet.
Oh, come on.
Quickly, so here's a couple of quick announcements. So the question of the day is still up there. So after your morning, amazing morning with Jeff, please come up here and put up, you don't have to, but if you have a question, we don't want to miss out on the important question as to what is it that you particularly are struggling with around collective impact and backbone function. We haven't gotten to backbone function yet, but the question is really about how to apply to your initiative. What is it that you're struggling? You can put more than one up there. So that's up there. Put that up there. Now we've been talking a lot about data. Jeff, did you see the brochures from Get Georgia Reading? Don't you love these? Yeah. The cover sheet is their results statement. You go into it, they start talking about data. You go into it, they talk about common agenda. And then they have a wonderful thing that Caitlin, what is that baby who's on the back?
Baby Ella.
Baby Ella. She's not Caitlin's baby, but she is the Get Georgia Learning baby. She looks like she has a big belly. I mean, who drew this thing? This is not proportional. And so, an amazing work. You're going to meet Ariane tomorrow. She's going to be one of our panelists. When you do a flash talk over here, we're going to set it up as like what's that singing comp? Voice. We're going to set it up like a voice. You don't have to sing. Plus, somebody, you can check. Remember to check on heating. It gets starting to get a little warm in here. Remember that. Otherwise, these guys will fall asleep on Jeff. Jeff might fall asleep on us. So you'll meet Ariane tomorrow. My business partner, Chris Allers. He's done a lot of work around collective impact in United Ways. You meet him tomorrow. All that information is in the trainers and facilitators panelists description. And all of you are here to network with each other. There's no way to have amazing, wonderful conversation with everybody. So we've provided you everybody's emails and phone numbers. Keep your name tags on. Go around to connect with each other and just say, hey, Gerlando. I love what you said, or I really like what you're talking about. We won't be able to talk. Let's connect later. All the information is here. Please, we really want you to connect with each other. I want to connect with all of you. There's a lot of amazing work going on all over the country. We've learned a lot about what we're doing through you all. So please connect with each other. Those of you who are coming to the dinner, the names are up there. Our dashboard of our conference up there. If your name is missing and you're planning to go to dinner with us, please put your name up there. 19 names are up there. We asked you when you registered. Also, the flash talks are live. There's a list of 25 numbers up there. So start putting your name up where you and your team want to go. Eventually, we want you to put a name to your team, something fun and exciting that's about your initiative. Let's get the creative and excitement going. So put your name up there. In this case, a lot of people are going to go start at the bottom. So if that spot's taken, the only ones left are at the top. So if you want to get your name up there, get your name up there soon so we know that who's going to go up first tomorrow morning. So we also have the Thursday general information. That you guys already have that. And number 5, we're going to have somebody come up and talk to us a little bit about the NSF. So Manya, please come on up. I'm going to do the raffle prizes first. So we got 2 raffle prizes from the King Center. First, we have of course, the CS meeting. So I had to have the mouse pad from Dr. King, not personally from him, but he's on there. So could you run it for us, please? 11 is on the top right of your folder. Who's got number 11? Where's Kendall? Where's her sheet? You have to be here to win. Let's run it again.
Number 11. All right, running again, number 26.
There you go. Did everybody know where the number was? Yeah. It's on your folder. Yeah. Did you look? Did everybody look? Okay. All right. Could you write it one more time?
29.
Oh, sorry. I said this was what you were getting.
Oh, I swapped it.
Now we have a mug. Who's 29? Sandy! Okay, Center. All right, guys. Then, we're going to have a few. There should be a tab on NSF. So Manya's going to talk to us about NSF. She is a program director.
That's correct. Thank you.
All yours, NSF and Manya.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello again. It's nice to be here. Thank you. Just wanted to bring you greetings officially on behalf of the National Science Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here and also to see everyone. I'll just say a bit about me and then just a little bit more that I think may be helpful to you. The first thing I want to let you know is that I've spent my career in K-12 education in various ways, so both formal and informal, and I did start as a high school science teacher in the state of Georgia. In Oconee County High School, I was a science teacher for some time before going away and doing some other things. At the National Science Foundation, I work with 4 different programs, which is a lot. Typically, program officers work with 1 or 2. So I do work in several that involve K-12 education. I'm also the program lead for the Advancing Informal STEM Learning Program, which is a $65 million program. It has about 15 program officers and 3 program assistants. So it's a pretty large program, and I enjoy it immensely along with the other things that I do. Includes is also a program that I enjoy quite a bit. I am relatively new to Includes. I was recently, I recently joined Includes, I'll say in the fall of last year. So it was after some folks who are here who were involved with Includes. If you are not familiar with Includes, can you just raise your hand for me? Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for your honesty. Okay, so we've been throwing that phrase around, and I actually had to write it out because sometimes I don't get everything in the acronym, and I want to make sure I get it right. So Include stands for the inclusion across the nation of communities of learners, of underrepresented discoverers in engineering and science. So it's basically a program about inclusion and diversity in communities. This is an initiative that came from the NSF director herself, Dr. France Cordova. She is extremely interested and involved, actually, which is not typical of NSF directors. So she is really, really a champion of this program. And so in saying that, I think one of the questions that I have been getting from some folks who are already in Include, so for those of you who don't know, we get funding And we had a design and development launch pilot solicitation, and there are a couple in the room, right? Some folks who have that funding, you want to raise your hands for us? Okay, yay.
So if you have
Thank
questions,
you.
go ask these folks.
That's right, ask them, they can give you some more details about the good work that they're doing. And so we're really happy to have folks who are engaged in this work at this level. What we are doing is to also move through the different phases, and particularly with collective impact, but we don't require collective impact. But we're going from funding, design, and development projects up to alliances, and then guess where we're going next? The backbone organizations, okay? And so that's one of the reasons why I'm here today and why some of you are here today. NSF provided some of the funding for today's workshop, as well as several other workshops around different topics that are related to includes and really providing support to different communities, and particularly a lot of those that are receiving funding. But for those of you who may be interested, when we get to the phase of funding backbone organizations, it's something to think about. So definitely keep an eye on that, and it's good that you're here. And even if you don't come to us, this is really important work, and so we want you to certainly keep it up and to stay involved in that way.
Folks can still collaborate with everybody who's doing, if they don't have to come to you for funding, they could go to partner up with folks in the communities who are doing this great work.
That's right, and thank you for pulling this up. Brian is here showing you some examples of some of our projects, Brian, that are funded. You may have to come a little closer here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So he's showing some of the work that's been funded through the Includes initiative, and you'll see there are lots of different organizations. Collaborations and partnerships are really important, and I am going to throw in a little inside information. So I just recently led a panel that looked at some of the informal projects that came in, and one of the things that I just want to mention is that, partnerships are really important, but we're also interested in work that's above and beyond. This is really about innovative ways that we're thinking about inclusion. Okay, so if it's more of your typical summer camp or your more typical partnership with a graduate education department that you would do to increase the number of, say, Hispanic women in computer science, since this is about computer science. If it's a more typical type of project, that's probably not Includes. Yeah, there's Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee is known to us throughout the foundation, right? This is not your first grant with us.
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I mean, that was fun.
All right. Okay. Well, you didn't have to tell that part. Okay. All right. So, and you'll see that there's several on here, but just keep in mind that Includes is really about innovation. So thank you for your innovation. All right, as well as some of the others. So do keep that in mind. Happy to talk with some of you while I'm here. I'm only here today, and then my colleague Kamal, Bob, will be here tomorrow. He is fabulous, and I think you will enjoy having him here. And he's an engineer, actually, by training and educator. Whereas I don't think I mentioned I was more of a biologist, ecologist, and also ed technology is one of my areas. So I do a lot in the tech area. So that's another reason why I wanted to be here, other than the fact that I did grow up right here in this area.
Are you involved with the STEM Plus C program?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. That actually takes it back to the computer science focus, which I need to talk about. I had that on my list, forgot to mention it. Certainly computer science is really important to us. Of course, you know about CS for All, Computer Science for All, that came out, the initiative a couple of years ago. And so we've tried to be really responsive to that, as well as throughout the field. And so we have started several programs actually emerged out of the CS for All initiative and call, including STEM Plus C, which some of you may know about. So STEM Plus computing. STEM Plus Computing, which is in K-12, which is housed in the division that I work in. It's one of our programs. I am actually not involved with that one, which is interesting, but it's because when I got here, I had 5 or 6 programs. So we needed to scale back on Manya's work. But I do work with, so there's the computing, there's also iTest, which is innovative technology experiences for students and teachers. I am a program officer for that one.
That's our grant.
Okay, yes, and I know there are a couple of you that have iTest grants who've who are in here. A lot of you are K-12. But okay, so all the iTests, go ahead and raise your hand. All right. Thank you, everybody.
What about DRK?
So DRK-12, so there are several, we have several programs. DRK-12 is one of our other programs. I'm also a program officer for DRK-12. DRK-12 is our formal K-12 education program. So that funds efforts that happen during the school day. And there's a whole computer science, computing, coding portfolio within DRK-12.
Manya and Kamau here, so if you have questions, there's a lot to figure out with NSF. If you're not familiar with them, there's so much to offer, both for funding, but also a lot of technical assistance, resources, advice, tools. So please talk to them while you're here if you want to learn more about how to tap into resources and opportunities.
That's it.
People to talk to.
That's it. And I feel you wrapping me up. I got it. I got it. I work in DC. I got it. But before we get there, let me just say one other thing. That is the other good point about having us both here. We are trying to make sure we have different program officers at some of the different conferences that we provided support for around these kinds of topics. Kamau and I work with different programs. So that is another advantage because you can also hear about different programs and even how we connect and relate to includes. So do take those opportunities to expand and extend what you know about NSF and where we are with computer science, et cetera. But all is well, by the way, for us. People have been asking about that in terms of dollars. So all is well. We're all in a continuing resolution. We haven't gotten our full budget yet, but that's not uncommon. It happens all the time. And
well, luckily, it was a bipartisan STEM Act of 2015. That was bipartisan. So the $2 billion went through there. There's a lot of support behind it. So luckily, at least for this area of work, there's some sense that we're going to continue to have some support.
Absolutely.
So hopefully that'll continue. Do call your representatives if you're politically, you need to be engaged and make sure that we protect the NSF and the resources it has.
I can't say that part. I did not say that part.
That was me.
Just continue.
So just in terms of
for the
being
camera.
aware that this is valuable. But anything else, Linda?
That's it. Thank you. Thank
She's
you
here
for the
the rest of the day?
opportunity, and thank you all.
She's here the rest of the day. We have the agenda. We're going to change it a bit to give you more time for lunch. So let's take 25 minutes. We're going to be back at sorry, cut your time down 15 minutes. But I think we want people to hear a little bit about the CS for All, and CS NYC is going to talk about that. So let's be back. Lunch is in there. I recommend going through this door, but Jeff's smart goal is blocking it. So there's plenty of room to sit in there, but if you would like to hear Leanne and Jumi at 12:45, come back in, bring your food if you want. At 12:45, let's reconvene and chat with them. And we'll start back up with Jeff at 1. Bathrooms again are through that door to the right. I'm right here if you want to talk to me because I'm awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Lunch, come this way. For lunch, come this way.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Thank you.
And I'm probably the only one who knows. Yeah, well, you know,
So this is October, and
that's our whole process. And in fact, my next door neighbor growing up, their family moved out there. We would go from even some chickens, and then we just started doing that. And I realized as I got older, oh, I see what's going on here. You know, and Florida Central was extraordinary programs, but also challenge populations. You've got so many kids over the past. So, you know, I got a friend okay. He sent his son to Catholic school in town, and in high school, he said, and he loves
There's people who really didn't know.
Well, they don't. Yeah.
So around,
there's always been enrichment in that program. That's my take on Cody County.
Well, I couldn't help it.
And that's more than I think they have. And that's
Take it,
you don't really care. That's right. I don't what would you want to do?
Yeah. And the brain, maybe.
Right.
And there's a partner. No, but that was the main thing.
The vegetarian chicken? No? Why not? Why not?
But I was like, specific one.
Is that really what you get 3 hours at?
I said something in my head.
While listening to me?
You were talking.
So you're only listening to me just looking at you, but I'm actually yes, whatever you say.
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was so good if I could pause that.
I think we'll edit it later.
How do you edit people's voices?
We'll just cut up.
No, so
Pay the more. Stop it and start it and see if it keeps going. And see if it goes.
that's what I was actually doing.
That's what I'm thinking about. I'm not
My favorite part too already. Yeah, big two.
So stop this one.
No, don't stop that. No. What I'm saying is, on a different device, create a mock, another practice, test 8. And then stop it. And then just to see if you can stop it and start it.
Oh no, because I tried that with test 7. We did the test 7 and you stop it and you click on it again. It just pulls up the thing. It doesn't give you the option to
Well, then maybe you can look up how to. They're really, because I don't have a charger anymore now. Look up how to pause the live stream maybe on YouTube.
Yeah, I had that.
I didn't know about the other options. I did not take really any care to. I didn't know like university-wide assistantship was paid. That didn't even spend any time. And you know, they don't know those things. You can see. Yeah. Whether it was an anecdotal situation or not, obviously, all about what it is, know what role it plays. You look at that and go, well, what is that yeah, I'm watching. You know what Congress is DOE? I noticed that. He's a scientist.
A while ago, yeah.
Last one, they've been called.
And then I'll let her. I just wanted to get it.
It's unfortunate. Do you want to eat there?
Okay.
Yes.
So I have a question. Can the people hear? Because when I was driving on my way over here, I couldn't hear it on YouTube, but I could see it.
You fixed that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was accidentally on mute and then the microphone.
Okay, let's check off
After you eat, if you have questions about, you want to talk to me about reimbursement, I'm over here in room C with the food is.
I'm always looking
Oh, I love it. That's good. Yeah, that's great. I love We see it all the time. Yeah, that's exactly right.
are my families based on quality?
I mean, I had that. My reaction. You know, he would say it.
And say, I mean, you made it very substantive.
I was about to say, like, that was a privilege. It's not provided.
He's a professor. So one thing that is good about the is that he already lives in the South. We don't know what things. It's really funny watching it. I mean, because for now, I'm just like.
I don't know.
I'm master on the aspirations. I'm already working on some of them to start already.
So this is
this is like to implement so that you can take the jump. Well, it would be throughout the state. We thought there would be but I think there's dollars. So what we're talking about, I'm talking figure out if there are larger organizations. Every person who's here on this
Five more minutes, guys. Grab anything else you want. Our fabulous CS for All team is going to talk to us in about 5 minutes.
One thing is right here, across from the stadium. I think I'm gonna get one. You want it? One thing I didn't think that she's giving them a scholarship. One of the we do a budget modification. I don't think I'm gonna get to the do a budget modification. So they budget basically
Oh, really? Yeah.
Wow, what do you feel?
What is
Feel free to try the vegetarian chicken. It's not bad. Just have a bite of mine and see what it tastes like.
That's right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it's good.
You look familiar. I was there. I worked at Boy. Yeah. Scott. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, my was, especially in big companies. All these kinds of spots, they really compensate, but at least getting making them aware of it's like, yeah, it's not horrible. We have done I'm gonna get my camera. They are identical twins.
Culinary program, hospitality program. Very small programs like forestry and horticulture.
All right, guys, we are starting in 10, 9,
Technology is
8.
computer vision. Oh, yeah. The largest. They're all Well done.
Thank you, guys. We are starting off with Leanne and Jumi. So they're going to talk about CS NYC, mention a little bit about CS for All, and you can talk to them more afterwards. Today, if you're coming to dinner with us tonight. So they'll be at dinner tonight, as will some other folks. Whoever's coming, remember, we need your name up there. 4 people added the name, so now we're up to 23. So that's an awesome number. So you can see who's going to be there tonight. You can chat with them. Leanne, all yours.
Great. But the last couple of folks have been going. Hi, everybody. My name's Leanne DeLizer, and I am the Director of Education and Research at CSNYC, which is the New York City Foundation for Computer Science Education. We are the private partner in New York City's $81 million CS number 4 All initiative to bring quality computer science to every student in New York City's public schools. And it's kind of confusing. Lots of the things that I do and that I work for start with CS and then have other things after them. And I am nothing if not a purveyor of stickers. And so I've taken lately to introducing the scope of my work through the stickers on my laptop. I think the visual kind of helps out people. So CSNYC is a 501c3 nonprofit that was founded about 4 years ago with the idea that every child in New York City should learn computer science. At that time, there was no policy backing it up. We were just raising money and supporting implementations of professional development for teachers in New York City public schools. After about 2.5 years, we've reached over 200 teachers working in approximately 135 schools, serving 12,000 students. So that was our proof of concept that allowed the city under Mayor de Blasio to announce our CS number 4 initiative, All initiative, which is a 10-year, $81 million mandate to teach computer science 1 unit to every student in New York City's public schools in each of the 3 school age brackets. So any student who goes K through 12 in New York City public schools will get 1 exposure in elementary school, 1 exposure in middle school, and 1 exposure in high school required, not elective. So every child will have those 3 exposures by graduation and full implementation of the project. $81 million is a big price tag, and so I like to break it down slightly. One of the reasons the price tag is so high is because we are paying the teachers to go to the professional development. So take 5,000 teachers over 10 years, times their hourly rate, times 30 to 100 of hours of professional development each, and you get a big chunk of that $81 million. We're also doing a rigorous $5 million external evaluation, and so we'll have lots of data for all of you soon about what's working. We don't have our own curriculum. The CS for All in New York City program relies on partners, and I'll talk through that in a second. The third sticker, CS FOR All, is a new project that launched this summer, which is the National CS for All Consortium, which you've heard me and Jimmy kind of workshopping here as a part of the group. This is a collective membership organization for anyone in the United States doing K-12 computer science implementations. I encourage all of you to join either from your respective organizations or as a researcher member. You can find us on csforall.org. So of these three things, go ahead. We really started from a story in New York City of New York City public schools. So New York City public schools have 1.1 million kids. There are 90,000 teachers employed by the public schools in New York City in over 1,700 schools in the 5 boroughs. If you took how many students, teachers, schools, and lined up all of the states in the United States, and then dropped New York City into the mix, New York City is the 13th largest state by itself in the United States, and that includes New York State in there as well. So we tend to think about our work in New York City as being something you might see more on a state implementation level than something you might see in a smaller district. And by smaller district, that means just about everybody else. So LA Unified is about 750,000 students. And the third largest school district, Miami-Dade, has about 500,000 students. So very quickly you see that drop off in size and scale. And it makes the work we're doing in New York very unique. So we do not believe we are a district replicatable model for the rest of the country. We tend to see that work much more the kind of like policy setting a state would do, and then support and implementation for the region. So New York City had some troubles. Yeah, New York City had some problems. Way back in 2014, fewer than 5% of the city's 1.1 million kids had an opportunity to learn CS. I'm not saying that 5% were in CS classes. I'm saying 5% went to schools where CS was offered. So let's back that up a second. 5% of those kids went to a school that even had the option of having computer science. And then some small, tiny subset of them actually took the courses. Few teachers were equipped to teach CS, and there was no pipeline for creating more of them. Now, as you can imagine, in New York City, that also meant that it was inequitable access as well. Sorry, I'm not sure.
I don't know why I started doing that.
It's okay. So New York, believe it or not, New York City public schools are the most segregated school district in the nation. Even though the city itself is very diverse, we do have selective high schools that you have to test to get in. And there's been lots of research showing that that test is unfairly biased against underrepresented minorities and students of color. Those selective high schools basically have 12% of students of color, of Hispanic and Black students. And the rest are Asian and white. And yet New York City's public school population is about 90% Black and Hispanic. Very segregated. So in 2014, using a very imperfect statistic, but an easy data source, we looked at the advanced placement computer science data in New York City. 738 students took the AP computer science exam in New York City public schools, and 63% of them passed. The students who took the AP exam do not represent the city by diversity. So you can see by papers by race here, 58% Asian, 22% white, the remainder Black and Hispanic, and that is severely skewed from the city's population. Gender as well, only 29% of them were girls, and 50% of those test takers came from 3 high schools out of the 435 high schools that exist in the city. So it's not, the AP data is not a perfect data, but these statistics are very troubling, right? So, welcome CSNYC. And we apologize, our acronym is backwards from our actual title, but that's okay. We launched in 2013 with the goal to fix that problem. To create a groundswell of momentum, a demonstration process that all kids could learn computer science. In 2012, I was part of an advisory board team that opened the Academy for Software Engineering. It's a non-selective public high school that is representative of the district statistics in terms of race and ethnicity, as well as academic achievement. So coming into 9th grade at the Academy, 40% of students read on grade level, and 60% of kids do math on grade level. And that does represent the larger New York City population. We are 90% Black and Hispanic. I think the number is 77% free and reduced lunch at this time. Those numbers skew a little bit in the outer boroughs, but that's pretty representative of the larger thing. And the Academy is located in Manhattan. This high school, in the advisory board meetings, you would be surprised at the conversations around, can we launch a high school centered on computer science without having an admissions exam? Can it be for every child? This was back in 2010, 2011 when these meetings were happening. And so, yes, that was my answer to that question, was yes. And so was it many other members on that advisory board. And so we launched the school. The school had their first graduating class last year. 98% of the first 9th grade graduated after 4 years. 4. Standard 4 year, not that much from your order. And 100% of the kids who graduated were accepted to and enrolled in a 4-year college. Right? There was a lot of hard work that was not computer science education that went on in that school. And I'm happy to talk to you about all of that. I worked for 2 years as a content coach in the school with the computer science department, helping to make their programs, solidify their current technical education, work with industry partnerships to make it really worthwhile for kids. We placed kids at internships along the way. But the success of the Academy launched this bigger movement. And it was funded initially by a venture capitalist named Fred Wilson, who really, like, my companies that I'm funding are failing, I need more engineers. How do I make more engineers, right? And people convinced him that high school was the place. And so he helped fund this one high school. And in that process, he was amazing. Fred manages $450 million a year of a portfolio. He came to open houses and talked to kids about how cool computer science is. He's all in. And he funded the launch of CSNYC, the foundation that I work for, as a way to take the great work that the Academy did and make it available to all kids, no matter what zip code they belong to in New York City. And so after 2.5 years of CSNYC serving programs to 135 schools, impacting about 12,000 kids, and really showing that this was possible and engaged kids at all levels, no matter where they lived, what their academic background was, the mayor stood up in 2015 in September and said, CS number 4 all. And this is the mayor mandate that every school offer 1 unit of computer science to every child. And it's the embodiment of collective impact, even though at the time I didn't know what that meant. So this partnership involves the New York City Department of Education, the New York City Mayor's Office, CSNYC, the nonprofit, Robin Hood, which is another nonprofit foundation. All of these folks coming together to define the project work towards this common goal of rigorous outcomes for students, and scale from 5% of students having access to 100% of students not only having access, but participating in these activities. So this project is what I'm going to kind of unpack for you a little bit in the next 15 minutes. The biggest part of CS for All is teacher training. We are providing professional development to 5,000 teachers over the next 10 years. So I get lots of questions. What's your curriculum? Right? Here's where, when I asked the question earlier about the balance between mandates and choices, we have mandated that every school will offer computer science to every child. We have not said that every school will do curriculum X. So currently we work with over 40 partners in New York City to provide schools a choice between curricular options that meet their own school culture, student body, teacher interest, and student needs. Everything from a 20-hour math replacement called Bootstrap, where you put it in your algebra course and take out 20 hours of your standard algebra textbook, all the way to elementary school projects with robots, to an intensive 4-year high school program called the software engineering program that goes into existing schools. A variety of models that schools and principals can choose from in order to get computer science. It's kind of a mixed partnership. So the Department of Education owns that teacher training, partnership curation, work with the teachers to get them up to speed, right? Together, we work, CSNYC works with the Department of Education to support the broad ecosystem, the teachers, and the partners for their own learning. A great example of that is feedback from year 1 professional development. The teachers indicated that they'd like more about specific topics. I'm sure you all, if you're working in this space, can guess what some of those topics were. Assessment, working with students with disabilities, working with students who had learning, had language difficulties, right? We hear that from teachers all the time. We need more. And so CSNYC and the Department of Education are now launching professional development for the providers to think about their workshops for teachers and how we can bring their knowledge up about those issues and then how they can integrate that training into the PD for the teachers. So it's truly a train the trainers, where they're still implementing their own PD, but we're responding to that feedback from the teachers as a collaboration. And then we also work together to oversee our external evaluator, which is a collaboration between the NYU Research Alliance and EDC to do 9 years, we just brought them on this past fall, 9 years of evaluation longitudinally of this project, looking at, in the beginning, outcomes for teachers. What are they learning from the PD? How is it impacting both their content knowledge and their pedagogy? To eventually shifting to student outcomes. What are the students learning at each of the grade bands and how is it impacting their desire to pursue computer science in the future? To finally, measures of systemic change and equitable access. Are students more or less likely to have learning outcomes based upon pretty much any way you can slice the student population? Gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, zip code, borough, type of school they see, whether or not they've spent all 5 years in the Department of Education or whether they just moved into the district in the middle of their education plan. All of that is planned as a part of the evaluation data, and I can't wait for the numbers to start coming back. I'm super excited about that. From CSNYC, we're fundraising. We have committed to fundraise 40 of the $81 million. As of September, we've got 21 of that 40 committed, and so we're working to finish out those last fundraising dollars. We convene the stakeholders. We run a meetup for teachers. We're constantly working with our partners to say who needs what when. And we do research and communication. So I, as the Director of Education and Research, I'm constantly looking for what are the stories we can tell to the broader CS education landscape community to help them learn from us. How can I participate in research convenings to learn from other people, like being here and helping out? And how can we continually look at this ecosystem that's growing around us watch the holes emerge, and then do fast fixes. Launch small pilots that eventually develop a life of their own as we look for another problem to fix. So for example, what's the biggest problem with in-service teacher development? It's expensive, right? You gotta pay the teachers it takes time. What's the biggest problem for sustainability for in-service teacher development aside from dollars? Turnover. Yes, turnover. It's a 10-year initiative. I don't want to have to train a teacher for the same school 3 times in that 10 years, right? New York City, the average lifespan of a teacher in a classroom is 4 years. Not because they leave the teaching profession. They get promoted, they go up to assistant principal, they go to district management, right? It's not necessarily that they burn out and leave. I hate that narrative, right? If you're a great teacher in New York City, we promote you. We want you to mentor other teachers and grow our workforce, right? So we are working with pre-service institutions to create pathways for teachers so we don't have to pay for their professional development. They pay tuition dollars, courses, they get a certificate, and hey, look, the principal can just hire someone instead of having to train or retrain a teacher that they already have.
So we have about 7-8 minutes left in case you want to build in question.
Great, thank you. Sorry, go ahead. These are the reasons behind the initiative in New York City, and I'm going to go through these really fast. It's an economic imperative. We see it as a social justice imperative. So economic, the companies are all in because they need workers. Social justice, New York City feels really strongly that we need to serve all of our students in our public schools, and that's really important to us. And so I gave you some of the numbers before. And so one of the things the comments I loved earlier this morning was someone said, you need to give people time. Magic doesn't happen overnight. So we've created a 10-year plan. Could I train 5,000 teachers with a myriad of partners in 3 years? Sure. Would it be good? No. By the time you get to the end of year 3, those teachers you trained in year 1 are barely wrapping their hands around what good computer science looks like in their classroom, right? And so stretching it out gave us time to really perfect what we're doing in schools before we reach out to those late adopters who aren't super excited to iterate 10,000 times to make it right. So here's some data, because it's data time. This is data to date. So we're in the middle of year 2 of the initiative. We've served 246 schools and almost 460 teachers through professional development. And there's kind of a breakdown of boroughs. We have mostly been focused at the high school or secondary school level in terms of our PD offerings, but you can see we've got a growing number of elementary and middle school offerings that are happening. And then the Department of Education in New York City has some homegrown intensive curriculums. So SEP is a software engineering program. It's all 3 years of middle school or all 4 years of high school. They currently have 40 schools in that cohort. SEP Junior is all 5 or 6 years of elementary school. They're in year 1 of that program. They've trained 70 teachers from 11 high schools. BJC is the Beauty and Joy of Computing. It's an NSF-supported project focused on about 100 schools. And then the STEM Institutes, which is that 168 window, is those 20 partners. So we have an open RFP process. It comes out in the fall. I suggest if you have a program that you'd like to train teachers in New York, you can apply, and the Department of Education will cover the cost of bringing a trainer to New York and offering PD for teachers in New York City. And those are our STEM Institute programs that we do along the way. Yes, Dan Garcia. UC Berkeley. So for us, industry engagement is critical. Not only are they giving us dollars, but they are also a big driver of the vision and the outcomes. You notice when I talked about student outcomes, I not only talked about literacy and computer science, I said maybe that'll help some of them decide to major in computing. And so our promise to our industry partners is that from data we know that exposure equals interest. Interest equals students pursuing a major at higher rates than they would have without the exposure. And so our promise to our industry partners is that we'll carry through on that and measure that along the line. And if that's not happening, then maybe we aren't doing the right computer science in schools for this project. So, can you go back? Yeah, thanks. We also want to engage our industry not only for their checkbooks, but for their people, right? So we bring them into the schools to give talks to kids. We take kids and go visit work sites and job sites. We're launching an internship program at CSNYC with many schools and industry partners. And so I think aside from the dollars they give us to help train teachers, the most valuable resource they share with us is their employees. And so as standing at the center of this crazy swirling ecosystem of computer science and education in New York City, it's great if a school has the wherewithal and the structure to engage with industry volunteers. It often doesn't happen, right? Schools are implementing as fast as they possibly can. They can't go and knock on doors. They don't have the same Rolodex that our funders have. And so we're also helping to create ways to connect those industry partners to schools, taking them on tours of classrooms, getting them to see what's happening on the ground, helping them understand how their narrative can help kids too, and finding great representations for students. If you can't see it, you can't be it paradigm. And so making sure that in some of the efforts that we do, we include diversity at the forefront of the speakers at our conferences, lots of women participating in women-themed events in the city. We do a CS Fair every year with over 2,000 students who come to the New York City Armory to talk to companies and colleges. And we strongly encourage both to bring representatives from their organizations who are people of color, both men and women, to give students really great examples and just make it part of how they see the world. So I know I'm out of time, and I wanted to talk a little bit. I know I want to talk a little bit about the consortium and make a very small pitch, but I'm instead going to let you guys ask us questions. So CS for All Consortium, we launched 5 months ago to take all of this crazy work we're doing in New York and think about how it can be a model for the nation. I invite you all to join, talk to Junie and I about it, but I really want to give you some time to ask questions about the New York City work before I run away from you all and they make me sit down. So, yeah.
You mentioned how New York City might be a model that's comparable to a state.
Yes.
In my state, there are a lot of rural districts and lack of trained teachers in technical areas. What do you offer for those?
So, in New York City, there were lots of schools, especially in the outer boroughs, like the Far Rockaways out by the beach and stuff, that are geographically removed. It could take them 2 hours, even by public transit, to get into Manhattan for some of the professional development that happens. So we do have a little bit of that space issue, as well as they're not next door to the Google building. They don't have the same access to employees. So we look for ways to take the professional development and bring it to them, right? It can't always be online, but some of our partners have online components. Right? We look for regional things that can support them. So while they are still part of a big district, right, I don't think it's completely different from what we're seeing with some of our outer borough schools, especially far out on Staten Island as well.
Actually, Leanne grew up in the rural areas.
And I grew up in a rural high school, not part of New York City.
Not part of New York
City. Up in the Catskills and mountains.
One more quick question.
One more quick question.
She'll be here with us both days, so you
Yes.
can grab her and Junie later.
So I do understand the economic justification for what you're doing. Do you have any data to show what percentage of the students from the schools go to college?
Yes.
Besides.
So in New York City, the graduation rate is generally about 67%. Of the graduating seniors, about 33% of them go on to college.
What?
In
computer
science?
In computer science and engineering.
In computer science and engineering, I believe my best statistic is from the City University of New York. Of the students who go to college, 85% of them go to a community school from New York City. It's a crazy great deal for them. It's like it's very cheap if they live in the city. There's all kinds of scholarships and supports. So it's the choice most students make. I believe they're looking at about 4% of students declare interest. Yes.
On that note, we get back on track with Jeff. Would you make these slides available to us? We can send it out to the group.
I have to go back to the Department of Education. Those internal numbers are not mine.
Whatever is appropriate to share.
Yeah, I will make a subset of them available.
Awesome.
Great.
Can we have a big hand for our crew, please? You already have, Jeff is a no tech, low tech kind of guy at a CS STEM meeting, so we're so glad because you may not have had access to our PowerPoint because technology doesn't always work. So you have all his stuff, we've emailed it to you, you have hard copies, so we got nothing to send you afterwards except how did he do evaluation wise. So we're back to you, Jeff. Awesome.
Great, all right. That was great. So I'm going to switch up the agenda based on that content because I think it helped trigger some things for people, hopefully. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about structure. Then we're going to talk about engagement, how to engage people, and then we're going to talk about the backbone function. So that's what's left. But before we start, just to kind of get everybody back to where we were, if you could just, so no talking, this is what we call library time. Just for yourself, write down somewhere where you're not going to lose it, because at the end of the day, the last thing we'll do is what we call action commitments, where you'll write something down, who's going to hold you accountable by when, to actually do something different when you leave. But what would be one potential action commitment that emerged from you from what you've heard so far? Could be the work that we did this morning, all on the walls, could be what you just heard. But what is one thing that you could, just prefacing what we're going to do later in the day, that could be an action commitment coming out of this morning for you? So just write that down, about 2 minutes of no talking, just kind of reflecting on the morning, just kind of get back into it. Okay, wrapping up. All right, so at the end of the day, like I said, we'll revisit this, but hopefully there's at least one thing that you captured this morning that could help inform your work back home. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is talk about what we call the accountability structure. So the reason I think it's relevant is because the visual that was just put up there of kind of the intersecting circles between the district and CSNYC, you even use the term ecosystem, right? So when you look at some of these diagrams that were put up on the wall, your results at the center diagrams, you start to see the ecosystem, right? You start to see all these different pieces of the puzzle, and unfortunately how they may or may not, in some cases, come together. So in your handouts, you have something that looks like this. You can pull that out. This is on the cover. It was in your folder. All right. Okay, so this is just a couple examples from people all over the country who started to organize their work. In our case, again, it's around 6 core outcomes. The first slide up at the top is the 6 outcomes that the Creative Peer Network, Strive Together Creative Peer Network, that we manage. This is what every single community has to track, right? They have to report on it. They have to disaggregate data. They have to set goals. right? That's a minimum qualification. They have to do it annually. And if they don't update it, they're out. This is sort of a, we don't feel like you can do results-based work if you don't have results that you're holding yourselves accountable for achieving with goals and targets and all that. So down below, you see an example from Milwaukee, and this reiterates something that I said quickly a little while ago, that they're looking at the ultimate outcomes all across the continuum. If you go to the next page, you have an example from, this is the Fort Wayne, Indiana area. It's called Northeast Indiana. And what they have up at the top is they've actually named some big, hairy, audacious goals up top. Every kid's prepared for school. Every kid's on target developmentally in reading, blah, blah, blah. Then they have their ultimate outcomes listed. And then they have their contributing indicators listed. So you'll see there at the bottom, they've got they're related to early childhood. The ultimate outcome is, are they on target developmentally by kindergarten? Right? But the contributing indicator could be parent-caregiver interaction, access to quality early child care, and so forth. Do you see how they've kind of created that? This is the outcome flow chart. All right? And then what you see below that is how they've organized their ecosystem. All right? This is, it even looks a little bit like an amoeba. This is quite frankly one of the favorite visuals that has been created in the network. But what they did is they have a big goal in the middle, which is college completion. That's their central goal. They measure all of these things above, but college completion is their big goal. They have leaders, superintendents, presidents, philanthropic leaders, business leaders, so forth, that convene regularly to look at what's working locally. You have networks, which are these, the 5 circles formed around their outcome areas. So that, and their job is to identify bright spots locally, lift them up, right, and bring them to the leader's attention. So what they have literally in every one of their meetings, every single one, they never have a meeting that looks different than this. When the leaders walk in the room, there's a section of the wall for kindergarten readiness, a section for early grade reading, middle grade math, high school graduation, college entrance, and degree completion, right? And they have the trend data, the latest trend data in those areas. And then below that, they have the practices they've identified that work locally, right? And if they have an area that they've identified where they believe there's nothing, they put that up on the wall as well. And when the leaders walk in the room, rather than a traditional nonprofit meeting where they get in there and they get to sit down and then they get on their phones and then they pay attention for a second and then they get on their phones again and then they pay attention for a second and they say something and then they get on their phones again, right? They stand up and what do you think they do?
Walk around.
They go look at the data, right? Their job is to go look at the data, identify things that they think can work. They actually use their 3 different colored sticky notes. This is how organized they are. Green for things they want to spread. So if they see something that rocks, they throw a green sticky up there and they write why they think it rocks. Yellow is where they need more data, and red is where they have desperate concerns, right? And then their agenda is they go around each outcome area and they address what the sticky said, right? And then they emerge with action commitments at the end. And when they come back for the next meeting, they start with the action commitments. Did you actually do what you said you were going to do coming out of the meeting? Right? Did you go talk to that funder? Or did you actually reallocate resources? Or did you go get the data that we said we needed because we don't have it? Did you do what you said you were going to do? And then they stand up again, and what do you think they go do? They go look at the data, right? So their collective impact meetings do not look like people coming together and talking a lot, right? It's people coming together, looking at data and making decisions or making action commitments based on what they said. So this morning, when we looked at the collaboration versus collective impact, one person said, looks like action, right? Collective impact looks like action. That's what action looks like, though. It's not action of, let's go start a new program, right? It's action of, hey, we know that having a certified teacher in early childhood classrooms works, right? For low-income kids that are developmentally behind. How are we going to do more of that? That's what action looks like. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is the way that they've organized it. They have support teams, which are like data teams. So people who validate the data is good. They have an investor table. They talked about that. So the investors actually get together and they say, hey, look, we found this early childhood intervention that works. Are we investing in that? Or are we just throwing our money all over the place? We call it spray and pray, right? Where you just spray resources all over the place and pray good things happen, right? Or you can have a communications team, right? A communications team that actually helps lift up things that work and maybe does a awareness campaign around it. So the parents would know, hey, if you want to look for quality early childhood, make sure that the teacher's certified, right? And then at the outside, the blue is the backbone function, right? Which we'll talk about at the end of the day, the backbone function. They have core staff. They have a chief cat herder, as we call it, a chief dot connector. That was the job that I played in Cincinnati, where every day my job was to wake up, look at the headlines, and think about who was going to freak out that day, and then make sure that they felt better before the end of the day, so that we could actually keep working together, right? But then you also have data analysts, lots of data analysts. You have all kinds of people that you need to be coaching, practitioners to use data, and so forth. So this is one. The next page is another example, very quickly. This is in Brown County, which is Green Bay area, right? They could not do an amoeba because they really needed a hierarchical structure. Their leaders needed to see themselves on top. That was really important to their leaders, right? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with Brett Favre. I have no idea, right? But that's how they needed to organize themselves. Same thing, though. You can see there's different teams formed around action areas along the continuum. They have the backbone staff represented. They have, community engagement partners to make sure that the voice of parents and students is engaged. So they've got, this is what theirs looks like. Does this make sense? And then behind this, they have very specific roles and responsibilities. Like, what is the leadership team's role? Is the leadership team's role to brainstorm new strategies to drop on the practitioners? No. The role of the leadership team is to what? Align the message. What else is it?
Listen to the
What do we just say they do when they walk in the room?
the
Look
data.
at the data, and what is their job when they find something that works?
Highlight it.
Spread and scale. That's it. Their job is spread and scale, right? Their job is not to make up new stuff for everybody to do. It is spread and scale, all right? So what I want to ask each of you to do is you've now got this results at the center chart. Look at your results at the center chart. There's one over here that is got lots of stuff in it, right? There's another one over here that's got lots of stuff in it. That one is just absolutely out of control, right? So what I'm asking you to do is to think for a second about your result. Think about the structure that might work for you, right? How are you structured? How are you structured? Because my bet is when you look at those different players, you don't need everybody at a leadership table, right? You don't need everybody at an implementation table, right? Or a network or an action team. You don't need everybody focused on policy. But how could you organize this ecosystem so that it doesn't remain chaotic? That was what I loved about what was just said. Like, essentially, it sounds in my verbiage, CSNYC is bringing sense to a dysfunctional ecosystem, right? That's as jargony as I can be in 6 seconds. But that's kind of what you're doing, right? You're bringing sense to a dysfunctional ecosystem. So what I'd love for you to do is take the next 10, 15 minutes and write down, these are 2 examples. There's 1,000 different ways to do this, but I'm telling you, if you don't have a visual for it, chances are people are not going to feel connected. They're not going to feel connected to it in some way. People need to be able to see themselves in this work. So go back to your results at the center chart and try to develop some sort of structure where people could see themselves related to your result. Sound good? Okay, you got 12 minutes for that. So we'll get back at 1:42.
Check them over here.
Is this?
What's for stuff at this table? It's like garbage.
So if you're looking through mine, you're looking through that, you'll find something else. I want
That's kind of where we are.
We've got many years worth of work.
But
I was thinking, or you want to do it small? We can do it small. If it's like 3 area, we were talking about the amigos, where you have like your general stakeholder.
I want to go to
What's happening next year? You will have specific interest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like a yeah, so it's like a circle, that first circle or general stakeholders. That's what I'm thinking. And being those who are the circle of the work side subjects of the design team are yeah,
One of the things that was really good was
and it may be some data.
So,
this came up at our meeting.
where are the practitioners?
So we did.
That's an ecosystem. Well, I don't know. It feels like there are with in addition to this feels to high level, and this just matters to how so this is great. The point is that I'm trying to say that's what we What's the relationship these folks tell them what to do, these folks tell them what to do. Yeah, but So are these guys identified as working or these guys? Leadership is identified. How are they going to know it's working? Who's going to give them the data? So these people do their best to feed data to these people to help them understand what's going on. And yeah, I think this could be good. Maybe what's our data in there, communication that maybe it's more specific by the rules.
But you're talking, I'm talking about.
It's not going to surprise you with my next request. Grab a piece of paper and try to visualize it. Just try to visualize it to show the interconnection.
I guess that's what's missing. Real in my head is that so much of it, you know, it's not only I mean, these are heritage activities and experiences. This is the Especially they could you know, I mean, nonprofit.
That's not too different. Yeah. That's not right. So, organization. Maybe what's narrative in this guy, there's a fight coming out, providing data. Maybe Elliot here. I would expect something to be observing, I wonder if that was what was not to get to that level, more so changing the actual ultimately, or are we looking at the structure? That's what I'm saying.
That's a good thing to clarify.
Yeah, no, because this so that's what I was saying. I see it as like first step to bring those traditions going through that process, and then it's implementing it. And that is what the looks like.
So,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Process of how.
really
Okay, quick touch base with everybody. You're still talking and actually. So just to clarify, the purpose of this section is really focused on the structure. How are you organized and what are the roles? So I'm going to give everybody about 5 more minutes. And then we're going to come back together and share. Think about where do people sit and how are they organized to achieve their result.
So I feel like circles, big circles, I think we have smaller. So inside the visual implementation, I'm talking about that right there. What's happening? Yeah, that's your pilot. Your so we have a time. We have all of those. They're looking at specific issues. They're looking at your writing. They're looking at your structure. They're looking at your curriculum and measurement. And then like those 4 big which are a combination of all of all of them. No, they have like when it comes to the budget, especially digging into that's a big so it's like a big yeah, and that's because they're criminal justice people for that. So that's when you're like specific subject matter.
Certainly brand, but just like,
Operating funding was coming through. This is
Yes, so you have your design team, but they're looking at a big so stakeholders are building at the same time. They're looking to take all three of those. Looking at college, wide design teams, you have your subject matter experts, policy makers, and all that.
These are hackers. Community hackers. These are
yeah, so practitioners,
I like that. I think that's ready. That's ready. That's perfect. I have no idea.
You know what I'm going to yeah, I knew it was. That's my love. That's our difference.
Yeah.
Like everybody's clearly.
So,
I think it's no. I like theirs. I like this. Yeah, right. No, but I really don't like this. I like this concept because we're getting to implementation. You can take implementation behind.
Like I'm busy a lot. I don't have time to do everything.
That's your implementation. Yes, that's your I would say advocates, I mean, it's a conversation. education or anything like that. Those are your policies.
Yes. That's what it's like.
No, because I can see things like that's a pilot or not a policy. No, that's what you're smaller. That's what you're playing in multiple. But there's specific we're looking at practitioners, designers, there's specific policies. Yeah.
We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till come back.
You sound like a busy person.
So we're talking about like because it can be technical
And so these guys are working. So what do you want to call her? Community-based responsibility.
But that's our organization.
All right, guys. Time to report Ready your knees, your helmet out. Let's get back to our seats.
All right, let's get back together real quick. Good.
Time to wrap up. Please grab your seats. If you're having conversations, please take it to the room next door. Oh, no, this is about work. Oh, you're working over here. That's your networking.
All right, so, does anybody have an example that they want to show? Something that they pulled together that they could share with others? All right, we got one back here. All right, let's go for it.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Wait a minute. Let's do that again one more time. Let's make sure everybody's with you. Go ahead.
Hello, is everyone with me? Yes? Yes. Okay, so our group, we are focusing on kind of big picture thing around school redesign, more so the operational structure. And so this would be our organizational chart, so to say, where we're starting right here in the middle with our pilot. So if we're talking about doing this big picture, think of school redesign, it would start with our pilot and practitioners. So our teachers, our students, our parents that are on the ground in classrooms doing work, or our targeted classrooms in schools. And then it would go out to a larger circle of our design team, or our hackers, so to say. People who are coming up with all these crazy ideas to implement in individual schools and pilots. And then going to a larger circle of our policy folks who are looking at the overall change of policies to support our new design and ideas and our pilot implementation. And then we have some smaller circles here that play in this intersection of design and policy, that we look at those as like our technical advisors. So they're looking at specific ideas around school structure, tools, curriculum and assessment, funding, as well as your professional learning, and they're playing in between our design and policy folks to ultimately impact our pilot and practitioners.
All right, good stuff. Round of applause, first off. All right, so let's do this real quick. Remember, these are love notes. Does anybody have any questions or feedback on what they heard? Questions or feedback? So where are your results in here? How is this connected to achieving the desired results?
So in the middle, when we're talking about our desired result of having community-based personalized learning, that's our result would be directly in the middle. So even if you could see a smaller circle there in the middle, that would have our big goal.
Community, it was what was
community-based personalized learning.
Community-based personalized learning in computer science?
Yes.
Got
so
it.
they would ultimately be learning.
Super. Does that help?
We think I was just gonna say, we think if we want to scale kids getting access to high quality STEM and computer science education, we really have to rethink the whole structure. And so I, as somebody who trains teachers on a day-to-day basis, that sustainability of trying to keep highly qualified people in the field is not realistic. So we really have to look at how do we give kids direct access to, and that requires rethinking a lot of things and maybe moving from seat time, which we've been talking about for a long time. How do we move from seat time to competencies? And once we can do that, that opens up a lot of options for us to embed computer science and STEM into the curriculum. So we're using this as a really concrete example of an access that kids don't have access to, and we can't scale it until we rethink the design of how schools are oriented.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this particular structure? Yeah.
Didn't really see a timeline. How long do you think it would take for someone to achieve the preparedness?
So I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't know we were supposed to include a timeline.
No, that's okay. That wasn't, but I think, say a little bit more about your question. What did you mean exactly?
So you have a group of students, I guess they're varied in ages and stuff. How do you determine, and when do you determine that they have been successful?
So it connects back to the outcome again. Sort of like, how are you seeing?
And I think part of the answer to that question is probably more of the success would be actually coming up with a set of measurements, because it's almost like the measurements don't really exist in a new model where students where people are individualized access.
That's step one.
That'd be one of the parts of like sort of the curriculum and assessment, like how do we actually go about thinking about how do you assess this actually happening? That'd be one of the goals.
I think that's a problem with all of the things we discussed. We
Yes.
all
We don't know the
how
measurements.
to accurately
Exactly.
measure the outcome.
Thank you.
And I work with a program that does that, and we have measures for what we think is success in our program, but even we know that they're not the best measures. We're getting teacher and student surveys because we can gather that information, but how do we put a finite, yes, that student is competent in computer science, on a student that didn't have many people.
And this, happens in a lot of fields, is that you often have a result that you're clear about what often the result is, but you don't necessarily have an evaluation and data collection system backing it up for you to know exactly where you're doing it. So part of what I think, Jeff, it doesn't backbone function not only, it's not just a consumption of data and regurgitation of data, but it's also analysis about not only the data itself, but also the data collection systems. Then what is weak? Well, that could be an area that needs improvement on an ongoing basis. If you're talking about continuous quality improvement, you're also looking at how good is our current data collection system, what's missing, and how do we, and some data collection systems, they're not going to be fixed in a flash. Some are national issues, some are local issues, and it seems to me that we have to identify what do we need to take on to have better data. Until then, you may have proxy indicators. You may not have the perfect data around, but it doesn't stop you from doing the work you need to get done. But you still keep talking about what data is missing.
Can I share a resource with the room? Sure. So NCWIT has an evaluation resource where they're collecting evaluation protocols, instruments, assessments, everything. You can go there and see it. There's also
What's it called?
NCWIT, the National Center for Women in Information Technology, ncwit.org. I don't know exactly what the sub-URL is. Oh no, his name is escaping me. Jason Rabbits from Google is running an evaluation working group. We don't have to be, like, the computer science ed community has been so small for so long that when we implement projects, we try and be everything for our project. We don't have to be everything for our project. So the Jason Rabbits Evaluator Working Group has about 20 evaluators focusing specifically on CS education. If you're not sure how to assess your project, I would suggest reaching out to the folks with the evaluation experience and background who are doing these data collection methods, have access to validated assessments. I have some of my own that I'm sharing next week at SIGSI, and we're happy to share.
Okay,
So
good.
we're going through a National Science Foundation study now. We're in like the second or third year of it. So I'm hoping that when we're going to get some much better numbers to put out there.
And Tracy's with TEALS, by the way, Microsoft Foundation TEALS. So they bring industry people into classrooms to co-teach with teachers to help them move along in there.
And we work with NYC. In
Okay.
New York, we work with.
So we can get at this. I saw a hand back here.
Yeah, and I think part of what we were trying to get at is looking at these loops that are happening where like different partners would come together, is looking at, like the businesses within our community, the politicians, the teachers, the students, and having each one of those people, public safety people as well, each one of those people being included, looking at the tools and the assessments. Like from their viewpoint, what's a successful assessment? Or what is a way to fund? So so it then becomes all those community partners working together on each one of those things. So we're working kind of cross disciplines to solve those specific problems. That's what we're thinking.
Great. Okay. So anybody else want to share what they came up with? Feel good? So what other issues? What you just highlighted is kind of an issue that was brought up by this work. What other issues kind of emerged for you as you tried to organize the ecosystem? What were some of the challenges, insights that you had? Anybody? Yep, down there.
Well, I mean, we were just discussing the whole timeline of the students' lives, like K through 12, and then our intervention, our idea is focused on one time period in that, and what then do we measure, and how do we isolate what we're doing, how that would look like success, and then what are all those other people doing to address that specific thing? But we still are very fuzzy on exactly how we can connect what we're trying to offer, the ideas we have, create a change or moving that needle. Even if it's not like the end result, say, seeing an increasingly broad diversity in STEM work, that's the end goal. But what are we doing in this moment in time that is a very proven or evidence-based indicator for moving the students towards that? Even if we don't have data yet that says they actually went and became an engineer, how do we measure that whatever we are doing
and move them on that path.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, how do we connect what we're doing at one time frame or at the one junction of the educational system? How is that correlated to the big picture of increasing URM at the workforce?
Yeah.
Is there a link? Is there a process? Can we say the research has shown that?
So there was a lot in there. I feel like one question is, who do you want to bring to the party? And when you look at your results-based or results at the center chart, and you think about all the different players that are related to that ultimate vision that you want to have, who of them do you really need to engage in order to understand the impact of your work and how it connects to other key pieces that are critical for you to achieve that vision? You're probably not going to be able to get everybody in the world, right? But who are the key players? And starting there, and then building momentum and growing outwards. So that's one issue. How many of you have ever read Good to Great? Did anybody read the pamphlet Good to Great in the social sector?
The last page?
What?
The last page?
No, what's really funny? No, what's funny is I love the guy. What's his name? Jim Collins?
Yeah.
He wrote the book, and then like a year later, he wrote Good to Great for the social sector. It's like 32 pages, right? And he charged $15 for it. And he got tons of money. But essentially he said, everything I said about that for the private sector is true for the social sector, except in the private sector, you have formal authority, right? Where you can dictate from the top down. You can actually identify something that works and then mandate it. Where in the social sector, you have all these different players involved with whatever result it is, and you have to use what he called legislative authority, right? Which is much more complex, right? It's the kind of pulling people together, piecing it together. And sometimes the hardest decision is, who are the first people that you want to pull in order to get the flywheel turning, as he calls it, right? The other big thing that he talks about in there is that, has anybody here, he doesn't talk about this, but has anybody here ever heard of the term work avoidance?
Yes.
Can anybody explain to me what work avoidance is? What?
Efficiency.
Efficiency relates to efficiency, right? Work avoidance is when people grab hold of an issue and debate it forever or wrestle with it forever in order to avoid doing the actual work.
If anybody's ever had a teenager,
If you ever had a teenager, yeah, you know what work avoidance is, right? So literally one of my favorite things to do during the course of a day is to write down all the examples of work avoidance that I see. And sometimes I'm looking in the mirror, don't get me wrong, right? Like, I don't really want to have to write that thing, so I'm going to write this email instead. Or I don't want to really have to clarify my role in this effort, so I'm going to write this email instead. It's like my number one piece of work avoidance, right? But the number one way that people do work avoidance in this work is they do either of two things. They debate the measures forever, right? So you literally convene people for a year to decide what high school graduation rates are, and they debate. Well, I think it's this way. And they'll talk about it for an hour, and then they'll leave, and they'll be like, at least I didn't have to do any work, right? Or what they do is they give up on it and they start implementing stuff, right? And then they're free because they can do whatever the heck they want and there's no accountability for it. So the work avoidance there is, I'm just going to keep doing stuff and feel good about it, but I'm never going to actually know if what I did is impact. Both of those are work avoidance because you've never answered the question, how are we going to measure this and know if we're successful, right? So I would say that in your work, I would time bound it. I would say we're going to have this discussion for 2 weeks. Whoever's involved in it, it's going to last 2 weeks, and we're going to land on a measure. And in this field of computer science right now, what it sounds like to me is there is an agreement on measurement, so you just got to pick one and run with it, right? You got to pick one and then know that it's not set in concrete, it's set in sand, and you can improve it over time, but you have to pick a measure. I want to be really clear about this, right? If you are doing collective impact,
without having resolved your measurement, when there isn't one, you are not doing collective impact. You're just doing stuff, which is awesome for somebody, but it's not collective impact.
What did those people, didn't they hire someone for $5 million to do all the assessment? They must have come up with stuff, right?
I have no idea,
That's what I
but
heard when they actually presented.
who hired somebody for $5 million?
Presented.
We did,
Well, you hired somebody for $5 million.
for 10 years,
For 10 years.
to evaluate CS for all in your
What's
city.
their approach?
So could we just use their approach? Is
No,
that,
I didn't say use, but I'm just wanting to know.
what is it? Yeah.
Yes. I have a paper at SIGC about our initial assessments, like I'm publishing them. So we hired our evaluator literally 5 months ago.
Yeah.
Work is coming, I
So-
promise.
So that'll be helpful.
What's their plan? Is there a plan available for us?
I'm working on trying to get the big, huge bureaucracy of the DOE to let me release a 2-page description of it, but that's been in the works for 2 months. I'm trying, I promise.
So that is awesome. In my brain, what I think about is the same thing I think for the social emotional space. They have a commission right now for the social emotional space that's led by Castle, right? They have this big, and the commission just released what they're going to do. And the original intent of forming the commission was to land on a set of measurement tools to understand what social emotional is. They just released what they're going to do. It has nothing to do with measurement because they're terrified of all the politics that are going to come out, right? They don't want to do that work. So somebody at some point in this computer science space is going to have to step up. But in the interim, don't let yourself fall into the work avoidance trap of not landing on something and just saying it's too hard, I can't do it, there's too many things. Pick the NC WIT or whatever it is that what you just said?
Yeah, email me and
Okay.
I'll point you at a thing.
But
I promise.
just pick one and then go with it so that you're not waiting. Now I have one more question for this table because I think it's an important, okay? In this, is there a space, there's a lot of innovating going on in here, which is awesome. Is there a space in here for identifying existing work that is having an impact?
Yes.
And where would that sit in?
It's gonna actually happen for these hackathons, which would be, they're gonna be weekend hackathons where we're inviting people to come. We will be giving them background information so they can dive right into pulling apart. Like, here's a template of a dashboard. What do you think about it? Don't like it? I like this, I like that.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying something a little different. Does anybody want to explain what they think I'm saying, just to make sure that I'm not on an island all by myself?
I mean, and it sounds like what you're looking at is like, there are models that exist specifically within even our community that are actually working and actually have had a level of impact, and who have they been using, and what has been their model that's been successful.
Yes, okay? So I'm only bringing that up because another trap in this work is we're going to innovate. And then everybody that's been doing stuff, how do they feel? They feel what? They feel left out. They're like, wait a minute. I know that the structure may be broken, but the stuff I'm doing, it could work. So I just want to be really careful with everybody's thinking around this, that as you're designing this, as you're structuring it, find a place for the people that are doing work already.
That's kind of, I think that's kind of where the design hackers are, because those are the people that have already been doing this stuff. I think
Cool.
that's kind of that location.
They have
Great.
models to bring.
Yeah.
They have methods, they have ways of doing things. But I think it's just an important mental shift, because when a lot of people start thinking about their structure, they're like, okay, we're going to form this action team, and they're going to brainstorm a new way of doing something. And I really want to, so that one of our great advocates was giving a speech, and he said something that I thought was prophetic about this type of work. He said, folks, action looks different now. Now, he just said, action looks different now. Action is not starting new stuff. Action is identifying the right existing stuff and figuring out how to do more of it and do it better. And that to me is a total mind shift, right? And so I just want to really reiterate that that could be happening. Yeah, did you have a question? Oh, comfortable? Everything's
Yeah, we're just thinking of.
thinking. Okay. All right, so we're going to shift now. We're going to pivot.
I just had a quick comment about what you just said, and one before that is, what you just said, I think, whether it's new work or old work, I think what always anchors any strategic work, any collective impact work, you're always asking, when we're confused or we're kind of stuck, it feels to me always coming back to what does that have to do with this? How does this help make this happen? Is it, if it's more expensive, more time consuming, more confusing than the existing work, why take on new work? No one understands it. No one sees how it's going to be related to the result. It's fine, but it's too early. You need to just keep talking about it. But what does it have to do with that? Earlier, what you said about political. Numbers are political. Putting a stake in the ground is political. So one of the reasons people keep doing sweeping the floor, which I like because it's very Zen-like. I like doing dishes. But it avoids me having to do other stuff, like cook maybe. But I think if you put a number down, you say, we're going to do this. This is the metric, or this is the result. It forces you to be accountable. And I think it's not only avoiding work, it's avoiding accountability. So then you can just keep putting it off. Like, we just need to research.
Well,
Let's research some more.
That's why I said that it's the other form of work avoidance is, I can't figure out a measure, so let's just do stuff. Then you're not accountable, right? You're not accountable.
So, so recently, the National Science Foundation held meetings to help people form research practice partnerships around CS for All. And I helped in some of those workshops. And to me, the biggest difference between what you're talking about right here on the ground and what some of the ill-formed partnerships were is if your solution is, I have an idea and my idea is not yet in the world, then it might not be what you're talking about, where how do we find things that are existing and are doing good and make them better and iterate on them. Because it's really easy to say, nothing exists like my thing. And so if my thing is then in 10 schools, that's success. That may not be success when you start comparing across programs. And it's one of the things that I love most about New York City is because we have 20 partners, we can actually say, oh, program A works and program B doesn't. And it's not about is CS or not CS, it's about quality CS. And that room is huge.
I think a little bit back to what you were bringing up of like there's these other adjacent bodies of work that are going on. You're one slice of it. Who are the people that might be willing to come to the table with you, doing other slices or even similar slices, that are willing to look at what they're doing with a critical eye, just like you are? Those are probably the people from your result at the center chart that you want to bring in, right? Those are the ones that are actually, back to the athletic example, right? The coach example, those are the people you want on your team. Right? Those are the people you want to play with. All right. So I'm shifting the agenda again. How fun is that? All right. So we're gonna move to the backbone function. All right. So this is this, and then we're gonna end the day with some work where you have to stand up and you get to talk about yourself a little bit, which is fun. All right. This is in your folder. It's called the backbone function.
Remember, it's on the right-hand side. All of Jeff's handouts are on the right-hand side.
All right. This one's going to change your life.
You got a version of
this one right here.
You got a version here.
It's that big one right there. Yeah. It's big. It's a stapled one. Thank you.
You got a shorter version of that in my email. But this is a bigger version.
Okay. All right. So,
anybody need a handout? Anybody got it? Okay.
All right. I'm feeling like your life has already been changed. I can tell. People in this room look different. They look happier. All right. You're welcome. That's what I'm all about. Okay, so the reason I figured we should shift to this is when I was going around and I was kind of looking and talking to folks, and I was looking at the visuals that have been created. I didn't see in some of them the backbone function. All right. Now, one quick explanation: we do not use the term backbone organization. Right? We actually think that was a flaw in the original article that was written about this stuff. Why do you think we would call it a backbone function instead of a backbone organization?
Because they have to do something.
What? They have to do something. That's one. Yeah. It's an output. That could be it. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be separate.
It could change and evolve. It certainly changes and evolves. It could be more than one. Did you say? Entity could be doing it.
Doesn't have to be a separate organization.
Doesn't have
It
to
could
be
a funded part of another
It
organization.
could be a funded part of an existing organization.
It could be multiple organizations.
It could be multiple organizations. Right? So what we learned was in Cincinnati, when they wrote that article, everything went to hell. Because all of a sudden, everybody started talking about the Strive partnership, our organization, right? Our entity. We really weren't one. We were just a few people, right? We were 3 or 4 people, myself and a few other staff, that were waking up every day trying to help people have access to the data like we saw on the wall so that they could make better decisions. It essentially programmatized non-programmatic work. Yeah, I think you said you got to do something, right? Like that, in a way, it made the work about the backbone team, not about the partners that were actually doing the work on the ground, all right? So in a way, it's a good thing that I didn't see a lot of backbone function stuff in your visuals. I think that's okay. But this stuff doesn't happen naturally. Ecosystems do not write themselves naturally. Something has to happen. An instigating fact, right? Something has to happen to the system to jolt it, to shock it, right? In a way, that's kind of what the backbone function is all about. Now, the primary reason that we don't believe in the backbone organization is because we don't want all the attention to be on one entity. We recognize that even in Cincinnati, where the work is still going, there's a lot of great things going on, always struggles, but a lot of great things, that the backbone staff really does the convening and the data roll. That's the 2 big things that they do really well, and they do advocacy really well. Advocacy, community mobilization, I should say. What they don't do well is communications. They suck at it. Right? I suck at it. We were horrible at it. We didn't do policy work well. We sucked at it. The chamber picked that one up, right? Communications work, Procter & Gamble picked up for us, right? They were the ones that did that. We weren't very good at continuous improvement coaching, so Children's Hospital picked that up, right? They've got continuous improvement coaches left and right. So every time we find something that works, Children's Hospital sends out their continuous improvement experts to work with practitioners to change how they operate, right? So it's truly a function that is performed by many players, and what that does is it prevents people from focusing all on the one entity and making it all about the one entity. Does that make sense? Okay, so all that said, what this packet says is that there's some key roles of the backbone function. It's on page 3, I believe. Yes, 3. All right? You need a fiscal agent, right? That's fiscal agency is pretty darn technical. You got to house it somewhere. You got to staff it somewhere. You need people to engage the partners, doing communications, fundraising, data support, convening, networks, and advocacy and policy change. You need all these functions, probably to do what you want to do. Probably to do what you want to do. You need all of them. And the most important thing that you need, the single most important thing you need is what? Who thinks they know what the most important thing is? Communication's pretty important. I would say it's in the top 3. What?
Result.
Result. What do you mean by result?
The thing that drives everything.
The thing that drives everything. What did you think?
Clearly defined roles.
Well, that's coming up next. That's our last piece of the puzzle. You definitely need clearly defined roles. But let me tell you, can you do, and I think this is what you're getting at, can you do collective impact work without data?
No.
You cannot do collective impact work without data. If you cannot pinpoint interventions that are at least correlated to your results, you cannot do collective impact work. Okay, so I just want to call out that of all these functions, they are not created equal. Okay, there is a very fundamentally critical function that has to be played to make sure that you are able to work with your partners. You are able to help them correlate their activities to actions. And most nonprofits in particular, they don't have the ability to do that, right? So somebody has to work with them and coach them. Most systems, K-12 systems, they have data people, but guess what their data people are doing all day long? They're writing reports for Godot. I'm just kidding. I'm just being really mean. I'm being mean. They're busy though, right? The feds are asking them ridiculous amounts of stuff. They're doing it. They don't have time to go into schools and be like, oh my God, what is happening in Miss Smith's classroom? Like, she's destroying it. She doesn't have a chance to do that, right? You do that. That's awesome. Very well done. Most places other than Georgia. Okay, that's good though. But seriously, this is, okay, so we literally say to people, I will never forget being in at this place. what was the name? It's in North Carolina, big city, Winston-Salem. You know, Winston-Salem, we're convening all the education partners, and there's a woman in the back of the room, and she's the whole time after like first 10 minutes, she's kind of like this. And you know, and I thought, oh my God, I'm awesome today. I was like, this was my day. I was crushing it, right? And that means good, by the way. And I'll talk like my middle schoolers. That's how I roll. All right, but she said, and finally though, it got like 2 hours later, and she was still like, and I was like, I need to stop everything and just see like what's going on for you. Like you've got something going on for you right now. What is going on for you? And she said, I'm a funder, and I think what you're asking me to do is to stop doing programmatic funding and fund a data person in every single nonprofit in Winston-Salem. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to convince my board to do that. Right? She was like, there is no way in hell they're going to do that. Our response was the backbone function can do that. If you are really working smart, you can pay 2 or 3 people, right, to work through the backbone function, and their job is to be the mercenaries that go out and help people figure it out, right? You don't have to pay for 380 data people. You can pay for 5 or 6 or 2 or 3. It doesn't make any difference, but you can just pay for them, and that's how you deploy those people. And most communities embed data people in school systems now. They hire external people to go get data clearance to go work in school systems. And their job is to pull out the practices that are working, right? There should be people on higher ed campuses because they don't like looking at their own data. I'm sorry, higher ed folks. Georgia State person, where are you? Georgia State looks at data. They're the best. They're amazing, by the way. I love them. I've got like a little heart for them. It's good.
I have a question. So it means that, so for example, the school district, you could be looking at each teacher with the data, maybe?
So I drew something for somebody earlier. I drew something. Where's a marker? Here it is. Has anybody ever heard of a hope chart? This is our favorite tool in communities across the country. Dallas, the Cradle Peer Partnership in Dallas came up with it. They're called Commit. They're amazing. They created with the district, arm in arm with the district, they created performance here, poverty here. Okay? And what they did is they charted all of their schools, right? If you kind of make this and what they found was that there were several schools that were here. And those schools are what? They're high poverty, high performance, right? So they looked at this. So when you embed these data people in the school system, what they do is start going out with the teachers in the school, with the principals, and they're like, can you like tell us what the heck's going on here? Right? And they found themes. And what they found in Dallas was that there were 3 things that were going on in these schools that none of them had ever talked to each other. They didn't even know, right? One was they had libraries with, that is not how you spell library. They had libraries. My mother-in-law is a librarian. She would love that. Yes. All right, but they had libraries with active librarians working with teachers with developmentally appropriate level books. I'm telling you, these librarians were rock stars. They would make sure that every kid went home that night with a book that was developmentally appropriate for them. And then, and then the nonprofits were working during the school day, not after the school day. Right? They were working with the kids to make sure those books were actually being read and being utilized. So the nonprofits were not add-on programs, they were the thing. And then the last thing was they had these computers that in the classrooms with software that was really good for individualizing instruction, but the teachers knew how to use it. It wasn't like they just sent the bad kid over to go on the computer and play Tetris. Do we still play Tetris? We play whatever we play, right? There was none of that going on. This was places where that was. So they identified these practices, but they wouldn't have been able to do that without embedding data people to go in. And then the district didn't mandate this to happen to everybody. They put out a call and they said, are there any principals from schools that are down here who would be willing to form a learning community with the schools up here? And then could they work together to do some crazy, cool, innovative things? And they did, and all of a sudden they've got more and more of these principals wanting to work, because it's not like these people are just like the bosses. They're just saying, hey, listen, this is what we were doing. this is the assets you have. How could we help you reorganize assets? And then these folks are saying, yeah, but you don't understand. We got to deal with this. And then they help them. And it's like they help each other. What? I'm just saying there's information going back. This is not high performing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right across the top.
Sorry. All right, come on.
Maybe higher.
Yes.
You're actually
No, I
right
want
across the top.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what you want.
This is not actually how you do it. I think the Hope chart actually has poverty here performed here. But anyway, okay, stop. But do you get my point? Okay, so the backbone function needs a data role. Can you just hear me on this? If you don't have a data role, and it doesn't mean that you have to have staff. You could get a person from Children's Hospital, or a person from a higher ed institution, or somebody from a local business, like in Toledo. The glass, did you know that Toledo is the glass capital of the world? You did know this? I did not know this. And it's in Ohio. I live there. Probably the glass that is not on your table, because we don't have any glass in here, but probably the glass that you're drinking out of tonight was made in Toledo. All the glass companies there have loaned their data people, a data person, to do the backbone work. That's what they do. They literally give a human being. That's what they do. That's their philanthropy, right? Corporate philanthropy. And their job is to go out and help figure out what's working and lift it up and fill up the walls. That's what they do. So here's what I want you to do for the next 15 minutes. Look back at your organizational structure, the thing you just did a minute ago. All right? One, where does the backbone function fit in there? Where does it fit? Like, who's doing what? Right? And what are the different roles that are being played by different partners? So where does it fit in your structure, and what are the roles? Okay, so you got 10 minutes on that. You guys got it? Go.
That group of people that are kind of like existing models, the collective experience.
I think it's like
You're talking to me.
and I don't think it's like
Your color?
Sure. And then that's where you're getting your
Well, when he's talking about that function, he's looking at like, who's gonna, like our ICS group, you know, there's a bunch of us sort of the school principals, the teachers, but it's myself, and we're sort of, we're like a collective of people who are helping to implement we're a team of people that can help to make sure that we're happy in the classroom. So the powers like they are, and we're it maybe is the sort of average.
Yeah, you pull out specific people from each level. Pull out. Yeah, because they're looking at it from all 3 levels in. They're looking at everything.
They're almost like
I just don't want it to get too busy. That's what I'm looking at. I don't want it to get too busy. It is pretty clean. Yeah, I want to keep it clean. I want it to get too busy. Yeah.
Oh, I was on the outside. Maybe the back guys.
Yeah. So this is like, I don't want to get too busy.
It's really.
It's like all of this fits inside of a larger.
Well, if that was a school, I really like it.
Yeah. So I mean, so do you think you could duplicate it and it looks like it's
Or even just putting the boxes around, and putting one in the corner, one in the corner, one in the corner, one in the corner.
It's like a Ferris wheel.
you have like wow.
I got what you were saying about folks I just don't want to see it. But it's like a Ferris wheel.
It's a triangle.
Yeah, it's the Ferris wheel. It could be a Ferris wheel where we could have our 2 pieces.
Yeah.
It's like a Ferris wheel.
This is triangulation.
So then the idea is to my background. Every time something goes around, it gets better.
What's the result of
legislation with support.
Is it legislation? I don't think it's legislation.
So I would make organizations that have what they continue.
They do.
Because I completely, they have a lot of flexibility, but they don't understand it. That's what we can take the concept of like a top-down, bottom-up thing, where up here they get to see more of the flexibility. Yeah, but and it's like the bottom wants to do it, but it's that piece in the middle that gets confused.
It's almost like it's the throne in one state level. It's not a real area. It's almost like they have bottom support, like they have bottom support and views and things. And then this becomes like the organization that became.
I don't know if that's DOE because they came from your policy.
Right.
They had introduced the school structure change. They did the IEP charter and all of that. But what the purpose is of this is we're talking about who is in these folks and what connects these two. So we'll be saying that this focus on
I don't know. I think
and they come together. So who is in this backbone? That's what I think we should put on. What is the purpose of that? Because I heard a lot of different things. Engage partners in community. Yeah, what I was thinking is
the part that's with you and I is that this one just have money and
so did they want to put that?
Okay.
Oh, right here. Oh, okay. A lot of this you can do internally. There are some pieces of that but I was thinking about like that's not something to
That's why I just
what we planned for this year is funding just the concept of those design activities. So that is planned and implemented. And
that's what the a lot of them have, yeah, that's why I think
Police chief from Athens just retired to live down there. For many years, he refused to admit that there were gangs.
Oh, so he's now our new person? Is that what you're saying? Or we are at the time.
Yeah, it was hilariously obvious that we did have gangs. I've got kids having had to be out of control. Yeah. No, they're more fun.
And that's what I was saying.
We also want to make sure that in this community, it may not be another city. We expand pilot, right? So many people are in the office, we know that we take out because we're the staff, right? No, that's why we go right around. And work there. When you find wherever they are, and they cannot all live in Spokane. So there are doctors somewhere else. If we partner with them, this is hard work. It's not for.
That's it. Our function is just.
All right, let's bring it back together.
So it's about bringing awareness of what's happening. Like, let's say you push back. Okay, so like, all right, I'm here to take that. So what? We said, here's some things that you might want to know about that are happening.
So it's like you're building it for your community.
Right.
Right. So it works to us. It's like a toolkit. It works for your community, but it also works for others.
So we find somebody who lives.
All right. We're gonna have a quick report out, and then we'll do a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and finish up. So I'm gonna ask each table to report out on one thing that emerged for you in this discussion. All right. Okay, who would like to start? What table would like to start? One per table. Right here? All right, everybody back. Here we go.
So we have actually this
Hold on, I still can't hear. So
we have kind of alliance.
it's actually not your fault that I can't hear. It's all their fault. Okay, that's good. I just want to be sure you're clear on that. All right, go ahead. Keep going.
So we have alliance, existing alliance called CASI, Complete Alliance of Islamic Studies Institution. That we kind of have it backbone there, but we're trying to get it included. So CASI just works on computing, but works on all the computational fields. So the idea is also be including the institution. So we have a lot of data for the 4 years, but not for the 2 years. So we think about the backbone that we have, having this evaluation body that comes in, be able to go to the 2 years and do that collection. So you can go to that graph that you called earlier.
The hook chart.
Yeah, put in the wrong spot. We're gonna go over that.
Put in the wrong spot? Did you just say that?
I'm just kidding with you. I'm just kidding.
I'm not sure. Fortunately, I've got 4 kids, so I can't get upset. All right, here we go. All right, but you're saying engage a data expert to work with a local organization to get the 2-year data that you don't have. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Awesome. That's a big deal. Okay. Others. Next table. Who's gonna go? The faster you report out, the faster you get a quick break.
Okay, we're gonna throw it out there.
All right, go ahead, bring it.
So we said that, am I listing who or just what?
Just what?
Just what? Okay.
Came up for you, what you...
Fiscal and staffing and data support for our backbone agency. Backbone functions, excuse me.
So what does that, say a little bit more than that.
Okay, well, Department of Juvenile Justice is the backbone function that we would ask them to support with the staffing and fiscal responsibilities because they have a greater access to the resources, and then data support because they already have the infrastructure and they would be able to reach those individuals, the population we're trying to reach, and their goal is aligned with our mission and keeping them from re-entry.
Got it.
Getting them sustainable.
There's another benefit of embedding some of the data backbone function within a public institution. What do you think that might be? What?
They're already collecting data, so they might as well use the resources.
They're already collecting data. What is typically the biggest #1 hurdle that people come up with as a form of work avoidance related to data?
IRB.
IRB. Yep. Privacy. That's right, getting around privacy things. So if you embed a data function within a district, that's why a lot of the backbone staff, they'll have it like based at the United Way, but they'll have a staff person that is based inside the school system because it helps deal with some of the very real privacy issues that you need to deal with. Yeah.
We also have the CERB, which is the Community Evaluation Board. So we can decide whether we want to do a community
Okay.
Evaluation or the institution.
Great. So back to your accountability structure, the bubble diagram, the amoeba diagram, this one right here, right? A lot of people within here will have a data committee, a data table with all the local data rock stars. So they'll have somebody from the CCIRB, is that what you call it?
CERB.
CERB. Okay, yeah, CERB and the IRB and the QFC, right? And the KFC. Right? You'll have them all. So you'll have them all, and then you have a data team. And we actually have a few communities, sorry about that, they call it the Data Jedi Council, jokingly. But they're trying to make it cool to be on the data team, right? They're trying to make it cool to be the people that actually help bring the walls to life. So that's a little, yes.
But you still need an IRB.
You still need an IRB. Yeah. You do, you gotta figure that out. If you want online, we had created a toolkit. If you're dealing with privacy issues ever, we have a toolkit online called, if you just look up Strive Together, School Community Collaboration or something, we have like 100 examples of data sharing agreements that you can use, and they all work. They're all ironclad for getting access to data. So pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add to Morehouse School of Medicine, Georgia Tech, UGA, Emory have this new the community evaluation review process because they know that in some cases institutions can't speak for the community.
Yep.
And sometimes the community wants something that institutions don't necessarily agree with. And so they want to make sure that the community knows the process so that they can also get funding to support their own initiatives if the institutions in their communities don't support.
Cool. Love it. All right, quickly, other tables, other insights? Yeah.
One thing that we are relying on kind of at CAB is we're looking at doing more centralized where there's just a couple people doing a lot of the work, and then we're bringing in partners like TEALS, Georgia Tech, Georgia State, things like that actually contribute partnerships and make relationships and do some of the community advocacy things that we need done, because we're in a good position to be the fiscal agent and change agent for our schools for computer science. But we do need the outside businesses to help do some advocacy and do some partnerships to get the kids outside of just the school building.
Okay, great, good. So it sounds like what I'm hearing is you're gonna have a couple centralized staff and then very purposefully define roles and engage others as necessary. That's great. And the next thing we're gonna do is role clarity. We're gonna do an exercise. The last thing is on role clarity. I'm gonna introduce you to the tool that is the equivalent of a lightsaber. For those of you who like Star Wars when it comes to role clarity. Yeah.
Just when you break, you do it for a break, and some folks want to talk to Randy in the break. So just whenever you take it, we do it for break whenever you want.
We're going to do it as soon as we get these last three tables that are being rebels. Anybody? Yeah.
Our discussion was kind of centered around appropriate placement for the backbone function in NSF grant. Right, so maybe this is where you're going, but we struggled with where would the appropriate place be and under what conditions would a function not, you would eliminate any of these functions, but we saw that maybe if there was a centralizing capacity, that someone's culpability or responsibility would not go away from the PI, co-PI, even in that arrangement. So just the placement part was.
So this is a huge conundrum in most communities. It's an awesome way to do work avoidance too, by the way. You can fight for months about where to have the staff sit, right? That is an awesome form. But we literally have a community that has 3 years now been trying to get started, and every meeting they love to talk about the governance structure. Okay, the best solution. We are in a hurry because everybody needs to go to the bathroom. Fair enough. But the best way to handle this, just to put it out there, is to find an entity where you can sit staff, where the entity will take legal and fiscal responsibility for the staff, meaning they'll be the fiscal agent, and if they do anything illegal, they'll get rid of them. But all strategic responsibility remains with the partnership, remains with the partners. So I sat in Cincinnati at KnowledgeWorks Foundation. My desk was at KnowledgeWorks Foundation, a foundation. the CEO said, Jeff, I'm now speaking in the third person, which I can't stand, but I'm going to do it anyway. Jeff does not report to me. He said, Jeff reports to the partnership. And in fact, that means that they evaluate it, right? So the partners evaluated me, not the Knowledge Works board. Now, if I ever got near the line of legality, they would pull me back, right? I didn't do that, but they would have, right? But that was how we were organized. So the best organization is where the PIs still have responsibility and the partners have accountability, right? But they're sitting in an organization that is hands-off. Because the biggest challenge with this work has been United Ways that want to house it and then sell it to raise money. And then people view it as a United Way program instead of a community-owned initiative. Does that make sense? So there are some United Ways that have said, yeah, we'll house it, but the people won't have United Way addresses, email addresses. It'll be, Joe Smith at commitdallas.org.
In Atlanta, we have a regional commission on homelessness started by United Way. They have United Way addresses, but they're trying to do that, but they really learned the lesson from that. So now they're housing our homeless continuum of care. They have their own name, Partners for Home. But it's United Way taking all the legal responsibility. But they have conversations to make sure that they don't cross the line. But that is what some United Ways, a lot of them are still doing the traditional United Way of raising money.
All right. Were you about to say something? You sure? Yeah, yes, there is. Yeah. Okay, so here's the story. I'm letting the other tables off the hook, which is something I never do. But we have an important exercise to get through, and you need to make action commitments at the end. So you're going to need to be thinking, while you're going to the bathroom, about, I like to crack myself up every once in a while, because I know this is what you're going to be thinking about. But you have to be thinking about what you're going to write on a piece of paper and give to Co, right? What is it that you're going to commit to doing differently, by when, and who's going to hold you accountable based on what you learned today? All right, you got to write it down. It could be next week, it could be next month, it could be in 6 months. That's not a very good action commitment, but you could, but write something down. So that's where we're going at 4:15. But between 3:15 and 4:15, we're going to talk about how you manage roles and how you clarify roles with your partners in order to achieve a result. That's what we're going to do between 3:15 and 4:15. And then we're going to do action commitments, and then you get to stop and go have fun. Okay? So go, or not yet. Not yet. Okay? Good.
Real quick, thank you. So as you can tell, we jam-packed a lot of stuff in so you can get the most out of this. So that's why we're moving quickly through it. Tomorrow we'll slow down a little bit because you're going to get a lot of love from Jeff today. And tomorrow we'll slow down a little bit. Discuss it more. Tomorrow will be more focused on discussion. Today was discussion as well, but we're going to reflect on today and talk about your plans. Got a lot of feedback for your plans. Fine-tune your plans. So get your flash talk names up there. The instructions are in your. There's a one-page instruction doing flash talks, which are some of you have done them before at the NSF grant meeting, which was great. So pick a name for your flash talk. Pick a song that best suits that flash talk name. We can play it for you. Brian can play line up for you. The earlier tell us, we can play it for you. So remember to do that. If you don't put it up, we're just going to pick your name up and ask you to just come up and say a few things. And we're going to have 2 panelists tomorrow to give you feedback on it. So besides Jeff, you get to hear from 2 other folks who are doing collective impact or collective impact-like work. Randy is here for those during the break who want to check in with him before he has to leave again. And that's it. Go, come back. What time is it now, Jeff?
3:03. Come back at 3:15. 3:15. The next handout's going to change your life.
If you're not going to be here tomorrow, please see me during the break. If you're not going to be here tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
The flash instructions on the left side. On the left side, that's my side, and Katie's side.
About the secondary stuff. And I was academic affairs division. So, see you in the I am not sure how the screening works with already students. They do have to take a back laser test, and obviously they don't have to certain score. They're not taking courses. That screening happens out of so, for example, a student may be not as strong in math, but can still take the course. I don't know how the data is collected because the relationship is always working out. So you go to college and says, I need to test 200 people. And because I understood the calculation.
This is our first, so
That's the college. So each college has their own unit of average information system. I think updating can there's been so you has been passed. Like what are how many reimbursement form. So we had to scramble to find right now very uninstructive because the numbers that are used, I don't like the numbers. Yes, there's a world study, milestone examination. So I mean, they real rigorous. I'll submit it to you. Our students did. This is going to be the hard part. Milestones versus having the downline. Then on, you'll see how that study exists. It's actually conducted by the so Melissa Fincher, I don't know if it's a public study yet, but the first phase of it. So you can see again, that's an open shelf.
Trying to figure out. Their communication through what's happening. Reimburse your mileage. How do we put
well, that is a very big step. That's a very big step. And the point of that was the students already taken the milestone test. There's already 8 of one of the students. Those graduates from high school. Then there's we have a test. Can we glean anything from that? Is this got reimbursed? I'm not getting anything. Thank you. So that was the point of that. Is that specifically to give the students the opportunity to assemble. So yes, the answer is yes. And that was a big step.
Anybody else want to talk about it?
So she can certainly help. With that category. Okay. So are you a student grade?
No, so I was so a couple of key areas is around the STEM and technology center, integrating this into their.
One thing that it's easy to look at and sort of instructive on that intersection is what students are taking at the tech. So I've got one little dashboard I can look at. I can see all the enrollment in the variety courses by course. It ranks from top to bottom. You get 2,300 days. Well, we have a semester enrollment. In some cases, there's 2 per semester. They stack. Usually not for this month. But by term, 7 days into the term, they have official enrollment. So yeah.
But is the reporting only by term, or is it?
Yes. We don't have a standard attendance thing.
Not necessarily attendance, but actually.
Well, since most of our students get held federal money, we have to report at a certain time. It's called 7 days. 7 days into the term, we've said this student never showed up, we don't get federal money on it, and that's the official tally. Yeah, there's absolutely data on what, who, how many, and what course. It's in a dashboard I have available to me. If something tells me that there's accountability, somebody can demand accountability. Finance commission.
I was looking at what said we're not so much accountability. That's why I know they know what they're doing, but it's more of like a district. The district will be able to really understand how everything I think that's the big thing.
Okay. So the question really is, how are Clark County students doing when they go into Blue?
Yeah, and are they being successful? If they're not being successful, what's happening at the high school level that's preventing them from being successful?
That's a strange area of the data sharing because FERPA applies to adult students, which is Federal Education Section Act. If you're a student in technical college and I'm going to your mom and I call the school up and say, I want to know what Leslie's got going on, they can't tell your mom. But for the high school student, the relationship is a little bit different. I'm not exactly sure how it is. So in terms of automatically bringing data back, I don't know. That's probably a good question. What we do back then. We don't automatically send DOE. Very, very normal, standard question that you think you should be able to demand an answer and get it immediately, but I don't know. Yeah, when I'll give us an example. We've got some programs that lead to engineering and ESU, and I can say to our data folks, you told me all the students who ever enrolled in X program and whether they've matriculated and or completed. And of course, that data is rolled up in so Georgia Independent College Association, university system, and private schools are the national clearinghouse. So I can get to data, I can find out how many students enrolled, how many of them actually graduated, but it's like, yeah, oh, that's
started. Ultimately, we're trying to get to put a lot of this stuff into it.
You know, you're saying 32, so
What does that look like? And right now, there's not clear understanding about that. Maybe there is, but we need to figure it out before we can dive in. Yeah,
it'll be automatic, but again, we're status it's a common sense thing.
Okay, guys, it's P15. Time to rock and roll. Randy's first email up there.
Right there, you can tell that.
Well, look, we're gonna get started back. Jeff, all yours. All right. Randy's email is up here. This is liquid money right here. Right? Don't miss that. Randy's back there though. If you still need him, make sure you catch it. Okay, so there it is. All right, so this last piece, you now should have everything you need for your flash talk, except for the song that you are going to use as part of it. I think that's what Ko said. You need a song. Is that right, Ko? All right. But you should have what you need. You should have a result, hopefully a SMART goal, hopefully, right? You should know who the partners are that you need to engage. You may even know how to engage them through your structure. You should also know the backbone function, who's going to play some of the key roles and how that may roll out, right? You do not have that? Do you not have that? You're trying to figure it out. Okay, you got to start. You got to start at least. You're just saying that to be nice to me, right? All right. All right. So, we ready to roll? I can't go till I got everybody in the room. Sorry. All right. So, the last thing we're going to talk about is not anything technical. It's not structure. It's not who sits where. It's not all this. It's the number one issue that prevents progress. How many of you know the difference between technical and adaptive challenges? Has anybody ever heard that language? Nobody? I'm about to drop some knowledge.
Are you talking about adaptive development?
That might be. What's adaptive development?
Well, waterfall, right, in computer science, switching from designing the entire thing out and then starting work as opposed to doing a small piece and then reiterating and adding to a minimal viable product, right?
Okay, I'm not thinking of that, but that sounds awesome. No, that is actually, that's relevant, right? Okay, who thinks they might know what a technical challenge is? Should anybody define what we mean by a technical challenge? Think about your daily life.
Computers in schools.
What?
Just having the computers actually in the schools and having them work.
It doesn't work, having them work, right? And in that situation, there is a known solution, right? Technical challenges are challenges for which there is a known solution, right? A 4-step process that a process map can help you figure out, or a textbook or guidebook or whatever we want to call it. Like, you can solve that problem. The computer's not working, we know how to fix it, right?
An adaptive challenge is a challenge to which there is no known solution. All right? What percentages of the challenges you face in this type of work that we've been talking about today would you say are technical versus adaptive? Huh? 95% are technical or 95% are adaptive? 95% are adaptive. All right? Who would agree with that? Does that sound about right? Okay. What was that?
I was a little different because we work with juveniles who are incarcerated.
Yeah.
So we have some technical issues.
You have some technical issues. Yes, you do. Right? That's true. That's true. Okay, but in this work, you face a lot of challenges for which there are not necessarily known solutions. Can anybody give me an example? Just thinking about your life that you've done as you're starting this up, or you're even thinking about starting it up. Can anybody give an example of an adaptive challenge? Yes.
Building teacher capacity for computer science.
Building teacher capacity.
Yes.
What about that is adaptive?
I don't know how to create and retain computer science teachers in a K-12 setting.
In a K-12 setting in the current system.
In the current system. I don't. For $30,000. Thank you. That's the issue. For $35,000, I don't know how to do that.
$35,000. Okay. So
I don't either. He doesn't know either.
So the adaptive, there's lots of adaptive challenges in that, I would say. But one of them could be that the system, as it is designed right now, is not necessarily designed to incorporate computer science.
Right.
Is that, I mean, it's not, so even I think about the goal here, which to me, when I look at that, I'm like, you can do that. And then I really think about it, the 5% to 100%, I'm like, oh my God, there's all kinds of system barriers to incorporating that. And that would mean that people like superintendents have to change their thinking, principals have to change their thinking, department heads have to change their thinking, right? Okay.
Legislators, everybody.
There is no known solution. Well, but there are some things like your computer is broken. Somebody's going to know how to fix that. And there's probably like, I don't know if you've ever had your computer fixed, but they follow like steps, right? That's not what we're talking about. There is no necessarily, there's nobody that you could call on the phone and be like, hey, walk me through how to get a principal to embrace computer science. You hear what I'm saying?
Well, there's a great website about that.
All right. So we're going to go through a couple exercises that hopefully can help you in your never-ending journey to try to find a way to tackle adaptive challenges in this super complex landscape. All right. So in your handouts, the right side, I think, is what I've now learned. So is that right? The right side?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you look in there, there is this handout, person role system. Okay, pull that out. This is step one in a two-step process. If you remember the 5 competencies of results-based leadership, person role system falls into the modeling change, self as instrument category, okay? So bear with me on this. And I'm going to model it, and then I'm going to ask each of you to create a person role system map for yourself. What this concept, what this frame says, and by the way, the woman that I said was the one who does this, the coaching stance during meetings. She's the one that has developed this. She's super, super fun. But what she would say in any challenge, especially adaptive challenges, one of the things that you have to first understand is the alignment of the person, right? Who they are, what they're bringing, what they're carrying with them, what roles they're playing, right? What roles are they playing? And I say roles intentionally
because most people walk into a room in our world wearing multiple hats, and the system, their position, the broader environment in which they operate. The alignment of those three things, of the person, the role, and the system, if you understand that, you are much better positioned to actually be able to address these adaptive challenges. All right? So I'm giving you an example of a person, role, system chart here. I am many things. I am a father, much to my kids' chagrin. I am a son, educator, husband, policy geek, writer, outdoor lover, news junkie. Those are some of the things, right, that I bring when I walk into any room. That's some of the stuff that I'm carrying with me, all right? Now in my roles, I'm a grantee, I'm an advocate for a concept, an idea, I'm a managing director, I'm a funder of high potential communities. These are a few of the roles that I find myself playing on an almost daily basis, right? And then I think about the systems I operate in. I have a whole team, right? Staff within my the organization. I have this broader network of 60 plus communities. I'm very active in the United Way system, the collective impact space. There's this whole thought leadership world out there that I play in. Drives me bonkers. Social service sector, early childhood, higher ed, school systems, investors, big investor network. So I'm operating in all these different systems as well, right? So at any given time, as it relates to achieving any given result that may be put up on the board, right? All these different things are at play. All these different things are at play. And I'll tell you right now, and I'm putting this out there, so I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but sort of the sort of political state of our country. I'm a policy geek. I love politics. I used to live in DC. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. But just watching what's going on in the world now and how divisive things are right now in America, that is weighing on me, right? And I hate the iPhone because it tells me the news like every 2 seconds. I can't get away from it. But I'm now carrying that in every single, you know what I'm saying?
He says a technical challenge.
There is a technical challenge. There is a technical challenge, but I don't want to solve it. It's work avoidance. That is an adaptive issue. That's exactly right. Starship. 27 bonus points, which you can use later somewhere. But I'm bringing that into all of these different roles. Like if something blows up in the world, like I don't mean that literally, I mean figuratively, then I go into that room and I already know about it and I'm thinking about it, right? So I may not be fully present, even if I'm working with a funder as a grantee, I may not be fully present, and then I may not, if I'm super busy and I've been back to back all day long, I may walk into a room with a funder right after having a staff meeting that didn't go well, and I haven't realized that I've changed systems that I'm in, and I behave the wrong way. Does that make sense? Okay. So this right here is about self as instrument, role modeling, right? Just for a little bit. So I want you to take 5 minutes and create your own person role system chart. You can do it on this handout if you want. You can create a visual that looks like this, whatever it may be. But I want you to create one of these, and then with your neighbor, I want you to share it with them. So this is not a table conversation, all right? This is you writing down your person role system chart, and then sharing it with your neighbor. Do a pair and share, and maybe 3 people in some cases, like 3 here, 2 here, whatever it is. So just share it, and think about the repercussions of all the different roles that you play within different systems. Just think about that. But first, just make your diagram and share it with your partner. All right? Take about 5 minutes.
Delta, ECT first, Delta, and guy from technical college system together. I know I keep talking when he's talking. I'm getting a
We leave at 5:15. We're leaving 2 shifts. So some of us are familiar with MARTA. Do you guys both have MARTA cards?
Mm-hmm. I have a deal.
Someone is
You gave me away.
today.
I gave it to Yusuf this morning, and he just texted me because he's not working. So I just gave it to you.
So what I'm going to do, I've got a bunch of MARTA cards. So because some people may not have MARTA cards on this, many of them will. So I'm going to send Kendall to load these with at least 3-4 rides so that people can use it to get there and get back, and I'll get these back from them. I'll know they're mine because they're blue, and they may not be able to load on blue. If we go back to the office, what was the name of the sister who was late? Who was very bubbly personality?
That's right.
Desiree. So if you do go back over there, Desiree has one of my MARTA cards.
I can run over there. I gotta drop off some stuff.
Is it really or Leslie?
Leslie. Leslie had one, but she gave it to me. So you want to go with the 5:15 shift or 5:45? Which shift did you want to go with the crew? So I'm going to be able to say, but this person is going to go. Would you rather go in earlier and go later on?
You're going later on.
Later. Let me see if she wants to go.
Yeah, oh, yeah, and milk, but I can't keep it.
Yeah. Tomorrow. I'll make sure. I'll show you some. Yeah. We talk about you every once in a while. No, I'm not make sure. I'll bring some.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right.
Good to see you, Ryan. All right.
Yes.
All right, you might be starting to wind up, and then when you're ready, share it with somebody sitting next to you.
Oh, look at you.
Outwards, because you couldn't read anything here. So I can't read my writing anyway. I didn't even finish the center part.
You can't read mine.
Sorry.
So I can go. So for the first one, I'll put mother, wife, teacher, advisor, friend, and then goals, grantee,
Yeah, that didn't even realize how
Me too. Like,
World. My wife's on a ton of boards, and I, do what I can on that. And there's kids, so. You've got a wider range than I do. I'm all over the place. Kids will go over and have fun.
Yeah, so I just it was funny because a lot of like all this sort of Savannah kind of
Yeah, I grew up in Athens. I live just outside of Athens. Just a little
My
wife, bar association, she's been, she chaired a community resource organization that was Rapid Tonight. She was part of Rapid. She just came from the chair of a counseling organization. Women's Walkers, writing things.
So like,
All right.
Yes.
Take another minute or
So I took care of this.
Yeah, so some of the stuff
They are. Yeah, dogs. Yeah. Flavor, then just go under flavor. Clear the briars.
All right. Looks like people are winding up. Right? So when you look at your personal system chart, what are some of the things that come up for you? When you look at your own, when you looked at that, is there anything that was surprising or interesting to you, or? Yeah.
Being a mom came before everything else.
Being a mom came before everything else. Okay. It is definitely the hardest, and I'm not even a mom, but I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you about that. Yep. Okay. Other things. What came up for you when you did this? Yeah.
Working for 3 different projects or organizations where all of the work actually adds up to the same thing, but really having to distinguish that this is what happens from 9 to 5, and this is what happens from 8 to 12, and this is what happens from 12 to 2.
So it sounds like you're not wearing one hat.
No.
You're wearing
know
multiple hats.
when to wear what, even though they all add up to the same thing, right?
Okay.
It's all about improving access for kids.
So as it relates to achieving a given result in a room at a certain time, what are the potential challenges that could come up when you are playing multiple roles? What? Conflict, say more. What do you mean conflict and ambiguity?
Role conflict
and ambiguities.
Be ambiguous between when the line, when you cross one line to the other.
And be ambiguous to yourself or and to others. All right. I saw a couple hands. Yep. It's a scheduling nightmare.
I often refer to it as herding cats.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You can't keep them all straight. So can you give me a time when the scheduling nightmare got in the way of you achieving your result because you were playing multiple roles? Can you think of a time?
Just about every day.
Just about every day? Can you give me one
I
specific
can give you an
example?
example right now. I'm sitting here and my 14-year-old is texting me that he needs to be somewhere at school right now. And he gave me 30 seconds notice and I'm in Atlanta and we live in Carroll County. 45 minutes from here.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Right. Okay. So it could be that. Good. Other things that come up for people when you look at your personal system chart. Yeah. Sometimes the roles can help each other. Say, give an example of that.
So you work in a project that you need some programming which help you to do the detail and just change the different levels to be close with those.
Okay. And it's, yeah, because it's usually, it helps when you have both authority to make decisions and you're implementing decisions, or implementing, you're doing both. That makes things go faster, right? Because one of the biggest challenges to get things done is when the authority doesn't see the same thing, see things the same way as the implementer, and then there's conflict. Okay, over here I saw him. Yeah.
You may have additional data that you're using to come to a conclusion in this role, but it's based on another role that you're playing.
Uh-huh.
And when you present to this audience, they don't know about the other role. And so you're more informed when you present the information, and they don't really understand the true essence of the power.
Okay, so you just opened up a huge can of worms. Okay? What is a single term, an adjective for that, for what you just described? Can you think of a term? This is a leading question.
An alternative agenda.
An alternative agenda. That's I actually wasn't thinking about that. The hidden agenda, conflict of interest could be that, right?
Expert blind spot.
What?
Expert blind spot.
Expert, these are great. Expert blind spot, I wasn't thinking of any of these, so never mind, I didn't have the answer. Go ahead. What else? What else is it? Okay.
I'm curious now what you thought it was.
So what I'm getting at, we didn't have a chance to get into how to address disparities today, although all of these tools can help you navigate discussions of disparities. But what I heard you describe was privilege.
Yeah.
What I heard you describe was privilege, which is you have access to information, or you have access to connections that other people do not have. And when you bring that into a room with people who don't have that and don't recognize that, then everybody else is at a disadvantage unless you uncover that. Does that make sense? So one of the dynamics that goes that is the most often overlooked, or at least ignored, or kicked under the table, is that there is an imbalance of knowledge, information, access, and power, which is what often prevents us from actually addressing disparities. Okay, so that's a huge issue, as I would see it, that when we're talking about trying to work within the context of a result, makes things very difficult. So how could you, as a results-based leader, model, how could you, as a results-based leader, model transparency in your person role system as it relates to a result?
You disseminate information. So, you say, well, I'm also involved in this project, and this is what we've been working on here, and you disseminate it to the entire group. You just don't withhold that to keep a judgment or a ruling in your favor, because it might change. It'll change the course of the outcome and the results.
We call those cards that people hold them, right? And when they don't like the direction of something, they throw it on the table, right? You could lead with that rather than waiting and using it, in your perfect moment. Yeah.
I think delegate. You realize that there's some other things that you probably could delegate to some other people, or at least share your information and let that committee handle it. I think most times we don't realize that every dot is connected to the next dot, and your loss is my loss and not your win if you just win. So everything is connected. It's an ecosystem, and we all have to do our part in order for us to reach that sustainable goal, not just reach it for the first time and then we can't get back to it.
So yeah, the way that I'm hearing that is sometimes we may want to hold on to all the roles ourselves when we really need to let the group take some ownership for the work rather than hold it ourselves. Is that accurate? Okay. Yeah. You. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. I was excited. I was like, bring it. Okay.
Sometimes the information that you have is based on your own personal experience, and the ideas is coming from over here, not based on that. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'm in a rural community every week, right? And so when I'm asking questions about rural communities and people are coming up with solutions, I know immediately that's not going to work in this setting. That's absolutely, you're clueless. You don't understand the dynamic of a rural community.
Yep. That happens all the time, right? People make assumptions based on, where'd it go? I put it away. The person, right? Oh, there it is. Right here. Like, you actually have that experience. Somebody that may not have that experience, they're not demonstrating awareness of what they know or do not know. They're just throwing out their ideas, right? That's lack of self-awareness, right? They're just throwing things out there, right? So one of the ways that a results-based leader can model this is back to our coaching analogy. I can't remember the name of the Atlanta Hawks coach. I should have looked that up. Budenholzer? Budenholzer. All right, Budenholzer, the Hawks coach. Once again, he doesn't walk in at 6:45 before a 7 o'clock game and be like, okay, guys, we're playing, wait a minute, we're playing, the Celtics today, I think, right? Do you think that's how he approaches a game? No.
Maybe.
What he does is he thinks it out. What? I'm sorry, guys. This is bad. But what I'm saying is, I really have not even had a run yet. You guys had a hard time. All right. So, that's not what he does. He does a full composition analysis of everything that's going to go on or potentially could go on in that room, right? He doesn't just show up to the meeting with no agenda, right? No result, no idea of what he wants to accomplish. He comes in and he's already looked at the other team's players, right? He's thought about his players. He's thought about who he might start, who's going to guard who. He's thought about what offense he might run versus what defense he might run. He's thought about all those different factors, right? Results-based leaders, when you have an important meeting, and it should be every meeting, where you know you need to achieve your result, you need to be thinking about the composition of the room, right? To the point where, Caitlin, you're a parent. I don't know about you, so let me speak for myself. When I have an 8 o'clock in the meeting, my first meeting of the day is usually somewhat colored by my experiences with my teenage daughters in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Or if you need to achieve a result that involves teachers, holding it at 3:15, your meeting at 3:15, may not be the best time to hold that because they're in another role, their teacher role, and you need them to be in the role that you need them in that meeting, which is the computer science advocate role, and they can't free their mind of what's going on there, right? So a results-based leader can think about all the players involved that are critical to achieving that role, think about the alignment of their person role system, right? And be aware of that in how you set up the room, how you set yourself up for success. Time after time, we see people set themselves up for not success, the opposite of success, unsuccess. I guess what's the opposite? Failure. Right?
Know that word.
Failure. You set yourself up for failure when you don't take into account all that's going on in that room. And back to what I said earlier, just begging people to show up, right? They're not even the right players. You just want a representative from such and such. That's not going to get you where you need to go. All right? So one of the tools that you can use to get to role clarity is something called BART. So this is the last handout I'm going to show today. It looks like this. It's going to change your life, as all the previous handouts had. All right. But let's say for a second that you have done your composition analysis, which is what we call trying to figure out who's in the room. I'm going to be honest with you. Today was one of the hardest composition analyses I've ever done before a workshop. We talked multiple times. We weren't exactly who was going to be here in teams, who was going to be here the whole day, who's going to be here half a day. But typically, the work that we would do in advance, I would know all your names and exactly what you're trying to accomplish. I didn't know that today, right? Which was hard. Typically, as I said, you'd have what? Data, right? Like we could have made this super highly relevant to your lives, right? It's hard to do today, but that's how big of a composition analysis we do. But let's say for a second you do all that. Then the other source of conflict, which somebody unearthed just a little bit ago, was that people may not understand your roles, right? You may come in and this person here is remembering you from the role you played in a meeting the day before. Don't know what that role was. They don't have clarity of role, right? They don't have clarity of your role. They don't know what your authority is. They don't know if you're like calling the shots or if the person that you work for is letting you call the shots, right? Or has endorsed you to call it or authorized you to call the shots. They don't know any of that. So this tool is called the boundary of authority, role, and task. And the value of this tool is you know who you need in the room to achieve your result. You've done a composition analysis. You're holding the meeting at the right time. You have the right agenda. You've got all that worked out. The question is, what is the authority, the roles, and the tasks of the different people in the room to achieve that? If you do not have clarity on this, all kinds of things can happen. What happens when you don't have clarity on this? Somebody give me an example. What happens in a meeting that just frustrates the heck out of you when you don't have clarity on authority, role, and task?
Somebody takes over.
You can get stagnant. It's just wheels just spinning and you don't go anywhere.
Wheels just keep on spinning, you don't go anywhere. Okay, over here somebody said?
It's not focused.
It's not focused. What happens? Like, give me an example.
No, everybody's throwing out ideas.
Everybody's throwing out ideas.
Way outside of the scope of the work.
Way outside of the scope of the work. Nobody even really knows where we're going, right? We don't know what's going on. What else can happen?
You leave the same way you came in.
You leave the same way you come in, right? Chances are you didn't check in, you didn't get people centered, you didn't do an action commitment at the end. Nobody's going to take away any work. But then they'll come the next time you send out an invite for some strange reason, right? They'll be there, right? Yeah? And they get on their phones, right? You can literally see what's happening in a room. Like I will tell you, when I was leading the Creative Career Partnership, when we had the leadership team meetings, and we didn't do any of this data stuff, I could tell that I had lost the room within 5 minutes. And usually the rapidity with which people got on their phones was directly correlated to how many PowerPoint slides I'd shown. Right? If I'd already shown 5 PowerPoint slides, they were probably already on their phone, right? Because they were disengaged, right? There was an expert in front of the room telling them what to do, all right? My favorite one, yep.
I was going to say also, if you're not careful, and you don't ask those people to leave those titles and everything outside the door, they'll come in and run the training as if it was their.
It was theirs. That can happen. When does that often happen? When does that often happen?
With teachers.
When you start talking about funding, that happens. When else does that happen?
When the roles are not clearly defined.
When the roles are not clearly defined, or when there is a person in the room that has clear authority above everybody. So again, think about your composition analysis. Whatever you want the result to be, right? If you say you walk into a room and the goal is to increase college enrollment, and there's a university president in the room with 2 faculty members and a college access program provider, what's going to happen in that room?
They're going to defend themselves.
Everybody's going to defer, right, to the power structure, right? That is my favorite one, right? My other favorite one is when everybody starts brainstorming ideas to do stuff, but nobody in the room has any authority to actually implement what you brainstormed.
Right.
So then everybody's like, "Oh, that's an awesome idea."
Figuring out things for teachers to do, but none of them are teachers.
None of them are teachers. All right, amen, right? Okay.
And you invite them to the table.
So on this side, this is a 2-sided handout. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to, continue on, but I'm compelled to ask, what do you do in this situation?
What do you do in which situation?
In a situation where, let's take the first example, you have a college readiness person and you. So I don't know the college readiness person, but the faculty members and the person obviously outrank you. Do you just defer, or do you, how did that?
Well, first off, depending on the result, do you even let that meeting happen? I mean, you could. You could, as a results-based leader, say, if none of the people show up except those two, you could say, guys, I'm going to give you 2 hours of your life back. I'm so sorry. But we do not have the players. I am missing LeBron James, right, and Tristan Thompson, and Kyrie Irving, and I've got Love, right? I got him. That's a person, by the way, right? I've got him, but we can't possibly achieve our result. Or you could readjust your result with them and say, hey, this was not how the meeting was designed. This is who's in the room. What result do you think we could achieve with the people that we do have in the room? Right? You give it back to them. But don't force trying to achieve a result that cannot be achieved with the wrong people in the room to achieve it. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I want you to do, oh yeah?
I was going to say the boundaries too. If you set the rules up front and everybody agrees on them, ask them, are we missing any rules?
Yep.
And let people know that part of this discussion, we're not bringing our experience and our titles in the room. We're all on the same level, and everybody has to participate in order for us to have a plan that we all agree on. And I think setting the tone up front and then allowing people to add additional rules, like if their cell phone goes off, $5 or $20, right? You know, then people say, well, wait a minute, but people start paying attention to the rules before we get engaged, and so now that's a bite.
So that's a facilitation trick that you can do up front, where you could say, what are our norms in this meeting, right? That sets the container. So the word you'll see on here, if you look on this side, boundaries are the container that holds the task, right? So what is the container within which you operate? I decided not to do that today, but I do that a lot. I do. I could have asked up front, what's the norm here? And you all would have brainstormed, and we would have operated according to those. And if one of them was, you're not allowed to be on your phone, and I saw somebody on the phone, I'd be like, you're on your phone, right? Right? But we didn't do that. Okay? All right, so what I want you to do is to think about, back to your results at the center chart, thinking about your SMART goal. Think about your SMART goal, all right? Kind of directly addressing the question that was brought up earlier about who do we engage and when and how. I want you to think about just 3 other people, 3 other organizations, 3 other entities that you need to engage to achieve your result. 3. Just 3. You'll see this example on this side. It's 4, I think, right? 3 plus yourself. So I'm talking about, and I want you to try to do a boundary of authority role and task chart related to your result. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So think about a meeting that you need to have related to your result. Think about a meeting you need to have and outline the boundary of authority, role, and task for the people that you need to attend from the right organizations. All right? Take about 10 minutes because we're running out of time to write that down. Do that exercise. Remember to include yourself. Remember to include yourself.
Okay, so what do we think here?
So we have somebody on Ginger Dr. Jack and Jack. Julie is in person here, which is the organization. And then beyond that, Larry Anderson. Katie Burns, Brianna Blazer, she is, UN Foundation that's at the University of Washington, but runs this program called Access.
Yeah, so
And the reason I agree with that is part of that is
yeah, so it's really three different levels that we're talking about, specifically our government.
I've seen in my programs that they get excited that they take that pride in what they're doing.
Yeah, so even if we break it out like this, we're talking about
young
folks that see that
not just
would be like tech inside some of those other organizations. Yeah. So you can talk about targeted college.
Absolutely. And then the Bonnie, she's at the Center for Lebanon So that there's other industries.
So we could,
well, Lake Lanier is Pike County. Like there's a Gainesville City School System. Well, Schofield.
Other education providers are outside of yeah, that's what I was saying. Like those other partners, they're like tech companies that provide their perspective on what's what they're doing. So even like even so AT&T is a big thing focused on power that Chevron, they're really interested in
This is when
so they're kind of they're going to offer connections to so you have like higher ed, public K-12, like your other technical folks who are providing the technical systems not recommending your foundations and also
How do we get those people to random parents? We just need infrastructure.
So that's going to be a lot for marketing.
Then you have to look at too.
What we do is work a lot of those really Facebook ads. People who have interest in
the Christmas week.
The other thing is like dynamic of a group, knowing that ahead of time is just really, really important.
It's not a good time to.
Yes. Yeah, you know, as long as you're inside, it may be geographic. We start talking about regions. This would be, of course, like your statewide big picture big stuff. We start getting those specific regions. A lot of that will come out, especially when you're talking about. bringing them, our work is facilitated by bringing them to the table and giving them the tools to work with this person.
Right.
But actually,
And the only reason we did really give you more
no. It would be this group now, not
the buzzer.
yeah, so yeah, these people will be coming together. So it's a combination of them, teachers that are actually in the class. So when you're talking about your school, we want to bring somebody who's really from those schools that have already implemented these programs. They can talk about their practice and bring in people who have they can provide web. This is how we did it here, and we thought about it. Yeah, so it's like a 3-year result. It's a different result each year.
But what's it all going to? What's it all going to?
So like from industry,
learning
So you can do
because right now every hour or two so long.
We have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
State board policy that says that you have flexibility to have competency-based education.
An assessment that aligns with this. Actually,
so our big thing is not necessarily how much you have. Our big thing is if we want to have that community base, if we want to have that environment. Yeah, the tools are in place, everybody can think, and then how are they being successful? So that's around how the student is being successful is answered in that question of if the school being successful.
I would say the virus.
All right, wrap it up.
Yeah, so it's being reinforced throughout. We're designing, I guess, what they can take together, design pieces of to implement it. They can personalize the implementation of their
All right, here we go. You all in Cincinnati, where we have the Reds, the oldest baseball team in America, by the way. Just so you know. You say you're rounding third and heading for home.
We have an alternative measurement.
All right, so here we go. So what came up as you were kind of going through this exercise of developing a bar chart? What came up? Anything? What emerged for you as you were thinking about the meeting and who's involved and different dynamics in the room? Anything come up? Seems very detailed. Seems very detailed. Right. Seems like a lot of information. Yes.
You have to be careful, like, so we actually spent most of the time, we started trying to do the chart and then completely went away from it because we know we bring power into the room, and being careful about endorsement without really wanting to put one player on the field above one another, right? The whole point of the consortium is to try and give equal playing field to our members. And so if somebody says, Georgia comes to us and says, who should we use for middle school? We don't want to say, oh, you should use X program, right? We want to say, well, what are you looking for? How can we help you filter the list, bring it all the way down based on your criteria to a small number for you to choose from. And so being conscious of the privilege you bring and the power you bring in, oh, I know these people, I know this program. How do you not do endorsement unless you have real data that shows that is better, right?
So one of the hardest things to be, and I have not modeled this well today as your facilitator, one of the hardest things to be is neutral.
Oh, yeah.
Truly, authentically neutral without bringing your biases or your privilege or to the table, but actually being neutral in order to help others get to a result, right? So when you write down the roles, one of the questions could be, is there anybody in the room that is truly neutral in order to make sure that the group is doing the work as opposed to somebody bringing all their biases? And it's impossible to pay a neutral facilitator for every single meeting, but could you name when you're out of neutral? Like a lot of people literally physically say, okay, I'm going to facilitate this meeting in neutral, but I'm going to physically step out of neutral at times and tell you when I'm doing it, when I have expertise to bring, but then I will go back into neutral. And if you don't see me doing that, you can call me out on it, right? You can call me out on it. But that's a way to kind of try to bring a level of authenticity to the meeting without over-biasing it from your individual and the privilege that you have as a facilitator. All right, other insights about what came up for you?
How would you, I mean, you have these roles, and who would be in charge of making sure the roles are not being overstepped?
Not being overstepped. So who is in charge of making sure the rules are not overstepped? What would be a way to deal with that?
Group manager, third party.
Huh?
You should have a group manager.
Group manager, what does that mean?
Somebody who just kind of makes sure that the conversation stays on focus. You
Uh-huh.
can have a timekeeper, you can have a note taker, all of those things. So
There's a
everybody has a
technical
role.
technique you can do, yeah. You could, the other thing that was talked about earlier was norms. You could set norms and say that people are going to name their role at the beginning of the meeting. So one of the things we do as part of every single meeting is a check-in where people walk in the room, they sit down, they're coming from another meeting, they're tired, they're not focused on what you need to accomplish. So you take 10 minutes and you say, all right, we're going to do a check-in. Let's have everybody go around. Here's our result. Let's remember our result. 1, how are you doing today? And 2, what are you most curious about or concerned about related to achieving our result? You could add to that, and what role are you playing today? Right? Especially if you have a lot of people in the room who are wearing multiple hats. What role are you playing today? Name it. And then during the course of the meeting, if somebody seems to be getting out of role, you could say, hey, now wait a minute, what role are you in right now? Right? You're not being mean, you're just saying, are you in your role, are you in your school board role, or are you in your citizen advocate role? That could be one, right? People that happens all the time. Oh my God. Right? But things like that, right? That you can do that, and then at the end of the meeting you do a checkout, which is what we're about to do, where you have people give action commitments, right? Action commitments, so that they're leaving with something to do rather than the backbone staff leaving with everything to do, right? Okay, other things that came up for you. Leading question, looking at this example that was given to you, is there anything that stands out in here? Anything that stands out in this example to you? Anything that you're like, oh, that was interesting?
I was just thinking about the authority to do the work, because sometimes in my role, I can't always be at the meeting, but I've given someone authority to do the work that they think is best because I trust them to do that. And I just thought it was nice to have that codified somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So as the backbone staff member that's organizing this meeting to achieve a result, one of the things that you can be thinking about in your composition analysis before, which is a lot of work, but would you rather have the meeting and not achieve your result? Or would you rather have the meeting and have thought all this through? One of the things you could be thinking about is, if I'm going to achieve the result with these people in the room, I need to make sure that Susie has been authorized by Rob to actually make some decisions. Otherwise, we're just going to end the meeting and be like, I got to go talk to Rob. Happens all the time. And then she forgets to go talk to Rob because she gets busy, and you come back to the next meeting, and what happens? It's the same discussion again, right? So taking the time to think about authority in particular is huge. I cannot tell you how many meetings I've been in that end with everybody saying they've got to go talk to their boss. Right? Now, there's valid times for that when something big has happened, or they're like, we need access to data and XYZ. It's like, I got to bet that one. But, okay, when can you come back and tell us? Can you tell us in 2 days by email? Or do we have to wait a month till we meet again? Right? Those kind of things. Okay, any other things that come up for you in this? Last question. how does this help with adaptive challenges? How does this help with adaptive challenges? Yes. Oh, you're like, I don't know. All right. How does this help with adaptive challenges?
Just breaking it down so you can, eat the elephant one bite at a time.
Breaking things down so you can eat the elephant one bite at a time. Yeah.
It seems like a computational thinking or engineering design process. When you come up with some kind of solutions, you throw it at the wall, go see if it works. If it doesn't, you come back and try a new one. So it seems very iterative.
It's iterative, yeah.
Theoretical.
It's iterative, I would say intentional. Intentional, right? There are people who say that this whole practice of results-based leadership is actually just a different form of Zen Buddhism. Because you're actually being intentional about trying to achieve something, right? You're fully present. You're trying to think it all through, right? How else does this relate to addressing adaptive challenges versus just technical ones? Any thoughts on that?
I think roles are going to change over time, not just because somebody comes in and out of a job, but also because as you engage in the work, you develop different proficiencies that can push one entity in one direction, another entity in another.
Roles change all the time. They change constantly in our space. So being intentional about understanding those and naming them. Yeah.
Her comment jarred a question.
Yeah.
One of the largest problems in leadership is attrition. So where is that within this discussion? You have the right team person from the organization on your team to bring them to the table, and then they go off for brighter opportunities. And then what happens? Does the whole thing fall apart?
Well, we're out of time, so it's great to be here. Who's got a response to that?
I like Jim Collins' Good to Great model, level 5 succession leader. He talks about the fact most corporations don't go past good, they actually go good to bad. Because the leader is not charismatic enough to share that success with the people who helped him to be successful. He should be training his successor immediately as he's having his success. And so a lot of people don't want to do that because they've seen other leaders bask in the light and they think that it's still 1990 or 1980 and it's 2017. And so I think we have to understand the value of the team and sharing that now. So when you transition out, that leader is going to be a better leader than you were.
Right.
So that is awesome. That is what we all hope for. No, that's great. That is right. What if that hasn't happened?
One of the things that that I'm starting to think about too is how the group needs to be able to iterate and reiterate whatever the result is, whatever the action orientation is, and then the organizations have to have an organizational affiliation with that, and then the group then enculturates newcomers.
Yeah.
So you guys will hear about the Get Georgia Reading Campaign. I was not around when it originated, but as I engage with it in my position now, I am being enculturated by the group. And one of the activities that I've thought about just internally, because I'm trying to enculturate our team, is PowerPoint roulette, which sounds horrible, but basically, if a collective group is working in this way, you can have a PowerPoint that basically gives the story, and anyone in that cabinet, anyone who's affiliated in a leadership role should be able to deliver any one of those slides.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Very
So,
first thing, Caitlin, I'm the backbone function with Brian for a lot of work that Caitlin's doing as anchor. She made DOE the anchor institution for a lot of the CS in Atlanta work that we're doing. And one of the first things I said to her was, so who's going to provide your role when you're gone? She didn't want to talk about it. But from the very get-go, we wanted to talk about the movement needs to live on beyond you.
Yeah.
Because
It's not about.
it makes people a little nervous when we talk about that, but if everybody can say the same thing.
did you guys just hear that Caitlin has a new job?
No.
Just kidding.
She just got here.
She had the whole job. All right, no, this is a huge issue, but the But there is no easy solution to that,
I have a
right?
thought.
Yeah.
And I guess this is probably a popular approach, but terrorist organizations operate with cells.
Uh-huh.
So, and the cells they operate with the same goal, but roles can change.
Yep.
And so even within a group that's sitting at the table, they have roles today, but like you said, roles change. So if one person moves out or gets a new job or moves to a different state, somebody else at the table.
What makes it so much easier for them to, I've never thought of this example, but in that situation, what makes them willing to change roles or to accept changed roles? What is the thing that binds them? Singular purpose, singular result. It is clear as a bell. And it's similar to what you're saying. It's about the PowerPoint deck, but really what it's about is everybody understand the result. And when a new person steps in, do they get it? Right. So the best cradle-to-career partnerships that we have are the ones when the superintendent leaves, the next one, even as part of their interview process, they're asked, do you embrace this vision that we have for education for our community? Not just for the system, for the community. And then when that superintendent sits down, they bring their person, role, system, they bring all that, but they also understand the result is crystal clear. And that helps you navigate turnover. Okay?
So that's what we write in the sustainability portion of the proposal.
That is what you write in, because if you, the National Science Foundation has told me that that's the exact answer that they want.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I was joking. All right. Okay, so we're done. But we got to do one more most important thing, which is you need to tear out a piece of that awesome little binder notebook, piece of paper, one of these guys, this thing, one of these, tear out a piece of paper from that. Write down on it your name. What is your one action commitment coming out of this related to your SMART goal? Not some random thing. What is one action commitment that you will take related to this? When will you do it by, and who will hold you accountable? Everybody got that? Your name. What is one action commitment that you can make coming out of this related to your result? When will you do it by? And who's going to hold you accountable? Write that down. When you're done, hold it up in the air. I'm going to ask 3 people to tell us theirs. Actually, don't hold it up. Tell somebody at your table your action commitment, and then hold it up.
The answer is always going to be yes. One of the things we're trying to do.
All right.
We've been working on this for a lot of months.
You tell it to your neighbor. Tell it to somebody. All right.
We know what we're asking for.
There's a body of research that says that if you make an action commitment and tell it to somebody, you're infinitely more likely to actually do it. In this case, you're going to hold it up, we're going to collect it, and we're going to send it to you so that you definitely remember it. If you're done, please hold it up, and you have got to pick it up. Yeah, you got to put your name on it. All right, come back real quick because we're running short on time. Can 3 people tell me their action commitments? Who would tell me your action commitment?
Well, I'm gonna talk to you, PI of our project.
Whoa, come on, respect. You said we're listening to 3 people. Yes.
I'm gonna talk to the PI of our Eclipse project, pilot project, about the data and how we have to share what I've learned today about this data and how we have to do those measures, figure that out.
By when?
By next week, by next week.
Who's going to hold you accountable?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Other action commitment. Yeah. Wait, I can't hear you. Sorry. We're almost there, folks. Almost there. Yeah.
Create a spreadsheet document detailing the variables for each data set, each work group by March 17th.
By March 17th.
3 p.m.
3 p.m. Who's going to hold you accountable?
Co-is.
Co-is. All right. Good. Last one. Yes. Oh, somebody's being voluntold.
So basically, looking at our current data to determine what our outcomes are, to drive us to find solutions for our outcomes. Right now, we look at the data of the students that are in the criminal justice system. We need to look at where they are. How long will it take for them to get the skills that they need? We got to look at the time that they're currently there and how long will they be in the system. So it's so much data. I don't even know. We haven't even decided on a time period, but it's a lot of data that we have to look at in order to determine our outcomes.
Give me a timeline.
So next 2 weeks, we'll meet.
Next 2 weeks?
Yes.
So done in 2 weeks, the 15th or 16th? All right, and who's going to hold you accountable?
Right, okay.
Who's holding you accountable? All right, that's what I like to hear. Okay, collect them and hold them up. Collect them and hold them up, please, at your table. Grab these. All right, somebody. All right, last thing I'll say is this. One, if you want any of these charts to be developed to take home with you, please get them right away because we're going to have to take some of these down, right? So take your charts with you if you think they will help you actually achieve results back home. And the last thing I will say is this. This is the messiest work in the world. This is so incredibly difficult, so incredibly challenging. If you take nothing away from this at all, but one thing, commit to putting a result in the front of the room and on every agenda you ever make going forward, and actually hold yourself, not other people, yourself accountable for achieving that. If that's the only thing you take away, you'll be much further in collective impact than 93.6% of people who say they're doing it. All right? Sound good? Thank you.
It is 4:26.
So we gave a thank you to Jeff. We gave him the words of Martin Luther King Jr. to help him with his examples, to help him with his own inspiration as to what motivates him to keep going. One more big round of applause to Jeff. Feedback that you were engaging, you were on it, pushing folks, and people are enjoying, they're learning, and they felt like you understood them, so a lot of great feedback. And so, where's Manya? She's still here. So Manya said she's going to pay for us to bring him back for you guys next year. You're actually going to have data. So Jeff, from Jeff's perspective, this is complete. So he wants to come back, and he wants to see your data up here. All right. Manya's she's a program director, so she's got a lot of pull. So she's gonna just move some funds around, make it happen. So just kidding. So
We did not have that conversation.
So we've got a couple of quick things, and we're done for the day. They'll be back tomorrow. How many folks are not coming back tomorrow? You've got other commitments. Got it. So everybody else is coming back? Wonderful. So you remember, for those of you who need to get Randy's stuff, if you're not going to see him, he's left his email address here.
Make sure you get everything, all the instructions he gave you, get to him. The rest of you, he'll be here tomorrow again. As you saw, he's trying to be very available. So he's gonna come back again tomorrow. You can meet with him and get your paperwork done, get all your stuff to him, and he will process stuff for you. Otherwise, you can email him at that email address. Flash Talk. So the instructions are very simple. You just have to name your initiative. A song is optional but fun. You want your results to be achieved, who's going to lead it, who's the partners, strategies to be used, and backbone functions necessary. And so those are the things we want you to chat about. You can either send us an email and we'll have a PowerPoint up, or you can just use a flip chart, or you can just go from notes. It's only going to be a couple of minutes. We're going to have two people. Ariane walked through here earlier. You'll see her tomorrow. So this is her work and the team that she works with throughout the state of Georgia. This is their work. And Chris Allers will be here. Their profiles are in there. You'll see them tomorrow. I don't think either of them are coming tonight, but you'll see them tomorrow. Jeff is joining us for a little bit for our tapas dinner, so you can chat with him more there. Those of you who are coming. The signups are there. The names there, I'm assuming, are going. We're going to go in 2 shifts. So Caitlin, everybody see Caitlin? So she's going to leave at 5:15, and Brian and I are going to lead a group at 5:45. So Dr. Musavi's group is all jazzed up. They're going to go shift to another room, and they're going to get down on it. And so they're excited about this stuff. There is food left over in their room. We've got takeaway styrofoam containers. If you like green beans, roasted potatoes, or any of the breakfast biscuits, they're all in there in case you want to take some.
Samson
Any questions
something.
before you take off? Yeah.
It's a Samson something. Ah, yes, Samson Metro Mike.
Yeah, it's